You're listening to the Kent Cricket live streams, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Kent women wicketkeeper Molly Davis. Molly, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Enjoying a sunny Sunday.
Yeah, those of you that listened to the stream of Kent women yesterday saw how cloudy it was, and we did promise you throughout the day that it would be sunnier today, and thankfully the forecast has been true and it's not a cloud in the sky here at Beckenham. You're here to watch the coverage in the men's Metrobank One Day Cup between Kent Spitfires and Lancashire. Lancashire have won the toss and elected to field first, and it's just poignant to say that this is our University of Greenwich Partnership Day here at Beckenham. This is the third annual Partnership Day, celebrating the opportunities the partnership between Kent Cricket and the University of Greenwich presents to our communities. We're delighted to have staff, students and alumni from the University of Greenwich joining us here today at Beckenham. And if you are here and you've got the stream on as well, there are lots of goodies that the University of Greenwich are giving away this year. They're just situated outside the Academy building. So Lancashire have won the toss and elected field first. I'll just go through the two teams for you. So for Lancashire, we've got Michael Jones, George Bell keeping wicket, Marcus Harris, the skipper, who won the toss and elected to field first, Josh Bohannon, Harry Singh, George Balderson, Arav Shetty. Making his list day debut for Lancashire is Joe Moores, Luke Hands, Tom Bailey and Charlie Barnard. And the Kent lineup is as follows. Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley have just headed out to open up. Joey Everson, Benjamin, keeping wicket Harry Finch, Ekant Singh, Jack Leaning, Mo Rizvi, the skipper Grant Stewart, Matt Parkinson and Matt Quinn. So we're all set to go. And we will just confirm who's opening up the bowling. It looks like it's Bailey that's opening up. So Tom Bailey will open up from the city end here at Beckenham, and Ben Dawkins will take strike. Molly, good toss to win?
I think so. I think we were here yesterday. I didn't think it was a bad batting deck, and obviously the sun here as well, so I think it should be a good day's cricket today.
Yeah, the IPL trumpet rings out around the ground and we're getting underway then. So Bailey will open up from the city end. He's in and bowls, and Dawkins leaves that one alone. He comes down it a little bit, but leaves that one alone. There's no danger there at all and there's no run. We would like to say as well that we apologise for the streaming quality last week, and our IT partners at Fluidity have worked hard all week, so hopefully you're seeing us loud and clear in a bit brighter pictures. The audio should sound a little bit better now, and we hope that both cameras are up and running today. We'll see at the end of the over if they change over. So as Bailey comes in again then, bowls. That's defended nicely by Dawkins. Another dot ball there. Good start from Lancashire. So we were here yesterday, weren't we, Molly, for Kent women against Glamorgan women. It was another good contest.
Yeah, I think obviously the result didn't go Kent's way, but lots of positives to take from the day, and a nice half century there by Asa Barnfather. So some positives sort of at the back end of the season for the Kent women. Yeah,
worth mentioning Lauren Parfitt's century for Glamorgan as well. It was a very good century as well. As Bailey comes in again to Dawkins, he leaves that alone, there's no run.
I think that's been the consistent this year for the Kent women, the youth in their side, and obviously in the Metrobank One Day Cup here for the men as well. As I say that, you've got Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley opening up for Kent, two of the younger, brighter talents coming through. So there's sort of a nice symmetry between both squads at the moment.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mix between youth and experience in the Kent lineup today. So there's no Ben Compton opening up. It's given the opportunity for Dawkins and Denley to open the batting for Kent, as that goes into Dawkins' hip area from Bailey, and there is no run again.
It's encouraging signs though, isn't it? I think that's the positive thing to say here, is we've seen a lot of Jaden Denley of recent between the formats, and obviously Ben Dawkins getting his opportunity as well sort of today again to open up for Kent.
It's worth mentioning that these two are England under-19 internationals, so they're rated highly, not just here at Kent but at national level. Bailey comes in again and Dawkins is right behind that one. He could have got a run there, but it's fielded nicely in the ring by Lancashire, and there's no run again. Good pressure.
Sort of the beauty of these competitions, isn't it? It makes way for a lot of the younger talent to come through and be able to express themselves.
Absolutely, yeah. With another competition happening this month, there's opportunity for younger players or squad players that need to prove a little bit to come into the side and do well. Bailey comes in. Oh, that's a good length, and Dawkins sort of plays that off his bat theatrically. The stumps are in play for a second there, but they'll scamper through for a single, and Kent are off the mark. Dawkins is on one, and it's one without loss after the first over.
Yeah, I think to mention as well, I see Mikey Cohen making his debut a couple of games ago. Sort of his first appearance in the Kent shirt.
Yeah, we were all very pleased for Mikey when he performed so well at Arundel on his list day debut. Over 600 days since signing for the club. He's had a few injuries and he's worked really hard to get back. Not in the side today. I think he's been rested after playing a few games in a row. So Matt Quinn comes in, and like I said, that's a squad player that can prove themselves, hopefully get a few wickets and get them back in contention, because at the end of the day, competition breeds success.
Indeed. So Balderson is going to be on from the Beckenham end here as he opens the game of play from this end.
Yeah, worth mentioning that the Beckenham end is the side that backs onto the Crystal Palace FC training ground here, and the City end is opposite side of the ground where the main stand in it is. If you've been to Beckenham before, and you can see the City of London behind it, I can just about see Canary Wharf in the distance. That's why it's called the City end.
Making a couple of changes in the field as he starts his run. And that one just drifts down the leg side, so it will be a wide. Taken pretty comfortably there by the wicket keeper.
And the cameras did change ends, so here we are. Both cameras are up and running.
Everything is going smoothly at just gone 11 o'clock here at Beckenham, which is good signs. Sun is shining.
The wind we had yesterday is still around, isn't it?
It's still there, in and around. Bowls again, driven this time on the up, but didn't quite time that one, and that's gone straight up to mid-off. Yeah, yesterday, it's worth mentioning, was very windy. I think a lot of us misjudged what to wear with our outfits. I went for the shorts and t-shirts, and I think I very much misjudged that one.
Yeah, we're both in longer sleeves and longer trousers today, so we are out of the sun, so that wind is biting a little bit.
As again, Balderson in, bowls. Again, punch on the back foot into the gap, and that will race away as the fielders make chase, but can't cut that one off. So that is 4 to Ben Dawkins.
Lovely looking shot from a classy looking player, Ben Dawkins. He's got the height of Zach Crawley, hasn't he? And I think that lends a little bit to a bit of a mirror image. Slightly different sort of players, but
yeah, I will admit, the first time I saw Dawkins, there was an air about Crawley about him, in the height as he goes about, obviously opening the batting as well. Not a bad player to be compared to. As again, Balderson comes in. Again, that's struck off the back foot as a punch, but that's straight to cover there, so there'll be no run. But the intent here is shown by the two Kent openers.
yeah, Jaden Denley at non-strikers, nephew of Joe, if you're a Lancashire viewer watching in. And his nickname, therefore, is Nodge, N-O-J, nephew of Joe. Shouts of Nodger in the field if he does well.
Must be surreal playing in the same team at this level with your with your uncle. As again, in comes Balderson, bowls. Again, it's defended off the back foot, just pushed up to mid-on. Just a nice opportunity for these two batters here to have a really bat long for Kent, and a nice deck here at Beckenham, and the sun shining down. So at this point, I think all signs pointing to hopefully a nice day of cricket, especially for the batters.
Yeah, this is the last match here at the County Ground Beckenham for Kent, I should say. There's some more England under-19s matches here next month.
Again, in bowls, worked off the hip there, but there'll be no run as the wicket collects that comfortably.
So after this match at Beckenham, we've had 4 matches here, Kent men and women, over the last 2 weekends. We're back at Canterbury on Sunday the 24th for our Community Day. Lots of things going on. All the information is on the Kent website. And as always in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, under 14s tickets are just £1.
As again, that is whipped off the legs of Dawkins, but the diving stop there by the fielder will cut it off, so that will just be the one. That was timed pretty well, actually. So a good bit of fielding there from the Lancashire fielder. And that is the end of the over.
Yeah, Kent 7 without loss after 2. So decent start from both sides here. It's worth mentioning as well that after Community Day there is a Tuesday fixture at Canterbury at home against Yorkshire, and we've called that one on the website. We had a very big all-staff meeting to come up with White Horse versus White Rose for that one.
Yeah, down here At Kent, the media team like to find fun little names to describe fixtures and little battles between our local rivals.
So Bailey will start another over from the city end. Comes in and bowls. That's good of a length, and that's cut away nicely by Dawkins. He'll get 4 more for that one. Back foot punch almost from Ben Dawkins.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. Dawkins using his height and his frame there to just rock back on the back foot and hit that through the gap in the field. 4 more.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Ben Dawkins. People have watched him in the sort of England under-19 sort of competitions and fixtures.
Yeah, we've had over 10 million views on a reel of him scoring a youth international 100 against India under-19s. As Bailey comes in again, bowls. It's another lovely looking drive, but the fielder will stop that one. Like the second time of asking, there'll be no run. Yeah, I think it was so many views on that because a certain 14-year-old Indian superstar was the bowler.
Oh.
So Ben Dawkins accepted that collab straight away. Went straight on his page as well. Lovely guy, Ben Dawkins. Plays his cricket for Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club, who are flying high at the top of the Kent Premier League as Bailey plays again. That's another lovely looking shot from Ben Dawkins. He's just gone forward at that one and pushed it into the onside, and we'll get 4 more. So a very good start here from Dawkins and Kent. 2 England under-19s openers started well.
Yeah, indeed. I think as well these two have probably batted together probably a fair bit throughout their sort of early career.
Yeah.
If that could be in a Kent age group shirt academy or even an England shirt.
Yeah, both of them were part of the squad that won the under-18s national T20 title with Kent a couple of years ago now. So both top order batters, and now they're getting their chance in the first team. Bailey continues then from the city end, and that one's defended this time, and Jaden Denley says no quite loudly. There wasn't a run there, so another dot ball to Lancashire.
I think from a Kent point of view, they've started quite positively. I mean, last time we were here at Beckenham last week, it was a bit of a slower start from a Kent's perspective. So these two have come out with the intent, which I'm sure fans here, and if you're a Kent fan at home as well, are enjoying this start.
So Bailey starts his run up. Comes in past the umpire. Bowls it slightly full of that one, but left alone. That'll be given as a wide. It's gone down the leg side. So you can get in touch with us today if you're watching on the live stream. You can @Kent Cricket on X, or you can send us in an email, livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Let us know where you're watching in from. If you can't be here today, there's a healthy crowd here at Beckenham.
Yeah, I always enjoy the questions being sort of fired our way.
So Bailey comes in again then. Bowls, and it's defended, and Denley sends Dawkins back. And he'd look for a quick single there, but the Lancashire fielder inside the ring cut that one off.
That's the youth, isn't it?
Exuberance, yeah. So like I say, get in touch with us today @Kent Cricket. Any questions for myself or Molly? Any Kent women questions? Obviously Molly's part of the Kent women squad this year. Or you can email in livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. Any Lancashire fans as well that want to get in touch, please do. Bailey bowls again, and that's hit into the offside by Dawkins. There'll be no run. So 2 boundaries off that over for Dawkins, and he started brightly here. Denley yet to face a ball. So Dawkins has done the legwork here, and I'm sure Denley will relish the opportunity to get some runs.
Yeah, that a positive attacking batter that obviously Denley is as well, so I'm sure he'll be very keen to get it going and open his account for the day.
Worth mentioning as well that this match is a prelude to the Vitality Blast quarter-final on the 6th of September. Kent Spitfires against what will be the Lancashire Lightning again. They're just Lancashire today, but the Lancashire Lightning will host the Kent Spitfires in the Vitality Blast quarter-finals at the start of next month.
As Balderson is going to continue. That one again whistles past the outside edge of Denley.
That's a good first ball for
That
Denley
is
to face, isn't it?
Exactly. Very good area there for the Lancashire bowler as it just sails past.
Yeah, it goes past the edge, so Denley will want to look to get further behind one as the wind blows again over the RFX mics.
And again, he starts his run in. That one again, a carbon copy of the ball before. Denley pulled away last minute there. But again, these first 2 balls here is something in it for Lancashire.
Would you say that these Lancashire kits are navy blue or black?
That's a very good question. I've always been renowned for answering these questions wrong. It looks navy blue.
It does. And we were talking earlier about how many blue kits there are this year in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Again, driven on the up this time, but that's straight to cover. Didn't quite time that one, Denley.
Good to have a right-hand, left-hand combination at the top of the order, isn't it?
It is. Last week here at Beckenham, obviously it was Ben Compton and Jaden Denley opening up. 2 left-handers, but this today the head coach Anna Hollyoak has decided to say we're going to change things up and put Ben Dawkins into open. So a nice right-hand, left-handed combo. And again, Balderson runs in, bowls off the back foot this time with a splice of the bat, sends it through the gap of second slip and point. But third man will do the work down there. But Denny's off the mark.
As the field moves around for the right-hander, Ben Dawkins. You may see on the stream that the camera is shaking slightly. That's because we've had to fix them to the top of the sight screens here at Beckenham. It's another windy day.
I always feel sorry for the fielders' left-hand, right-hand combination. There's a lot of moving. As a keeper myself, it wasn't that much moving, but for the others, more so. It's Balderson's in, and that one's defended away by Dawkins. But I can just see the very bright pink trainers of first slip for Lancashire. It's caught my eye as everyone was running across.
I think your colour blindness has struck again there. I would say they're orange.
Would you? Whatever colour they are very bright.
Might be because I've got my sunglasses on. Yeah.
As Balderson runs back in again. And that one hits Dawkins on the pads, but probably going down or too high.
I think
Slightly too high.
Don't show it, Ben. Yeah, he's worn that one a little bit as Dawkins.
On the higher side. But
and I think it's hit him in the unmentionables.
But that is the end of the over. So Kent are 17 without loss after 4. Dawkins sitting on 14 and Denley's just on the 1.
So if you haven't been here to Beckenham before, let's just talk you through the layout of the ground. As you look at the stream now, to the left is our quite big academy building where players from the west of the county come and train, academy pathway players. And then next to that is the pavilion where both teams are housed and where our scorer, Lorne Hart, presides over the scorer's room. As Bailey starts another over, comes in, bowls. It's good length, but Denny plays that nicely down to third. They'll get 1 for it. And then we're in our media gazebo that we've yet to christen a name by the groundsman's shed. And then as you go around, there are some flats overlooking the ground, and behind that is the Crystal Palace FC training ground. Then as you go around again, the main stand imposes all that side of the ground, and behind that is Crystal Palace's new academy building, which looks like an aircraft hangar.
Yeah, it's on the larger side, isn't it?
Yeah. Bailey comes in again then. Slightly fuller that time, but Dawkins is right behind it. And then around there we've got our concessions that are open today. We've got a burger van, we've got a pizza van, we've got a coffee stand, and most importantly on days like this, the ice cream van is doing a roaring trade already. And our University of Greenwich partners are here today giving out freebies as part of our partnership day with the University of Greenwich.
It's nice to see so many people still walking through the gates as well.
Yeah, healthy crowd already. Bailey comes in again. It's pulled away by Dawkins, but it picks out the fielder on the bounce.
Yeah, you kind of feel sort of a metre either side of him there. It's 4. He's the only person in the inner ring patrolling that area, and there's no one behind him on the boundary.
As Fred Atkins to my right would say, he's almost hit that too well. And he's picked out the only fielder in that vicinity, but nice crunch off the bat. Kent 18 without loss. Bailey charges in again. He's in, and that's defended by Dawkins.
I was thinking about it as well. Sort of, you said that Dawkins and Denley in the under-19 international squad played a few games here as well this year, so Beckenham to these two are probably quite a familiar place.
Yeah, both of them have played for England under-19s at some point here at Beckenham, whether that's this year or last year. And they're facing first-team bowlers here, especially Tom Bailey, who comes in again. Bowls, and that's driven by Dawkins, but it won't beat the fielder. Yeah, Bailey, an adversary to many Kent fans after a couple of years ago now it was in the county championship, put on a fabulous late wicket stand to help Lancashire to victory over Kent. He collects the ball again and will shortly reach his mark.
Just looking out at all these people that are hats on. I feel there's been lots of sun cream today as well. It looks very warm out there as we're in the shade of the media tent.
Yeah, we've got the benefit of the sun being behind us at the minute. I'm sure that changes as the day progresses. As Bailey starts a new delivery, comes in and bowls, and that's played off his legs, Dawkins, and then picks out the fielder again. There'll be no run. That's a good tight over from Bailey. Only the one off it.
Yeah, you feel that's the over that Lancashire wanted there. Obviously no wicket from it, but they've sort of reduced his Kent momentum slightly, as Dawkins has been quite keen to get off the mark there.
Yeah, and just to mention some more improvements we've made since last week as well. The scoreboard over by the main stand has been simplified, so it's much more easy to read from this side of the ground, although there's currently a cursor over some of the scores. So Dawkins on 14, Denley off 2, and I've read that off the scoreboard.
As Balderson again comes in, a big swipe of the ball there from Jaden Denley, doesn't connect, and that goes through to the keeper very comfortably. He feels at the back of Bailey's over just then, momentum sort of shifting here for Lancashire coming into this over. So it's how will the young Jaden Denley navigate this now.
It's also a Castor derby today, isn't it?
It is. Battle of the kits. As Balderson's in. Again, at an outside edge. Diving take.
I think it's been dropped.
Oh, I think you're right. It was given by the umpire.
The PA has started playing the Kent wicket song, but Denley's unmoved. The Lancashire field has started celebrating the stopped. I think that's been dropped.
I think it's been dropped. His first had a shy at the stump as Denley wasn't in his ground. So it's all going on here in the just going into the start of the fifth over. So Denley survives despite a good bit of bowling here from Balderson as he comes back in again to Denley. That one there just dropped into the offside, taking a quick single.
Good run in.
Yeah, good run in there. And if I was Jaden Denley, I'd be happy to be at the non-strikers end for the time being. Try and calm play.
So Molly, yesterday you talked through which meal deals the Kent women's team would go through. I think later on today, if time permits, we can try and guess some of the men's team as well.
Maybe. It's the riveting conversation I bring to commentary. So I do apologise.
I enjoyed it.
And if I do talk about it, you're more than welcome to mute me. As Balderson's back in this time to Dawkins. Punched off the back foot, straight to cover. So
Good looking.
No run. Good looking shot, you are right. But didn't find the gap that time. This has been a good sort of passage of play here for Lancashire off the back of Bailey's over and again halfway through Balderson's over. An opportunity created. Yeah, the drop was surprising because it looked like he had it. In again, bowls, and that has just been punched straight, beautifully timed, not overhit, and that will run away for 4.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
It's a brilliant shot by Dawkins.
Lovely high elbow.
Yeah, that was quite Crawley-esque, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It'd be interesting in the future if Ben Dawkins and Zach Crawley open the batting at any point. It could be
Box office.
Box office. 2 Kent tall opening batters. Anyways, Balderson's back in. Again, quick single up to mid-on. They make their ground in the end. Really good running by the youngsters. And that should be the end of the over. So, to what started to be a good Lancashire over, Kent have come back strong by the end of it. See the worm now on your screen. Slowly climbing there for Kent. But Lancashire are applying the pressure here at Beckenham.
Yeah, 24 without loss. It's a decent start from both sides, really.
I wouldn't say anyone's run away with it yet.
No.
See, Lancashire have managed to sort of keep the run rate to a calm level. But the more importantly for Kent right now is they haven't lost a wicket in the power play as of yet. So hopefully it's not going to be the commentator's curse for either side.
Yeah, this is a good test for the young openers as they continue to develop as cricketers.
Indeed. And hopefully, I assume the fans are enjoying watching these two bat.
Yeah, so Bailey will start a new over from the City end, and he comes in and bowls, and that's hit very high and very handsomely by Ben Dawkins, and that's 6 runs. It's a lovely pull away from Ben Dawkins, who barely acknowledges the shot he's just played and gets back into his routine of stepping away from the stumps and getting ready to take guard again. That was very Zach Crawley-esque, wasn't it?
Yeah, I imagine he's watched a lot of Zach, but that was a brilliant shot, just picked up a little bit too short there from Bailey. And again, he's not trying to overhit the ball at all.
No, not at all. So how does Bailey reply here? It's full again, and that's a lovely, lovely shot up, but it won't beat the fielder. It's almost like it's out of a cricketing textbook here.
I think the new wave, isn't it? Especially we hear through the players, is sort of bat without fear. Don't worry about getting out. Just try and score as many runs as possible.
Yeah, Mark Decker's a big proponent of that, isn't he? The second 11 coach.
Big advocate around that. So I imagine these two young cricketers have been around Mark Decker quite a lot and come with that nice positive ethos.
In comes Bailey again then. That's a slower ball and it's cut away, and that's very handsomely cut away by Dawkins. That'd be 4 more. Very positive start from the Kent and England under-19s opener Ben Dawkins. Yeah, Mark Decker, he coached you as well, didn't he, when you were in the women's squad that won the Women's County Championship in 2019?
Yeah, I think that year I was more around just sort of training and being there on match days, but it's a very, very lovely man and has a lot of advice and wisdom to pass on to any cricketer, and he'll always take the time to talk as well, which is a lovely part of Mark Decker's coaching ethos.
In comes Bailey again, and Dawkins flashes at that one, and it beats the field again, but it might get cut off in the deep here. It won't. There's 4 more. Ben Dawkins moves on to 33 from 31 deliveries. Kent are 38 without loss inside the 7th over.
He's taken charge here, isn't he, Ben Dawkins?
Yeah, it's good to see a player take the game by the scruff of its neck, and Dawkins is still only young, and he'll be relishing this opportunity to play against Lancashire.
It's always nice to get an opportunity, and especially when a day like today probably leans at the moment slightly towards batting conditions. He's enjoying himself.
In comes Bailey again then. Dawkins will just play that into the onside for no run, so the boundaries have stopped just for the second.
He looks quite calm, doesn't he? He doesn't look rushed at all.
Yeah, he actually scored his first professional run, a lovely cover drive that should have gone for 4, but the outfield had been underwater at Canterbury for so long that it didn't quite make the rope, but it was a lovely cover drive from Ben Dawkins to score his first pro runs as Bailey comes in again. And that's flashed into the offside. There'll be no run, fielded by Beckenham. That's the end of the over. Kent 38 without loss after 7. Run rate creeping just over 5.4.
I'm sure obviously here we do a junior journo. So the young junior journo today was speaking to Ben Dawkins before the game started. So I'm sure he'll be enjoying today, watching him go and get some runs for his team.
Yeah, so Seb is our junior journo today. We might hear from him later on the commentary. And I think he was as surprised as most other people are when they speak to Dawks for the first time that he doesn't have a Tunbridge Wells accent. He's born in Johannesburg and has moved over to England with his parents and came through the Kent age group, so very much a Kent produced player.
As Balderson's in, that's been driven up to mid-off by Denley. Not quite timed again.
Yeah, so we've got junior journos at every home game this year. It was Riley last week, Seb this week, and it's just to let you all know that junior journos are here to get the lowdown from a young perspective, because tickets are £1 for under 14s.
In again, flash hard. It will beat the inner ring, as Point can't cut that off, but the player at third man will work his way round the boundary and stop the fall.
Yeah, good positive start from both batters here. I think Denley has taken his life that he was given by the drop earlier on to try and aggressively get some more runs.
I think in cricket sometimes you have to take a little bit of luck that goes your way.
Absolutely.
We've all been there, we've been dropped before, or an LBW hasn't been given. But again, Balderson comes into Dawkins. Again, that's driven hard, straight down the ground. It will go for 4. He's nearly taken out Balderson on the way. And again, that is just timed perfectly.
Yes, a chef's kiss from Nick in the media tent here at that strike from Ben Dawkins. This is lovely to watch here at Beckenham. If you're in the area and you're watching the stream, why don't you head on down? Kids are still a quid all day.
Yeah, again, he hasn't tried to overhit that. He's just timed that perfectly. And again, Balderson's going to come back into Dawkins. Again, punch off the back foot beautifully. Point can't cut that off, and it will race away for 4. So here at Beckenham today, Ben Dawkins is on the charge, and he is very much taking the game by the scruff of the neck.
41 not out, inside 8 overs, Ben Dawkins.
I think it's important to remember here, obviously, he has faced 36 balls compared to Jaden Denley's 10, but the score is 47, so he's put in a shift, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Again, Balderson comes in. That is just defended back to him.
But Dawkins here is reacting the same way for a dot ball as a boundary here.
It's that calm composure.
Jaden at the other end with J.K. Denley on the back of his shirt to differentiate him from his uncle, Jaden Kennick Denley.
It's a very easy slip to say when you say Jaden, not to say Joe. For many years, it's been the Denley to say. But as Balderson comes back in again, that's an inside edge that will beat the short 45 and will race away for 4. He's inside edge that, sort of between him and the stumps. It's gone all the way. But that is the end of the over now. Kent's 50 do come up, so they're 51 for no loss after 8. Dawkins is on 40. Was it 5 that came up to?
45, yeah.
And Jaden Denley is on 4.
And Jaden has asked for a new bat. So I think it's Ben Compton there as 12th as today, brings him on a new bat.
As there'll be a change of bowling potentially here from the City end.
Yeah, I think they're going with spin now. Charlie Barnard's coming on from the City end.
I think it's again important to mention we were here yesterday with the Kent women versus Glamorgan. Different wicket than the men are on today, but spin was kind of the win yesterday from the women's game's perspective. So we'll see how this pitch plays. Different wicket, as I have said, so it may be completely different. But again, Lancashire are turning to their spin option early on in today's game.
Yeah, so this is the same track for the men's game as last week, and the women played on the same track as last week for the women's game yesterday. As Barnard starts a new over, and Denley's on the back foot for that, and it won't get him a run. It'll be tidied up by Balderson for no run. As Barnard starts another delivery with his left arm spin, and Denley's driving at that one, but it's stopped in the ring. It sort of pops up at the fielder who goal keeps it over himself, and it's mopped up by those backing up. Do get in touch with us today if you're listening in at Kent Cricket, or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk on the emails. Love to hear from you where you're listening in from. So Barnard starts a new delivery to Dawkins, who's chipped that uppishly, but it's gone over the fielder. It won't go for 4 this time. They will come back for 2. More aggression there from Ben Dawkins. He moves on to 47.
Yeah, it's that positive intent we've spoken about, isn't it?
Barnard's in again, and Dawkins is hit on the pads. And the umpire's unmoved. I think it was going down there.
There was a few questions or a lot of theatrics in the Lancashire team.
So what can Barnard do now against Ben Dawkins, who's on 47? Comes in, and Dawkins rocks onto the back foot and plays that for a quick single. They have to run well here, and Denley does, and they'll get through for a well-earned single there. Warm applause from around the ground after that one. Kent move on to 55 without loss, 1 to come in this over.
These are quick, aren't they, these two young batters?
Yeah, if only I was that young and I could run that quickly as Denley comes down the track at that, and he's hit that very, very handsomely towards the main stand. He'll get 4 more for it. He almost added a little spin on that one, like he was Roberto Carlos with a free kick.
It's like my good golf slice. That's why it moves so far.
As the cartoons plays at the County Ground Beckenham. Now, Molly, you won't remember this song at all, will you?
If it's pre-2001,
See if I can get it on our effects mic.
I feel.
Well, yesterday we had disapproval from the women themselves,
But it will be Balderson to continue potentially, or change of bowler. Change of bowler. Hands is going to be the change of bowler here from the Beckenham end or the Palace end, depending how you'd like to view it. But at the moment, obviously, Kent are very much on top here. So Lancashire are looking for their breakthrough. Change of bowlers now from both ends to see what the visitors can create. And again, Dawkins is just setting up as Hans going to start his run. Obviously, Dawkins is on 48. In bowls. A big shout for LBW. Umpire's not interested.
It's top of Dawkins' hip there, and he's a tall man.
He's a very tall man. Again, bit of movement there from Hans potentially.
Yeah, it was a good delivery.
Indeed. So what that does do is again a little bit of pressure here from the Lancashire bowlers. In comes Hans again. Off the hip this time, worked beautifully, and that might go all the way.
They'll come back for 2 though.
Been cut off by the fielder, and they're going to come back for 3.
And that is Ben Dawkins' first Lifts Day half century in the first team in just his second Lifts Day match. Let's just say he's very much surpassed his previous high score of 8. And he's looking very, very good here at Beckenham. Ben Dawkins, 51 not out from 43 deliveries with 9 4s and 1 6. And this is exactly what Kent fans are hoping for in the future from Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, he's put on a wonderful display this morning, and I'm sure he'll be happy with how he started. As Hans this time comes into Denley. Again, cut beautifully, timed very well, beats the inner ring, and that will go all the way for 4. So Denley's joining the party now.
Very, very bright start indeed from the Spitfires. Here at the County Ground Beckenham, you're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream. Proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Kent women wicket-keeper Molly Davis on our University of Greenwich Partnership Day. Thank you very much to the University of Greenwich for supporting the club yet again this year. This is the 3rd partnership day.
Again, that whistles past the outside edge of Jaden Denley, straight into the keeper's gloves. That's a good reply there from Hans.
Yet more people are streaming through the gates, and the main stand is looking busier and busier by the minute.
I mean, from a Lancashire perspective, obviously, at the moment, all Kent. However, I'm sure the Lancashire batters are looking at this wicket and thinking, right, they can't wait to have a bat on it.
Yeah, that sun will be on the deck all day as well.
Again, in. That's just pushed into the covers by Denley. But I think you're right. I think Lancashire will be looking at this, especially the batters. I mean, traditionally here at Beckenham, we like to say it's a bit of a road.
Yeah, we said that last week though, didn't we? It didn't quite work out that way.
I feel at 66 when I lost just after 10.
Yes.
I can say it this week without getting in trouble by anyone. And again, in, whipped off the legs this time, misfield at mid-wicket, which mean that will race away for 4. It's timed perfectly from Denley, off of his legs. And again, that's the end of the over. So Kent are 70 for no loss after 10. Dawkins is on 51 and Jaden Denley is on 17.
Yeah, the end of the first power play, and Jaden Denley's just nutmegged Michael Jones there in the field. I'm sure Jones will want to come back stronger from that one. In his lovely looking Lancashire floppy hat.
Are you a fan of the floppy hat?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I've seen Harry Finch sport that a few times in the 4-day stuff.
Yeah, shades of Alan Knott with his floppy hat.
Yeah, I am a fan. A day like today, where it is lovely and warm here in Beckenham, it's a good option, I think. It will be again spin from the city end, as Dawkins is going to face up here.
Yeah, Barnard starts a new over.
Couple of changes in the field. Long on goes back as Barnard comes in. Again, that is just pushed up to where deep mid-off is. So Dawkins will get the one. Again, a bit of game management here from Lancashire, dropping the middle and mid-off back, trying to get the Kent batters to hit nice and straight.
Fred Atkins, our ECB reporter, has just signalled to us that he's going on a partnership walk.
As again, he's in, bowls reverse this time, gets it very fine. Fielder makes chase, will cut it off, so it will just be a couple in the end as Denley's very quick across the ground. And that is 2 more to Kent's total. Again, obviously with the 2 middle and mid-off back out on the boundary, Denley's finding his options maybe behind square. Again, just rock back there, didn't quite get it, so there's a dot ball there for Lancashire. Again, lots of encouragement coming from the fielding unit here. As Denley reverses again. It's very, very fine. Fielder makes chase, but this one will go all the way. And it's 4 runs. Again, Kent just getting away here a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're playing the conditions very well.
And again, Barnard back in.
Barnard bowls to Denley, who plays that off his legs nicely. He'll get 1 for it. And what do you do here if you're Lancashire then, Molly?
I think obviously wickets are calling. That's obviously the key point here.
Barnard comes in again with his left arm spin and he beats the edge of Dawkins. That's nicely kept by Bell. It whips the bows off, but no appeal as Dawkins was very much still in his crease.
I think alongside that as well, you have to be thinking about a bit of game management, a bit of control of the run rate here. Obviously, Kent flying away, as you can see here with your graph on your screen. So again, wickets are key, but a bit of game management. Try and control the game a little bit more. Obviously, it will be hands to continue here from the Beckenham / Crystal Palace end.
So, playing devil's advocate here, Molly, would you say that because these 2 batters are so young, there's not much data on them for analysis?
Hands is in bowls, whipped away. Find the very large gap on the offside, but it'll be straight to the fielder. I think there's a bit of both. I think lots of data with these two young batters in a Kent shirt, for sure. But I think these days, playing a lot of cricket, especially for the England under-19 stuff, there'll be some data out there. But again, cricketers are growing rapidly and developing their own game quite a lot, so it's always hard to get exact stats and tactics on them.
Yeah, the first time I saw Ben Dawkins, he was nowhere near that tall.
Again, that one's his hands dropped on it and just plays at the point. The modern game now is changing rapidly with how the analysts get stats and evidence on players, and the women set up, the bowlers get given a bowling pack, and us batters get sent packs as well, what bowlers are looking to do. So there's a lot more that goes into it than just rocking up on a game day and hitting a ball, bowling a ball. Behind the scenes work is ever growing, let's just say that. Bowls again, punched off the back foot this time, will get a run as there's a slight misfield at point, and it'll be 2 runs in the end as the fielder on the boundary has to come in to do the work.
I think Jada was looking for 3 there. Scrambled across.
I think if that was me, I'd take the easy one. But these two are very, very sprightly and very quick across the ground.
Dawkins scratches out his mark.
Again, Hans just strolls back to his mark here as he starts his run in. Again, just punched again off the back foot from Dawkins. I think so far he's pacing it quite well, his innings. Obviously when you get off to a flyer like he has, it's quite easy sometimes to fall into the trap of keep going at that pace, and then before you know it you're spooning a few in the air, or you're nicking a couple through a vacant slip area. But as it stands, he seems to have paced his game quite well. I'm sure Denley will look to follow suit. His hands, he's in again. Short pulled this time, didn't quite get it.
Oof.
There could have been a run out opportunity there, direct hit. I think Dawkins was in trouble, but not to be. So that is another one to the total.
And I'm going to say it, Hans has his head in his hands then. It was that close.
I was waiting to see how long it would take for someone on comms today to make a pun. It only took 11.5 overs.
We've done well.
You've done
We'd have
very
done a
well.
few by now, actually.
But for the last ball of the over, Denley will be taking strike. Hans makes his way into the crease. Again, it's just dropped into the offside. A big shout from No. So that'll be the end of the over. So Kent at 82 for no loss after 12. Dawkins on 55. Set in the way. So the worm on there as well. And you can see it going up and up and up.
Yeah, good opening partnership here from Kent, and I've said it previously, this is the exact sort of thing that members and supporters will want to see, because this is very much one eye on the future of Kent's opening pair. And Dawkins and Denley are both under the age of 20, and they're only going to continue to improve, and matches like this will give them the match practice at first team level that they will be after. So good signs, and obviously Jaden Denley as well bowls his left arm spin, so he gives another option in the field as well. Barnard starts a new over, comes in from the city end and bowls, and Dawkins drives that one a little bit uppishly, but it takes one bounce before it goes to the fielder. And yeah, of course we've got Ekant Singh to come as well, right arm medium pace as well, as Barnard comes in again, and Dawkins comes down the track at him and drives that one nicely. He won't get four. Long barriers it, stop it going over the rope, they'll just get a single.
Yeah, obviously 3 younger Kent talents in the squad today. So yeah, I'll be looking to see him a bit later on. But yeah, you're right, obviously Denley offering the bowling option as well, and I think Singh was called upon here last week at Beckenham.
Barnard starts a new delivery, and that's an attempted reverse from Denley. And Bell thought he'd had Denley's number there, and there's ironic cheers from the crowd as the appeal's not given. I think Bell was the only one that appealed for that.
I think I'm going to stick with the keepers union there.
What can Barnard do now then? Comes in and bowls, and Denley plays that much more correctly back towards the bowler. Fielded in the ring, no run. It's our first cloud of the day over. It's very small indeed. Barnard comes in again, and Denley sweeps that one very nicely indeed. He's going to get 4 for that. The fielder gives up the chase. That's 4 more on the sweep for Jaden Denley. He moves on now to 29 off 26 deliveries.
Yeah, these two have, I said they're batting well, pacing their innings quite well. Obviously the one chance that's come up so far from Jaden Denley that was dropped by the keeper, but apart from that, these two seems to be going quite nicely.
Barnard comes in again and swept again by Denley. He won't get a boundary for that one. And they'll just get a single. And that is the end of the over. So, Molly, I'm going to make way for time being, and hopefully Mr. Fred Atkins, our ECB reporter, is living the dream again today, and he'll be joining you on commentary. So, goodbye to you all for the now, and I will see you again soon, Molly. Enjoy your company with Fred.
Thank you very much. So it will be hands to continue here. Quick break as both batters just get some fluids and maybe a bit of a refresh. I've been out there now for 13 overs, it's quite warm, so just resetting themselves. Gives Lancashire a little bit of time to regroup here, to work out about their plans moving forward. And I'm glad to be joined by Fred himself. Hi Fred, how are you?
I'm living the dream. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Enjoying the sun here at Beckenham today?
Not a big sun fan, to be honest, but it's a lot more forgiving today than it was last week when it was really about 4 or 5 degrees warmer, and actually quite scorching in the heat.
As Hans is in this time, as Denny drops that into the offside and a quick single as they scamper through. So you've been obviously watching the first 13 overs of the game. How have you thought the two Kent young talents have been going?
Very well. I'm almost optimistic watching this. Obviously Denley got that life when he was on 2, which is a very sort of strange bit of cricket all round there, because he seemed to sort of assume that he was out, and then he nearly got run out, didn't he?
He did, but he's still there as Hans again is in. Shorter pulled by Dawkins in the air, but will fall safe as the fielder comes in from deep square leg.
But as you say, Dawkins has been terrific so far. He's been box office. He's exactly the sort of performance that, say, the overwhelming majority of the crowd here will have been looking for when they came here today. And there are a few Lancashire fans around, they're probably enjoying him as well, in fairness.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. Good cricket. As again in this time down the leg side, so it will be wide. I think today he's I think all Kent fans that have seen him and staff etc. have known his capabilities. So it's been quite nice to have him sort of show them today for everyone to see.
Yeah, because you never know how it's going to work out when you do make the step up to List A cricket. It's a different level. You're not playing academy cricket anymore. You're playing against better bowlers. So I'm sure he'll be delighted with how it's gone.
Again, Hans is in, worked off the legs of Denley, but straight to mid-wicket, where he's sporting the floppy hats that me and Liam were saying we've enjoyed. Are you a fan of floppy, or are you more of a cap person?
I always used to wear the wide brim sun hat on the rare occasions when I played. Just get that bit more protection from the sun. But whether it's any more stylish or not, I wouldn't like to comment.
And again, as Hans starts his run in. Again, down the leg side this time. They'll get a single as there's a fumble by the keeper. Just waiting for the umpire's signal. Did it hit a bit of power?
Well, usually when you see the umpire go that far out of the ground, it's to signal something. It must have hit it, because he's not signalled a leg by or anything. He's not signalled a wide. So I would assume he must have hit it very finely.
I think the over before, Denley had got some very fine as well that I was waiting for a signal for, but obviously came off the bat in the end. And again, he's in shorter, and that is swatted out to deep cover, where it will just be the one for that shot. But that was a very impressive shot, as he's just almost like a tennis forehand.
Yeah, he knew where it was going, that one. He was in control of it. It sort of looked a little bit uppish, but it's just a shame that it's rather picked out the fielder on the boundary there. But yeah, just the one coming from that one.
Again, as Hans starts his run into Denley. Again, worked off the hip this time. It will just be the single. Again, a bit of management here from the Kent opening batters. And that will be the end of the over.
Yeah, so the score will move on to 94 for no wicket at the end of this particular over, which is just trying to see the scoreboard from it's 14 overs gone we've had here now, and really Lancashire, having put Kent in, will have been hoping for a far better start than this. It's a very interesting game they played at Hove on Friday night. Really, they looked out of it. They looked dead and buried for much of the chase. Sussex were coasting home, and then a cluster of wickets fell from about 2 down, and it really was surprised that they didn't get over the line. So we've got a change of bowling here. I think it's Arav Shetty that's going to be coming on from the City end, and Shetty was playing during that game at Hove on Friday night, and really Lancashire I thought had basically got it in the bag. They got Sussex about 8 down. The wickets were just falling. It was one of those things where the collapse, the momentum seemed so much with Lancashire. As Shetty comes in to bowl here from the City end, as a reverse sweep attempted by Jaden Denley. There's an appeal for something, either a caught behind or possibly an LBW from the Lancashire players. A bit of a stifled appeal, would you say?
Yes, the keeper was interested, but I think apart from the keeper and bowler, I'm not sure who else was keen, but not out.
As Shetty comes in again. And this time, Denley just sort of drives it, and it goes just past the fielder at a roundabout cover. I think it was Michael Jones was the player there. There'll be a single, and it didn't miss Jones by much, that one, did it? Maybe about a yard away.
Yeah, there wasn't much in that one.
As Shetty gets back to his mark, there's just a bit of a shuffle in the field here. Jones looks like he's swapping places. As Denley is on strike now. Denley tries that reverse sweep again, and he'll get at least a single for this, and probably more as it goes to the boundary for 4 runs. So, see, it didn't look like he was entirely in control of that one, but that one has got him 4.
It's quick here on the outfield. It seems to race away, and that is the 100 up for Kent.
Yeah, 100 up for Kent. I'll be delighted with the way that this has gone, as Shetty is just getting some instructions from from Marcus Harris, the captain for Lancashire today. And the feature last week we were here, we were talking afterwards to Emilio Gay. He was saying that Durham felt that the only time that they were going to get any help as a bowling unit would have been right at the start. And as it happened, he was pretty much bang on. As this week, even though it's not actually any better weather, in fact it's significantly cooler, it hasn't happened that way, as Shetty comes in from the City end, and Denley will just drive that one out towards cover, and that will be fielded. That won't get him anything, so a dot ball there.
Yeah, we've seen the 2 Kent batters on the drive. That's probably where they've looked more vulnerable to the spinners.
Shetty comes in again, right arm over. This time Denley tries to sweep, and it'll be 4 runs, will it? There's a chase going on the boundary there. It's just about fielded, so it looks like they'll come back for 2. It was the Lancashire number 5, Charlie Barnard, cutting him off there. So we've just been talking up how lightning fast the outfield is. It just held up. It's very slightly up the slope here as Shetty comes in again. And this time Denley cuts, and that'll be fielded, and there'll be no run.
And that is the end of the over. So after that, Kent are 102 without loss after 15. Obviously, Kent's opening stand is 102, which is promising things from a Kent perspective here. And I'm sure, obviously, Kent fans will be enjoying what they're seeing. But not many opportunities are given away here, so I don't think Lancashire can be that critical with themselves. Obviously, hot day, as you were saying.
The only chance that we could definitely say has gone down was the one that was dropped by the keeper when Denley was on 2. So George Bell basically dived, and it seemed to come out of his gloves when he landed.
But it will be hands to continue here to Dawkins, and again that's just been pushed into the offside, and they'll just take the single in the end. That was just genuinely pushed rather than hit.
It is, yeah. There's a nice pace to this innings. It's one of those things people forget with Lister. You've got a long time to bat out there.
Yeah, 50 overs. We always say that we're not sure how much these days these players play 50 over cricket. If it's not 4-day cricket, it's generally T20. So it's a in the middle kind of ground, isn't it? And again, in bowls. Worked off the legs there, but mid-wicket will do the work.
Yeah, it's a fairly regular talking point, certainly after the last World Cup. England's 50-over performances were suboptimal, to put it mildly. It's been pointed out by a lot of people that if you're not having your best players playing 50-over cricket, it's going to be very difficult for them to improve and maintain that level.
Again, in bowls, hit hard into the covers, and it will be cut off in the end. So it will just be the single. He's patrolled that boundary quite well over the last couple of overs. He's raced round, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's been quite busy. It's Barnard out there. It's an area where you'd like to station one of your more active fielders. He has been called into action 2 or 3 times in the last couple of overs.
Again, shorter, but worked off the hip of Dawkins. It'll just be the one as fine leg will happily collect that.
Yeah, and Dawkins, obviously the senior partner in his innings so far, but Denley going along quite nicely as well. He's on 42 at the moment from 59. So he's cashed in after getting that life. Added 40 runs so far.
Again, Hans starts his run into Denley. Again, a bit back of a length. That's trying to be cut into the offside, but he sort of hit it into the ground.
I'm trying to work out if the crowd is bigger this week than last week, and I suspect that it's possibly around about the same. There are more people in the fixed seating on the northern side of the ground, the city end.
I think I've been told that the crowd is bigger than last week. So, good signs. Again, worked off the hip of Denley, and it'll be the single as deep square leg does the work.
But it's certainly a more encouraging performance in pretty much every way this week than last. It was a pretty disappointing defeat that Kent suffered against Durham. So
Yeah.
the bar isn't exactly high, but it's certainly the most encouraging start to a performance. Like, in fairness, the game at Sussex Arundel, Kent were probably favourites for that for a fair chunk of the innings, certainly of the second innings, and Sussex turned it round at the end as they did again on Friday night. So 2 sides who've not had the best of it. We're going to get Shetty to continue from the city end, just setting his field, making sure that everything is as he would like it. There's just a bit of a delay here. So, yeah, just to go back to the crowd size, I think one of the reasons there are more people in that kind of bank of seats is because it's actually probably 5 degrees cooler this week, so it's a lot pleasanter sitting in the sunshine. There were a lot of people on the western side of the ground who were sheltering under the trees that are over there. Shetty is just manoeuvring. Somebody wants a third man in. Comes into bowl to Denley, who cuts him square. That'll go out. It'll be about single, I would think. Not going to risk 2 there, just ambling through. And so the score moves on to 107 for no wicket here at Beckenham. It's the last of Kent's 2 list A games here, but as Liam Knight was mentioning earlier, still some England internationals taking place. Youth internationals. There's a couple of games with Bangladesh in September. And it's still being used by Surrey's women for a couple of games as well. As Shetty will come in to bowl to Dawkins. This one is sort of squirts through. Bit of a false shot there. It's certainly not where he wanted it to go. He'll get a single for it, Dawkins, and he will move on to 61. So the score goes on to 108 for no wicket.
Sometimes a little bit of luck like that sort of goes your way, doesn't it? As a batter, that's what you need.
Absolutely, yeah. You'll take it all day long. As Shetty comes in to bowl from the city end. Denley has a big heave at this, and I think that's going to be out of the reach of the fielder, and it's just a question. In fact, it was so vertical, they're only going to get 2 for that. Denley might be a little bit disappointed with the way that that's fanned out. It just sort of went high in the sky, didn't it?
It's probably not a bad option. Originally, you had mid-on and mid-off out to Denley, but they've brought them up, so it's a safer shot.
Shetty comes in, bowls again this time. Denley plays it one out towards the offside. He's going to get the single for that one. And the score moves on to 110. Denley 46. So 1 boundary away from his half century. So Shetty ready to bowl again. Comes in, this time Dawkins to face, and Dawkins drives that back past him. They'll take a single here. Shetty couldn't quite reel that in as it went past him, but it didn't have the power to get to the boundary.
It's also evident to see as well how differently these two bat in the sense of the fields that have been set for them.
Absolutely, yeah, here comes Shetty. And Denley just prods that one back up the wicket to the bowler, and there'll be a dot ball to end the over. So at the end of this particular over, it is 112 for no wicket. Dawkins on 62 and Denley on 47. And a fair amount of talk. I'm one of the people that I'm a huge fan of Ben Compton. I personally would have started with him today. If you are looking to develop the youth players, I understand why he was left out. And the best possible answer that you give is the score that we've got at the moment, isn't it? The partnership that we have here.
Yeah, indeed. I think these two, again, that youth and batting without fear. They've played their shots, and today it's come off. Obviously, Ben Compton, the cap player now here at Kent, extension signed as well. So it's great to have him here. Again, it's that experience, isn't it? I think they've gone with two youthful players today to see how that's worked out. And as it stands, it's worked out pretty well for Kent. But again, take nothing away from Ben Compton. He has a place here, and I'm sure when he is out there again, he'll always look to contribute as much as he can for his team.
Yeah, there's going to be a bowling change here. Charlie Barnard is coming back on for Lancashire from the Beckenham end.
Yeah. Again, change of ends here for Barnard. As Dawkins will be taking strike.
Yeah, he's just adjusting his field, isn't he? He's just...
yeah, Dawkins will have mid-on and mid-off out as he's in, and that is hit straight down the ground to mid-off. Again, you won't be able to see on your camera here, but we've seen Denley with all the flair, the sweeps, the reverse sweep, so usually square the wicket, the fielders will be out, but obviously Ben Dawkins playing a bit straighter means that the protection goes out down the ground. And as I say that, they bring up mid-off for Jaden Denley. And again, the sweep is tried, but it's missed everything there, so there'll be no run. But like I said, the square of the wicket shots for Jaden Denley seem to be more preferred, as there's deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a deep long on.
Well, he's certainly not been afraid to play his shots.
In again, and that's just been pushed back to the bowler. Good bit of fielding there from Barnard. Means there's no run.
And that is something that I think you have got to take from the current sort of setup. You can't be afraid to play your shots. You've got to have a little bit of freedom to score when you can.
In again. Again, down the ground, and it should be a one bounce, and it is collected there by the long on fielder. I think it's Bohannon doing the work.
Yeah, we're just in a sort of slightly awkward position. We can't quite see a chunk of the field from this part of the box.
Dawkins on strike, straight down the ground this time, and he'll get the one as Hands does the work down here at long on. As we've said, Dawkins a favourable of hitting it straight down the ground.
Yeah, and, obviously he's not been afraid to play his shots either.
No.
Both of them have shown their intent so far.
As again, Denley on 48 here. Again, that's just been punched off the bat foot straight back to the bowler. And that is the end of the over. So Kent are 115 without any loss after 18. Dawkins on 64 and Denley on 48. And that worm graphic you can see is growing for Kent here, and Lancashire in need of a wicket.
They are, yeah, it's the sort of platform that will allow Kent to go big. Players down the order could come in. It's like people like Chris Benjamin, Joey Everson, Harry Finch we've seen. I think reinventing himself as a much more aggressive one-day batter this year.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly in the Blast games, he was a revelation, as Shetty is going to continue from the City end. So Shetty in to Dawkins, and Dawkins just drives that one back to the bowler, and there'll be a dot ball. And I saw Cricinfo describe Lancashire's score of something like in the region of 294 as poultry the other day. So I'll return to that theme in a second as Shetty comes back in. Dawkins step down the wicket and again just sort of prods it out towards cover, and there's no run there. So yeah, I thought that's either somebody being deliberately provocative or it's somebody that just doesn't understand cricket. 290 odd will still give you a chance in most list day games. Shetty comes back in, bowls to Dawkins, and Dawkins again watchful. You do get the feeling in the last sort of couple of overs or so that Kent, mindful that they've got these runs on the board, it's probably not necessary to take too many risks here. As Shetty comes in, right arm over, and it's cut this time by Dawkins. I'll get a single for this. I'm just thinking back to last week as well, because Kent lost those early wickets, they didn't have the luxury of being watchful. It was something that Jack Leaning was talking about afterwards. He was saying that Harry Finch and Ben Compton basically had to batten down the hatches for a long time as Shetty comes back in to Denley. Denley just prods that one back to the bowler.
Yeah, I was about to say last week it was a different feel to the game, wasn't it? It was more of a dig deep and sort of survival, where today we've seen the Kent players be able to play their shots.
Yeah, so Shetty goes back to his mark. Runs in, bowls to Denley, and Denley, this time it's going to squirt it through the covers. He'll get a single for that. They think about a second and decide that it's not really on. And so the score moves on to 117 for no wicket at the end of that. Yeah, just one of the things that Leaning was saying as well, was, they were in a position there where it was a kind of catch-22 situation. They had to play a few shots, and the risk of that is that when you do that, you're always going to get somebody saying, oh, why have you played that shot?
Yeah.
And he was saying that you're in a position where you've basically got to try and risk it to get the total up to 270. And if you get out for 160, 170, then so be it in that situation. What happened was they kind of fell between the two stools, didn't they? It was a 230 odd, I think, in the end. 238, I believe, that Kent got against Durham last week. And, of course, it didn't prove enough in the end.
Yeah, there was sort of a few short to say. But again, today I think there's probably been conversations in the week about a few things, how to approach the game, etc. And obviously today it's working in Kent's favour. As again, Barnard is going to continue here from the Beckenham end. Denley on 49. Again, bump ball. Hit straight back to the bowler. Yeah. Nervous 49s, do you think?
I was going to say, I'll ask you about this once he's bowled this delivery.
And he's in. And that is hit out to long on, which will bring up Jaden Denley's half century, which he's batted very well for. He's paced his innings well. 50 for Jaden Denley. Big contribution for his team.
Yeah, and credit to him for cashing in after he had that early drop. He thought he was out. When that happens, you've got to make it count, and he has done here.
Orders back. Obviously not a wicket yet, but you fall into the trap potentially of just making it a little bit too comfortable for Dawkins.
He can. I mean, with a partnership like this at the start, that is a definite risk.
Again, in, has hit hard up to mid-off. But again, hands do the work.
Dawkins is now in a situation where he doesn't have to blaze away. He can accumulate a century, can't get to 350. I think they'd be quite happy. So that one was a shout for LBW, fairly half-hearted. It was low enough, but I don't think there was any real conviction in that appeal.
I think the theatrics are starting, aren't they? As again, Barnard back in, swept this time, missed, so straight through to the keeper. And that's the end of the over. So Kent are 118 without loss. Dawkins sits on 65. Denley's made his 50. And again, a very good opening stand by the two Kent batters.
Yeah, it's a nice situation for Dawkins to be in. He's on 65. He's already justified his selection for this game, and he's now in a position where he can ease his way to a century. Kent have only faced 20 overs so far, 119 for naught. Denley's on 50. So the pressure to an extent is off these two. Yeah, what I was going to ask is that, you experience the same level of tension when you're approaching 50 as when you're approaching 100.
I think so. It's always them nervous kind of days.
Shetty into bowl, and that one is whacked down the ground by Dawkins. I think that might go all the way. It nearly goes all the way into the green seat. So 6 runs from Dawkins. He has absolutely creamed Shetty there, around about the cow corner area. So Dawkins moves on to 72. Shetty comes in again from the city end. And this time Dawkins again tries to hit him down the ground. There is a fielder on the rope. He's not going to get him, and he's palmed him over the boundary rope. There's a mid-wicket fielder out there. Thought for a second it was going to carry to him. And as it is, all he could do was just sort of tip it over the boundary rope for 6. I think it was going anyway, to be fair.
It was a tough chance out there, wasn't it?
Yeah. So successive 6s from Dawkins as Shetty comes in again, and this time it's more watchful. Decent comeback, that one from Shetty. Sort of hits a mixture of bat and pad, and it's a dot ball.
Is that Harry Singh out there on the boundary?
He's so far
He's so
away
far
without
away.
binoculars, I can't tell. Shetty comes in again, and this time Dawkins just plays that one out towards sort of mid-on area.
Yeah, again, it's been a good over, good start the over for Kent.
Shetty comes in to bowl again, and that one will be cut. They'll get a single, possibly 2 out there as the fielder Barnard races around the boundary. They comfortably take 2 runs.
He's patrolled that boundary very well and very quick. Across just in front of the indoor centre. And again.
Shetty comes in, and that one will be prodded. It'll just be a dot ball there. It's a defensive shot, but it's a decent over, this one from Dawkins. He's moved on to 80, so 133 for no wicket.
So see, again, the partnership, you can see 133 between here, the 2 opening batters for Kent. See 80 for Dawkins, 50 for Denley. I think them sort of the nervous 90s and nervous 40s will be there.
Yeah, we've had a message into our commentary stream, so thank you for that. John Atherton, who says he's a Lancastrian, formerly resident in Tunbridge Wells and now on the south coast. And the Lancashire debut today, Joe Moores, is the nephew of Peter Moores, who is the Lancashire coach. So,
And again, that is struck hard down the ground. It will be wide of hands at mid-off, and it will go for 4.
so John now resides in Eastbourne, said he was hoping to come to this game, but is unfortunately struggling with a heavy cold. So John Atherton, thank you very much for writing in. And I'm not sure that you'll have appreciated the start that your side have made here, but thanks very much for getting in touch with us here on the stream at Kent Cricket.
Again, up in the air this time. We'll find the gap. Couple of bounces, and that will go for 4. Denley's on the charge.
Yeah, Denley now cutting loose. There's a very confident shot there. And Denley is quietly accumulating 57, or maybe not even quietly accumulating 141 for no wicket here. And this is a really good platform for Kent to push on from here. And we're now talking about what would be a good score on this wicket.
Indeed, this will be the questions that are going to be asked. Again, swept this time hard, but the Lancashire fielder out there will do the work. So it will just be the single in the end.
And I'm just going to float something out here as well. The Lancashire obviously missing a lot of their players due to a certain rival competition that's taking place here, whereas Kent are only missing, I believe it's only 3.
Yes, it is only the 3. Barnard are going to continue, and that is just play off the legs of Dawkins. It will be the single in the end. Yes, I believe it is Tawanda Mayeye, Sam Billings and Zach Crawley that Kent are missing for this competition here.
And Surrey are missing a lot of players. And
Indeed. Again, that is just placed into the offside. Quick single's going to be taken. Now make their ground. Could be overthrows here. Not to be.
And I was asked if I felt any sympathy for test venue sides when they do suffer withdrawals, and the answer is no, not really. when you suffer the talent drain that the non-test sides suffer.
Barnard back in. Again off the back foot, Dawkins just plays this up to long on where hands does the work. A sentence that I have said quite a lot so far during the first stage of this game, and that's the end of the over. You'll see the run rate here on your screen just rising.
Yeah, it's 144 for no wicket after 22. And Kent really will be absolutely delighted with the way that they've gone about this so far. Just looking to see if Shetty's going to continue. I think there's going to be a bowling change at the City end here.
Yes, it looks like there's going to be. Is it? Again, we are the other end, everyone, so our eyesight, or mine especially, is not that good. Is it?
Yeah, it's Tom Bailey that's going to be coming on for Lancashire. Tall, rangy figure coming in from the City end. And Lancashire obviously feeling that they've got to do something to try and stem. But they've got to get a wicket, haven't they, really, to try and make inroads. Because if these two hang around, then they could be chasing a score of 350 to 400 plus. There's plenty of batting to come in this Kent lineup.
Indeed.
Bailey comes in, right arm over to Dawkins, and it's a bit of a, well, it's wide. It's down the leg side. Bailey just suffering of his line slightly there as he bowls his first delivery. Dawkins just happy to let that one go through the keeper, so signal wide. The score moves on to 146 for no wicket. Bailey going back to his mark. And not entirely happy with where he starts his run up from, so he comes in again, bowling to Dawkins, and Dawkins will try and sort of, I think he tried to cut that one, and as it is, it just sort of bounces up towards the cover area where it is fielded by Michael Jones, so no run. Dawkins currently on 82. Bailey goes back to his mark. Bailey now running in from the City end to Dawkins. Dawkins again watchful, just prods that one back to the bowler. Thinks about fielding it himself.
I'm sure at the back of Dawkins' mind now the three figures are approaching.
Yeah, he's currently on 82. I know that Denley on 60 certainly would be favourite to get there first, if indeed we don't want to jinx it by speaking it into existence. I was having a conversation about this earlier. So Bailey comes in again, and Dawkins this time takes a step forward and doesn't really read that one properly, so that'll be a dot ball. Just sort of hits him maybe somewhere up the thigh, and it goes back to Bailey.
I'll never forget, I was out LBW on 99, and it may have been the worst shot I've ever played in my career, or lack of shot. Out LBW, spinner comes on, collected snow as it's gone so far up in the air, comes down, miss it completely, back leg by Molly.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen to either of these two as Bailey comes in again. This time Dawkins will just, well, he doesn't quite steer that where he wanted to, so it'll be fielded by Michael Jones, and there'll be no run. Score remains 146 for no wicket. Just thinking about that poor Leicestershire player, I forget who it was. He was a number 10. He was very, very unlucky in the championship game against Kentwood, out for 99.
Yes, it was Scriven, wasn't it?
Scriven, that's right, it was. As, Bailey comes in from the City end, and well, he'll let that go again, so that's the second wide of the over here from what would be an otherwise tidy over from Bailey. Yeah, it's Scriven. I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. He was so unlucky. He was on 94. He hit the 4 that landed just a fraction from the boundary rope. Then when he was on 98, he ran 2. Everybody cheered, and it was signalled as leg byes. So Bailey comes in again, and that's prodded back past the bowler. It'll just be a single, and they just amble through.
Yeah.
And then poor guy, he got out LBW, didn't it? Joey Everson got him.
I commentated that game, and I was with the BBC Leicestershire reporter at the time, And I don't think he could quite believe it when he didn't quite make his 3 figures. He was very disappointed, and that game actually a lot of Leicestershire batters batted very well.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I've never seen a batter quite as unlucky as that on 99, I don't think. As Bailey runs back in. It's time to Denley, and Denley will cut him on the offside. The square cut. It's a nice shot from Denley, but it's only going to get him a single. And so the score moves on to 149 for no wicket. Dawkins is on 83 and Denley is on 61. There's a bit of Justin Timberlake plays in the background.
We'll run through some scores again around the country that's happening. Not just our game happening today here at Beckenham. Other counties are playing. Leicestershire are playing Essex. Essex are batting and they're 97 for 1. Middlesex are playing Yorkshire. Middlesex are 52 for 5 there. Down at Radlett. It's going to be a tough game, isn't it?
Well, I think Kent are due to play at Radlett. Is it later this week? But, so see, the wicket isn't ideal today.
As Barnard comes back in, swept there by Denley. And they look to get a couple there as the fielder does the work, and they're quick, so they'll get the 2 in the end. Good running from these 2 again. And that'll be the 150 here for Kent.
Very warm round of applause as that's announced.
Yeah, it's welcomed, isn't it? I'll continue with the other scores in a second. As Barnard again is in to Denley. Again punched off the back foot. Straight to cover, where Jones does the work. Again, some supporting words coming from the fielding unit here. Uses his feet this time, but just defends it to a short mid-wicket. Again, he's racing through his over here. Back in, just turn to the leg side, no run. And you think sometimes it's a tactic, isn't it? Getting through your over quickly, a bit dartier.
I said they are noticeably quick overs that the Lancashire spinners are bowling here.
Again, swept. And it'll be the 1 out to deep square leg.
Yeah, Jonathan Hackey were watching, he'd be approving of the speed with which Lancashire are absolutely rattling through these overs. Certainly the way that the spinners are. Shetty was bowling from the city end.
Again, just punch off the back foot from Dawkins, and they might get 2 as they're pretty quick, and they do in the end. Good bit of running.
Yeah, comfortable in the end. That one, there's never really any jeopardy in taking that second.
Indeed. And just to carry on with the scores, Northamptonshire batting against Sussex. They're 105 for 2. Somerset are playing Warwickshire. Somerset are 94 for 2. Worcestershire are playing Gloucestershire, and Worcestershire are batting, and they're 74 for 3. And Glamorgan are playing Nottinghamshire, and they're 114 for 2. So there's your scores are going on around the country today. I'll be leaving you at the start of this over for Liam Knight to come and join Fred Atkins. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Likewise, so here's Bailey coming in from the city end. And that one is driven by Denley. There's a bit of a misfield there at cover. It's going to get Kent a single. They never really looked like they were going to get a second out of that. I think it was the Lancashire number 16, Harry Singh, who was just sort of shaking his hand. So feeling it might have taken a bit of a blow as he tried to field that one. It's no serious damage as far as Lancashire are concerned. He's restricted it to a single as Bailey comes in again from the city end, this time to Dawkins, and Dawkins has hit that one up in the air, and I think he's going to be out here, and he is out. He's caught. Dawkins was already walking before the catch was taken. He sort of chipped it up in the air, caught it mid-off, and Liam Knight, it's been a great innings, but I'm sure he's going to be very disappointed with the way that he's got out there.
Yeah, he will be disappointed, Ben Dawkins. Shining innings for him. I will say as well, it's now a highest first wicket partnership for Kent in list day cricket against Lancashire. The 155 that this pair put on have very much surpassed the 119 that Brian Luckhurst and Graham Johnson put on against this opponent at Moat Park in 1975. Fred, were you there?
1975. No, I would have been 2. But thank you for mentioning the Moat, as was where I watched my first Kent match, and I belong to the contingent that would love to see us return there one day. So the new batter comes in, and it looks like it's going to be Joey Everson, who is coming out for Kent here.
Yeah, Everson has moved up the order in List A cricket last few years now. He got 100 opening the batting back in 2022 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. So he'll be back up the order again today.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a delay here while the Lancashire fielders and Jayden Denley take on some fluid. So I was at a match yesterday where there were so many hydration breaks during the it wasn't even that warm. It was Maidstone versus Torquay. It was a 1-1 draw, and the players were taking on fluids literally every 5 minutes, it seemed, as there were so many injuries. So this is actually an official drinks break now. We're in the 24. Sorry, how many overs have we got here? It's 24.
We're
just looking at the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're in the 25th.
So yeah, so for this reason, because a wicket's fallen, they decide to take the drinks interval, don't they? This point, rather than waiting for the end of the over, a kind of natural break in play, if you like.
So we've had another email in to livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Thanks to John for getting in touch. And John has sent us a very long list of all the players from Lancashire that are missing due to the other tournament taking place this month. They've got Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, Matty Hurst, Josh Butler, Liam Livingston, Phil Salt, Rocky Flintoff, Tom Hartley, Tom Aspinwall, James Anderson, of course, Mitch Stanley, Luke Wood, Sakib Mahmood, Chris Green, and Jack Blatherwick is also injured for Lancashire. So this is very much strength in depth for Lancashire at the moment, I think.
Yeah, could call it their Carabao Cup lineup. So Bailey gets ready, having taken that wicket to his first delivery to Joey Everson, who's just taking a moment to around the field. There's a bit of a fielding change here. Looks like a slip is being brought in, so Singh has come to first slip to just keep the new batter on his toes. And Bailey's still not entirely happy with his field, but he is going to. He's running now, so he runs in to Everson, and Everson just lets that one go outside of his off stump. Happy to have a bit of a sighter there.
I think Lancashire will be very pleased to have got a wicket when they did, with 2 set batters, both eyeing up 3 figures, and just before the start of the mid-innings period.
And you do see strange things in List A cricket. You can make a massive opening partnership and then lose wickets consistently, as Bailey comes in again, and Everson plays a very classically correct forward defensive. So that was just a little bit of a flourish at the end of it, and there's no run.
Yes, so Lancashire are missing quite a few players this month, and Kent missing just the 3, but it is worth saying that Kent are playing some of the younger players in this tournament to help them develop and kick on a little bit more.
Well, there's a free hit here. It was a very kind of not a very confident umpire gesture there. He did kind of move his hand in a kind of regal wave kind of way. So this is going to be a free hit for Everson as Bailey comes in, and Everson makes the most of his free hit to absolutely smack that one high in the air. I think they're only going to get 2 for this. They might come back for a third, and they are going to come back for a third. So Joey Everson gets off the mark with the benefit of that free hit. I didn't actually see what it was given for. I'm assuming it was a front foot no ball, because it certainly wasn't high. And so the score moves on to 160 for 1. Bailey having a little bit of a problem with the extras. He bowled a couple of wides in his first over, and it's just been bowling a no ball there. So he's changing. Is he coming around the wicket now? I think he is, to Denley. Denley just blocks that one. Back up to the bowler, a dot ball. Denley just being watchful here. You mentioned he was dropped on 2. It was a very strange moment. Everybody thought that he was out, including the batter himself. and he was so far out of his ground that he nearly got himself run out after a shy at the slips. So Bailey comes back in now from the city end, bowling to Denley, and this one is, oh, that one, better ball, that one from Bailey. I don't think that missed the outside edge by too much. But, there's no run, so at the end of the over it's 160 for 1, and Liam will take over comms from the Beckenham end.
I would love to, yeah, the Beckenham end, where we've seen spin do so well for the women's and men's games over the past 2 match days. Looks like Charlie.
It'd be interesting if someone's got a clock that could possibly time Charlie Barnard's over, because the last over he seemed to rattle through in a matter of seconds. The last time I saw an over bowled that quickly was when Kent were trying to get under the run rate at Warwickshire, I believe, a couple of years ago.
Barnard starts then from the Beckenham end, comes in and bowls. It's darted in to Everson, who defends that slight misfield, but he won't get a run for it. Yeah, the cut-off time is 2:35 p.m, so I think they'll be very much inside that range. As Barnard comes in again past the umpire, he bowls a lot of darting delivery into Everson, who defends this into the onside. Barnard is congratulated by his teammates for a good delivery there. And it's worth saying at this point, if Kent carry on at 6 and over, they're going to get over 300 here. So a good start from Kent as Barnard starts in again. That's played nicely by Everson. He gets 1 there from that delivery.
That score moves on to 162 for 1. Or is it 161? Sorry.
161.
Yeah. I'm just jumping the gun there. They're so efficient here, the scorers.
Yeah, Lawn is on the ball as Barnard comes in again. And he's come down at him there and he's taking it on, but there is a boundary rider out here. That's Luke Cairns in the deep. They'll only get 1.
Yeah, Kent scorer Lorne Hart has got an anecdote for every occasion. 162 runs on the board, and he's probably got at least 162 anecdotes, I would say.
Charlie Barnard starts another delivery, and that's played very correctly by Everson into the offside, but he won't get a run for it. Yeah, Lorne, the king of Belize, of course. From his time in his RAF, he was stationed all around the globe. Barnard again then comes in. That's driven into the offside, but there won't be a run there. That's well fielded in the end.
And he's got through that over. We'll try and get a clock on it for the next the next over that
Absolutely.
Barnard bowls. I reckon he's probably taken a little more than 90 seconds over that one.
I'll get the timer
I
out.
can remember seeing Alvin Kalacharan bowling in an exhibition match once, and he managed to complete an over in 54 seconds. Now, I'm not saying it was that quick, but certainly it was rapid. And the game that I was referring to, I think it was 2022, and it was when Kent were well in charge against Warwickshire as Bailey continues from the city end. And that one is just prodded defensively by Denley, and there'll be no run. I think Kent were well in charge. They were definitely going to win it, and the over rate was the only concern. And so there was a kind of passage of play, almost surreally, where I think Joe Denley and possibly Jack Leaning were just rattling through the overs.
Yeah.
And one of them, I think it was Leaning, actually took a wicket by mistake and didn't know whether to celebrate or cry when he actually got his victim, as Bailey comes in again. And this time Denny is going to get a single for that. I'm not sure that went entirely where he was planning it to go. Gets a single down to third man. Shetty fields it. And 1 run is added to the score, so Kent go on to 163 for 1.
I very much remember Jack Leaning jogging back to his mark in that game and darting in as many off-spin deliveries as he could, and then, like you say, he took a wicket and no one really knew what to do at that point. Is that the same game where Matt Quinn came in and hit a 6
I think
first
it
ball?
is, yeah. Matt Quinn is one of the more charismatic members of the Kent squad with bat and ball. As Bailey comes in, and there's a flash at that, and I think that's him gone. It's edge, and Bailey takes another wicket there. Everson the man out for 4, I believe, caught at first slip. So it's the old cricketing cliche: 1 gets 2, And Kent are now 163 for 2. So not an afternoon that Joey Everson's going to remember particularly fondly with the bat. Although I expect we'll see him bowl at some point later on.
Yeah, Everson be disappointed there. He's obviously seen two younger batters get plenty of runs here today, and he's flashed at that one to try and up his scoring rate personally, and fortunately he's edged that to first slip. There's a good field placement by Lancashire. And we're just going to see who's coming in next. Looks like Chris Benjamin.
Yeah, Benjamin, who can play a few shots, is. We didn't expect to see Chris Benjamin this season after that injury he sustained in the blast at Lords. He was chasing. He was trying to make his ground, and he basically grounded his bat, and while he was doing that, he did something horrendous to his shoulders that he's rotating as we say this. I mean, you won't be able to see this on the stream, but just as I mentioned his shoulder, he rotated both of them as he came out to the wicket. Denley is taking the opportunity to take some more fluid on.
Yeah, Benjamin, if you go back and look at the video of them, the squad watching the Sussex stream to see if they were going to get through to the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast, when they celebrate, everyone puts their arms in the air, but Chris Benjamin can only put one in the air, and he's trying his best to put his left arm up, but he can't. And the official line from the club's medical team is that he will require some treatment to it, but he himself has elected to delay that treatment so he can play. He will play not as a wicket keeper, so he's basically, Fred, he's playing with one arm.
I do sympathise with him, having injured a shoulder myself under very different circumstances. I came off my bike outside the All Saints Church in Maidstone, and the only person who saw me was a groom who was late for his wedding, and he just said, "Oh, I'm sorry mate, I haven't got time to stop to help." So I digress. Here's Bailey coming in from the city end. Benjamin is going to get off the mark with his first delivery. Gets a single. They think about taking a second, but it's well fielded in the end. Just trying to see who it is there. Roughly square leg it was fielded by, I think, Ollie Sutton, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Thank you to Howard, who's got in touch on X. He says a very impressive partnership from two rookies for the opening wicket, a new list A record against Lancashire.
As Bailey is in, and Denley just plays that one back to him. I think it may be temptation to stabilise the innings here slightly, losing a couple of quick wickets after such a big opening partnership. To lose two quite quickly, you don't want to get into that situation where the one that Sussex were in while they were chasing against Lancashire on Friday night. They had two set batsmen in partnership while they were coasting, and they very nearly threw it away. And I was surprised they won that from that situation. As Denley is going to take a single here. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps. I don't think. Well, it's difficult to tell from this angle whether that would have been out if he'd hit. It was a risky single, I think it's fair to say.
Nigel Long was in play there as well, wasn't he? The umpire getting in the mix of it.
Yeah, Nigel Long still looking coltish in what I would assume he must be his late 50s. Nigel Long, I remember seeing him play the day that Kent won the Sunday League, Canterbury, way back in '95. He was the only Kent player to make any real runs that afternoon. It's a surreal day supporting Kent. Ended up winning a trophy. Actually played pretty poorly on the day, and Nigel Long was really the only player who came out of that with any credit. But the fact that Kent won, no one really cared.
Yeah, cap player is Nigel Long for Kent, as Balderson starts a new over from the Beckenham end, and that's defended by Jaden Denley, and there's no run.
Yeah, rather deprives us of the fun of timing how quickly Barnard was going to bowl that over after the way that he rattled through the previous one.
Kent are still on for over 300 here if they still go at 6 and over. If they choose to accelerate a little bit and go over 8, so it'll be 348, says our stat pad at the minute. As Balderson gets another defensive shot, although Danny's tries to hit that one out a little bit, tried to cut it away and not quite got all of it.
Yeah, getting north of 300 always gives you a chance. It's a score that takes some getting. It doesn't matter how good the wicket is. If you, as soon as you get past that 300 figure, it's just something that plays on the mind.
So in comes Balderson again then. Comes around the wicket and he's hit back over his head by Jaden Denley. That's a lovely looking drive. It goes back over the bowler's head and it will get 4 more. It hits the advertising boards just in front of us here in our streaming marquee. That's 4 more to Jaden Denley, 4 more to Kent. Denley's now on 72 from 77 and Kent up to 169 for 2.
And it's just a small thing, but it's nice to see Marcus Harris thanking the spectator for fielding that ball, because it doesn't always happen. It's a small thing, and I like the fact that he's done it.
Good skipper vibes. As Balderson comes in again to Denley, and this time he won't get a run for his drive into the offside. Bounds were removed there as they tried to shy at the stumps.
I suppose that's something that you could email us about, polite fielders. If you feel like emailing us on the stream.
Yeah, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Who's the nicest fielder you've ever seen at a live cricket game? Balderson comes in again then to Denley. Punches that into the onside. They're going to get a quick single here, shy at the stumps, and it hits Denley, who has puffed up a lot of dust from the wicket. I think some of it's gone in his helmet.
I think he might have eaten.
I think it's got in his eyes as well.
I think he's got a mouthful of Beckenham grass there. He's just getting back to his feet. And there's going to be a slight delay here while he dusts himself off.
Yeah, good running though. Good dive from Nodger, as they call him, nephew of Joe.
And now, while we wait, I'm going to chuck a quiz question at you here, because there's going to be a bit of a delay while he gets his gloves back on and gets the grass out of his face. Which famous rock star used to score at this very venue when it was the Lloyds Bank Cricket Ground?
So what era are we talking?
Well, we're talking 1960s and ongoing.
So Balderson comes in again. That's a big resounding no from Benjamin, who plays that one to the fielder. No run. Obviously before they were famous.
Yes, it was before they were famous. He would have scored here in about the 1950s when it was the Lloyds Bank Ground. That's before Kent actually played here.
I'm starting to err on the side of the Rolling Stones.
You are very warm.
Now, Charlie Watts was a massive Kent fan.
He was.
Was it him?
It wasn't.
So, therefore, it could be Mick Jagger.
Could be, but it isn't.
Keith Richards?
No.
The other one?
I'll continue in a second as Bailey's going to continue from the city end. And Bailey runs in and bowls, and Denley plays that possibly not where he wanted to, out on the offside. Doesn't get a run for it.
So you said I was warm, but...
Well, you've got the right group,
okay,
basically. So a Rolling Stone scored here during the 1950s. I think you've gone through about 3 of the bands.
My knowledge is now gone.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you after this delivery as Bailey comes into Denley. And that one is just prodded back to the bowler. It was Bill Wyman. So Bill Wyman, the bass player of the Rolling Stones. It's a huge cricket fan. He grew up nearby in Penge. I've just been rereading his autobiography, and it contains the other gem that the approach road here from central Beckenham, Keith Richards and Brian Jones used to share a flat on the road here. So Bailey comes in again, and that's driven by Denley. They should get a single here comfortably enough. They're not going to think about taking a second.
And I would say that if any representative of the Rolling Stones is listening today, just thinking back to that FC Barcelona shirt with the Rolling Stones tongue logo on it, that'd be lovely on a Kent shirt, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. Well, of course, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, both Dartford boys, as we just discussed. There's a lot of heritage in this area. David Bowie lived in Beckenham for a long time, not very far from here, as Bailey comes into bowl. And Bailey, that's sort of full length, and that's just prodded back, and there'll be no run.
And then looking at Canterbury, this may not be your era, Fred, but Pink Pantheress, one of the latest female rappers in the country. She actually worked at the Spitfire ground in the catering staff.
I
before.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
As you say, it's not really my era. But there's certainly a lot of musical heritage around here. I don't know whether it competes with Lancashire's. Certainly around Manchester, a huge amount of rock heritage from there. There's just a bit of a discussion going on here between Bailey and Harris. Guess it's not about rock music.
Well, if Lancashire don't get the victory today, it won't be a very happy Monday for them tomorrow, will it?
No, I don't think it will. I'm wincing slightly. So Liam crowbars that reference in. Bailey had his mark, running into bowl at Chris Benjamin. And Benjamin just sort of prods that one forward, and there's no run. So there's just a bit of a lull from a scoring point of view. It's kind of understandable. Dawkins made an explosive start to his innings. I think by T20 standards, probably not that explosive as you look at the number of runs that he scored compared to the number of balls that he bowled. But certainly in List A cricket, it was a very fast partnership. There's a bit of a lull at the moment. It's 171 for 2. So Bailey gets back to his mark. A plane flies overhead on the city end. Bailey comes in. And Benjamin this time decides to try a covered drive, but it goes straight to the Lancashire fielder, Michael Jones. And there's no run.
We are under the Heathrow flight path here, and a lot of planes use this area to turn around for their final approach to Heathrow. So plane and cricket enthusiasts that are here today will be spoilt for choice of what they can look at.
Yeah, it's say different. The Spitfire ground, Canterbury. If you are into your aviation, there's normally a fairly wide variety of planes flying very closely overhead there. So up here, it's more the kind of conventional jumbo jet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the Spitfire ground is used as a marker for Spitfire heritage flights as Balderson starts a new over, and that's flashed at nicely by Jaden Denny. He's in control of that one. He picks out where there's no boundary rider, and he'll get 4 more for that one. It's a lovely looking drive into the covers. Yeah, there's Spitfire heritage flights that fly over the Spitfire ground every so often, and it's lovely to see a lovely Supermarine Spitfire fly over the St Lawrence.
We're having a discussion about this the other day, saying that Kent Spitfires is probably the best of the nicknames of any county, and obviously you can feel free to disagree, but in terms of heritage, etc., it's not one of these kind of macho nicknames.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Lancashire fans want to email us about what they think about super originals.
Balderson comes in again then, and that's cut nicely by Denny. He'll only get 1 for it though. I actually really like Lancashire Lightning because you've got Lancashire Lightning and Lancashire Thunder as well, the women's side. I think that works quite nicely.
Yeah, that works. I'm not quite... I mean, Manchester Originals, I'm not too sure about that one.
I've never heard of them.
And what is it? Super Giants that they're going to be called now or something like that. I could be wrong. I might be reading the room entirely wrong here.
No, I think there is a lot of talk about that happening as Balderson comes in again. That's gone uppishly at Benjamin. He's hit the top of his bat with that defensive shot, but it squirts into the offside. There's no run from it.
Because you could end up with the Manchester Super Original Giants or any kind of combination thereof, and I've got a feeling that that would possibly not go down brilliantly well with the Lancashire faithful.
So what would you call them if you're going down the heritage route like Kent are the Kent Spitfires, the Manchester... That's Balderson comes in again. That's played nicely off his legs by Benjamin. They'll get at least 1. Benjamin wants 2, but Denley's not interested.
Well, I mean, this, I think, is why we were saying that we thought that the Kent Spitfires was the best of the nicknames, because it's the perfect kind of, you know, you've got Spitfire, which obviously I don't think the heritage needs to be explained to anybody, and it's just got that sort of catchiness about it. Whereas Sussex Sharks, are there any sharks off the Hastings coast or anything?
Balderson comes in again, and Denley's hit that very nicely again, but there is a boundary rider here. That's fielded very well by Hans. Good hands from Hans.
Yeah, it was a slightly awkward bounce for him as well. As true as and as fast as this outfield is, every now and again just finds one of the divots there. So that reared up a little bit on Hans. And it was going slowly enough for him to be able to react.
Partnership now worth 15 between Benjamin and Denley. Denley's on 80 as Benjamin faces his next ball from Balderson and stopped very nicely by number 44, Michael Jones. There'll be no run from the end of that over. So 30 overs gone. Kent Spitfires are 178 for 2. Jaden Denley is on 80 from 85 deliveries. And Chris Benjamin 2 from 8. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. This is Kent Spitfires against Lancashire, a precursor to the Vitality Blast quarter-final coming up next month. And here at Beckenham, it's our partnership day with the University of Greenwich. So thanks again to the University of Greenwich for all their support. And it's great to see lots of staff and alumni from the Uni of Greenwich here today to cheer on the Spitfires because, of course, Fred, Greenwich is in Kent, and the O2 is in Kent, and the Cutty Sark is in Kent.
Well, this is another discussion that we've had fairly regularly in the Kent press box. Where exactly is the boundary between Kent and London? And if you like, well, we're going to get a bowling change here. So Luke Hans is going to replace Tom Bailey at the City end. And it's going to come, looks like it's going to be right arm over. Hans bowling to Denley. Denley will prod that one out to cover and there'll be no run. Fielded by Singh. So the score stays on 178 for 2 here. You think Denley, it's almost now, he's almost in the sort of position you think he might have been told, right, stay there. Now, be the anchor, be the guy who's there at the end. Carry your bat, get us to past 300 and we'll see what happens. As Hans comes in again. And that one is driven. I'll get a single here. It'll be just a single. It's cover drive, cover push, I think. Probably fairer to say. And so Benjamin is back on strike. Benjamin, I believe, was he in the Warwickshire side the last time that Kent were in the Blast T20 finals? I believe that he was in that Warwickshire side. Liam's nodding here. That quarter final that Kent won the year 2021 when they won the Vitality Blast. As Hans comes in, this time Benjamin plays it out to a sort of square cut, if you like.
Yeah, the first thing Chris Benjamin said when I interviewed him on the day he joined, I said, "This isn't your first time here, is it?" And he said, "No, I've got very bad memories of this place as a Warwickshire player."
Yeah, I remember that game pretty clearly. I forget the total that Kent got. I think we thought it was about 50-50 at halfway. So Hans comes into bowl to Denley, and Denley just tries to tickle that down the leg side. They're going to get a run here. I think it's going to be a leg by. Just waiting for Nigel Long to signal it. He does signal it's a leg by, so one is added to the Kent score. It's up to 181 for 2. There was a lot going on that evening. Warwickshire, I can remember. Was it Chris Wokes shushing the crowd after he took a catch?
He's getting a lot of stick from where Freeman House is.
As Hans comes in again, and Benjamin will push this one out the leg side. They ought to get 2 here. They're going to get 2 fairly comfortably, I think. So Benjamin moves on to 5.
Yeah, Chris Wokes was getting some warm welcomes from the Kent crowd that day, and he then went on to take a catch, turn round and put his finger
to the crowd. Yeah, I can remember that quite well. As it was, he ended up on the losing side. It can be a genuine bear pit on a blast night, certainly on the old Dover Road side of the ground. So Hans comes in, and this one is cut by Benjamin. It'll be fielded by Shetty, and they'll just take a single. I mean, I have to say with Beckenham, I've not been here when the atmosphere has been as intense as that. To say, well, I've been watching Kent. I can't say that I've been a lucky charm at Beckenham. I think I've only seen this win once here in the 4 or 5 years that I've been doing this job. You're not as close to the action here as you are at Canterbury, so you've not got that feeling of fans breathing down your neck. It's not got the same sort of, almost like oppression, if you like, for the away fielders.
Yeah, the boundaries, dimensions here are much bigger than at Canterbury, and there is that main stand across the way from us at the City end, and it doesn't really conduce many chants. Balderson comes in to start a new over from the Beckenham end, and that's played into the onside by Benjamin, but there's a resounding no for a single.
I think the fact that it's a daytime game as well probably contributes to the difference in the atmosphere, if you like, as you point out. I mean, it's a good 10 metres back, isn't it, that stand from the boundary rope?
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why there's not been many Vitality Blast matches here at Beckenham is because there are no floodlights, so it would have to be an afternoon fixture. Balderson comes in again to Benjamin, who defends that, and he does this quite a few times, doesn't he, Benjamin? He starts off as if he's going to run and then says no.
Yeah, it's sensible. They're in a position where they can play sensibly. They don't have to take the risks that they were having to take last week when they were at this stage. And there was so many wickets down. Really, Jack Leading did very well to get Kent to a defendable total.
And comes Balderson again then. Comes in and bowls. That's played off the hips nicely by Benjamin. They'll get one. Look for two, but no. Denley, I think he's been out there for a while now. He's not looking for those quick twos at the moment.
Yeah, at his age, you'd think he ought to be possibly slightly fitter than the others, but you just don't know. It is warm out there, certainly not as warm as last week. He has been taking on fluid whenever he's had the chance.
Balderson comes into Denley then. Comes in and bowls. That's full, but Denley's played that off his legs. There's no fielder out there, and that is a fantastic 6 for Jaden Denley, who moves on to 87 from 89 deliveries. That was a lovely looking shot from Jaden, almost like his uncle, a mirror of his uncle there. Just playing it off his legs, standing and delivering, and just hitting it into the vacant area. And it did go all the way for 6. So how does Denley back that one up as Balderson comes in again? He plays that into the offside. There'll be no run, so no heave-ho after a boundary, which...
Well, it's a good comeback from the bowler, because certainly earlier Dawkins hit a huge 6 into those seats on the far side of the ground. He followed it immediately with another one. And so you'd have to say hat tip to the bowler for not getting creamed again.
So Balderson comes in again then round the wicket, and he drives that very nicely. That's another Denley trademark shot, a lovely cover drive. He'll only get 2 though. It's fielded well in the deep. Denley moves on to 89 from 91. Kent at the end of the over 193 for 2 after 32 overs.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, are we going to get another bowling change here? Is Harris himself going to have a bowl, perhaps, at the City end? No, I think so. No, looks like Cairns is going to continue, actually. Harris he grabbed the ball and was walking with a level of purpose that suggested he might feel like doing the job himself, but he's handing it to Hands. And Hands will come in from the City end to Benjamin, and Benjamin will just get a single out of that comfortably enough, prods it past the bowler, and there's 1 run added to the total, making it 194 for 2.
Slightly quicker, that one.
And you were referencing the fact that we're going to be playing Lancashire in the Blast fairly soon at Old Trafford. Of course, that game is then followed in very quick order by a county championship game. As Hands comes in, goes round the wicket to Denley, and Denley drives that one out onto the offside. It goes past the fielder's Singh at cover. They're just going to take a single because the fielder at deep cover is backing up.
Denley moves into the 90s.
Yeah, I was talking with Molly earlier about the nervous 90s and whether you're more nervous. And I guess logically, if you are batting, you should be less nervous in the 90s because you've already done a job for your team. As Hands comes in and bowls to Benjamin, who flicks that down the leg side. It's a shorter pitch delivery from Hands. It's just going to be a single this time. So Denley gets back on the strike. He's currently on 90.
Jaden Denley's 17th list day appearance, and his high score before today was last week, where he got 52.
Well, he's eclipsed that this afternoon as Hands comes in to bowl to Denley. They'll risky single here potentially, but in the end That was actually pretty well placed by Denley. Had two fielders converging, but I think he realised that neither of them were going to get there quickly enough. And so he takes a single and he moves on to 91. Hands goes back to his mark. Yeah, we're just talking about there's this very quick turnaround, isn't there, in the championship game? I think the last game is on the Saturday. And if I'm right, the championship game starts on the Monday.
Yeah.
As Hans comes in, and there's a bit of a waft at that by Benjamin. So it goes through to the keeper without making any contact. Yeah, so it's a almost absurdly quick turnaround. So a regular complaint from players is how they've got to adapt from one format to the other, and they're basically going to be given a day that's mostly going to be taken up with travelling, you would think, and then they've got to play the championship game. Both cases, it's the same for both teams here. As Hans comes in, and Benjamin prods that it's going to get a single. It maybe think, no, don't even think about getting a second there. It's a good backing up from the Lancashire fielders. So from a Lancashire point of view, as soon as that game, they've basically got to upload their entire operation, get on the bus, get down to Canterbury and get ready for the 4-day game. And it is difficult for them. So we're just seeing a bit of a drinks break here. It's Denley on 91. It's a championship game last year when Balderson was bowling. And the Lancashire fielders must have said, go on Baldy about 45 times.
I remember that, yeah.
During the course of a single over. So it got to the point, it was so noticeable that we started counting, didn't we? So at one point it was every time he was bowling they were saying it at least 30 times in an over. In the end, Lancashire's admin on Twitter surfaced a clip from Phoenix Nights with Max and Paddy where he was shaking a ladder, I think it was, because he'd been pointing out his bald spot or something like that. They might be able to tell us about this. Dan is sitting over there with his camera. He might be able to remember. It's going to be a bowling change here at the Beckenham end. Shetty's coming on for the aforementioned George Balderson. So they're going back to spin.
Yeah, Shetty comes in wearing 18. And he comes in to Chris Benjamin, who defends that into the offside. There'll be no run. There's a change up in the commentary booth. Fred Atkins, thank you very much for your stint. And Molly Davis will be coming back. Shetty comes in again, and that's hit uppishly by Benjamin, but it drops safely. There'll be no run from it. And Shetty's bowled 4 overs so far. He's gone for 30 runs. He's come back on at the Beckenham. I remember where we've seen spin do quite well for both men's and women's matches over the last 2 weekends. He comes in again and bowls. That's cut nicely by Benjamin, but he will get one. The pink booted fielder out there will do the fielding. Shetty's at the top of his mark again then. He's changed angle to left-handed Denley. Comes in and bowls, and Denley tries to sweep that one and doesn't quite get it. There'll be no run. It's a good over from Shetty. Hello, Molly.
Hello.
Did you have a nice break?
I did. Lap of the ground.
Very nice. Shetty's in again then. Denley again tries a sweep and he's been trapped. LBW. So Denley departs for a new list day best score of 91. He won't get 3 figures today, and that was a good setup from Shetty. He's tried to try the sweep twice there, and the second time he's been trapped in front. So Denley goes for a new list day best score. Very well played, Jaden Denley. So 91 off 95. Shetty gets his first wicket of the day, and Kent are 199 for 3.
I feel that might have been the commentator's curse of me returning to the media tent. But a very well played 91 for Jaden Denley.
Soaks up the applause from everyone here at the county ground, including Ben Dawkins and Corey Flintoff have gone for a lap. They're both applauding him as he comes off.
Yeah, it was a good contribution there from Jaden Denley. Obviously a roaring start there for Jaden and Ben Dawkins.
So in comes Harry Finch, who was captain for the Kent's first 2 games in this tournament, and he now, as part of the dual captaincy between him and Grant Stewart, has handed over captaincy to Grant, but I'm sure he'll remain one of the leaders in this side. Comes in, practices a few drives, stretches out a little bit, and he will join Chris Benjamin in the middle, with Kent now 3 down for 199 runs. Worth saying that if Kent go at 6 and over now, they will go just under 300. It'll be 296 if they go at 6 and over from this point onwards. And there's 16.1 overs remaining in this innings. What can Finch do? And joins Benjamin, who's on 11 from 21. Here at the County Ground, Beckenham, this is the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Thank you to Cluberly for all their support on our University of Greenwich Partnership Day. Great to see all the people here from the University of Greenwich lapping up some cricket in the sunshine here in metropolitan Kent.
Yeah, indeed, the ground is very busy here today. People enjoying the sun, some picnics as well. It's a face painting area as well. A lot of the kids seem to be gathering.
Just to put this in perspective as well, the opening pair of Dawkins and Denley, who set a new List A partnership against Lancashire for Kent, are both born at the same time as High School Musical 1 was released. That's how young they are, as Shetty almost finds the edge of Finch first up. And Finch will get 4 for it, brings up the 200. That did come off the bat, so he did find the edge, but no doing for the Lancashire fielders, and Kent's 200 comes up for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, I remember the that movie being released.
Yeah, High School Musical came out on January the 20th. So Jaden Denley is 15 days older than High School Musical. That's how young Jaden is.
There we go. There's some throwbacks there. I can't say too much. There's not much in it between myself and Dawkins and Denley in age, so I think I'm going to keep out of that one. And it will be hands from the City End. I have commentated a lot on this man today as he runs in to Benjamin. Just worked on the legs there.
Yeah, very much hands-on approach from you on commentary when he's been bowling.
Very good, very good.
Worth saying as well, you can get in touch with us on X at Kent Cricket, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. Thanks to the few people that have been in touch so far. Please let us know where you're listening in from. Kent and Lancashire fans, we'd love to hear from you.
That is him, bowls driven. Hasn't quite timed that, but it will find the gap, so he will get one. Yeah, do fire your questions our way, anything you'd like to know. Hopefully we can answer. Or if you've got any fun facts that you want to be shared on the live stream.
Yeah, earlier on, John let us know which Lancashire players are missing for the other tournament going on this month, and another John let us know that Joe Moores is the nephew of Peter Moores, the current head coach at Nottinghamshire. Thank you very much to both of you for getting in touch. Love to hear from more of you as the day goes on. That's live stream at kentcricket.co.uk.
There's lots of family connections going on today. As Hans is back in, as Finch rocks back on the back foot there and places that to cover.
HZ Finch.
Z.
Zachariah.
Is it
Harry Zachariah Finch. Of course, a Kent Spitfire originally. If we get time later, we'll delve into that a little bit more.
As Finch just sets himself. As Hans starts his run in. Bowl shorter pulled this time, but he's found the mid-wicket fielder, so there'll be no run. He'll be disappointed there, because if he beats that fielder in the ring, he's probably got a boundary for it.
Just seen a post from the Spitfire Ground account. Well, obviously there's no cricket today. There's a wedding fair there today with an alpaca farm at the Spitfire Ground. So head over to the Spitfire Ground social media pages to have a look at an alpaca outside the Cowdrey.
Again, that's driven hard up to mid-off. But there'll be no run. Alpacas at a wedding. That's a different way of celebrating your day.
Would you have one at yours?
Potentially, it's kind of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, they look very happy to be there, the alpacas
do.
that are outside the Cowdrey Centre.
Sure.
The picture is 2 alpacas in a little pen outside the Cowdrey building with the White Horse of Kent stood behind them. Very surreal to look at.
Create a nice photo opportunity for your big day. As Hans is back in, and that is driven lovely through the covers. A misfield means I get through for a single in the end. So it's 1 more to total, 1 more to Harry Finch.
Finch puts his hand up there to almost apologise for taking a quick run.
So that is the end of the over. So the Kent 205 for 3 after 35. 2 relatively new batters at the crease here for Kent, looking to make a big impact on the back end of this first innings.
Yeah, you could argue that these two are well known at finishing innings. Obviously, we saw Harry Finch, it was against Essex, wasn't it, in the Vitality Blast, where he absolutely creamed some sixes at the Spitfire ground. And obviously, Chris Benjamin's big hitting doesn't need much introduction when he was at Birmingham Phoenix at the other tournament. And he wowed Kevin Peterson on commentary with some of his ramps and scoops. As Shetty comes in again. And that's driven very nicely indeed by Harry Finch, but he'll beat 1 but not 2 fielders.
As Hans does the work.
Hans uses his hands to scoop that one up, and I promise you I will stop making that pun now.
I'm sure he's very used to that on commentary, I'm sure. Not the first person.
So Shetty comes in again then now to Chris Benjamin, who cuts that away very nicely. He'll beat the first fielder, but he won't beat that second fielder that's out there. And I'll only get 1. Who do we decide that fielder was with the jazzy shoes?
I thought it was Harry. Is it Harry Singh?
Yeah, I think you're right. Number 16, Harry Singh. We applaud your choices of footwear, sir.
I'm a big fan of like a bright trainer myself, so...
Just looking at Shetty's shirt, is his name and his number at slightly different places?
I think so. Unless it's slightly not on straight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's very strange to look at. If we're looking at Josh Bohannon in front of us, and his isn't like that as he comes in again. And has he got an edge there? No, he hasn't.
It was a stumping opportunity potentially as the keeper whips the bails away.
God, that was very quick. I didn't even see that. That's your wicket keeper's eyes there, Molly, seeing that he's whipped the bails off.
But umpire at square leg and not moved.
In comes Shetty again, who's bowled quite well in the last 2 overs. He's got a wicket already. That one looked slight drag down though, and that's gone over the fielder. Bohannon's racing after it. He won't get there. That's 4 more runs to Kent and 4 more to Chris Benjamin, who moves on to 18 from 26, and Kent are now 212 for 3.
There's a diving effort from mid-wicket that couldn't quite cut that off. More of a goalkeeper style.
Yeah, absolutely. Shetty comes in again. That's driven again by Benjamin, but this time we'll only get 1 for it. Fielded by Hans.
There's like we keep saying, a hot day here at Beckenham.
Yeah, Shetty comes in again then to Harry Finch. Another nice try of Bitsfielder. Yet again Hans does the fielding.
He's very in the game, isn't he? And that is
absolutely
the end of the over. So Kent building on their good start here. Benjamin 19, Finch on 7. From a Kent perspective, nice to see Benjamin get a start here. I think that's fair to say. Struggled last week here slightly. So good to see him today with a platform to build on. And it will be Luke Hans to continue. Yeah, I had to weave my way through the crowd when I did my lap, as it was very busy here today. Lots of camping chairs. I think I said before, I'm a big fan of bringing a camping chair to cricket. Set up your own little base, get a blanket, a picnic going. That's how I remember cricket days when I was younger. But Hans is back in, and that is punched off the back foot very nicely by Finch. He'll just get the 1. Barnard does the work out there, where he's been fielding for most of the day, just in front of the indoor centre to our right.
Imposing looking academy building here at Beckenham, where I'm sure the likes of Kent Singh and Ben Dawkins have applied their developmental work.
Indeed. Again, Benjamin gets ready to strike. Thick outside edge, couple of bounces, and it will race away for four, despite a diving effort here from the Lancashire fielder.
Yeah, Shetty's very much tried to keep that in, and he's almost worn the rope as he slidden.
He has
slidden.
But that is 4 more to Chris Benjamin, and that's importantly 4 more to Kent's total.
Shetty dusts himself down. I think he's all right. He did hit the rope quite hard there.
I think it's probably quite important to say here the outfield is very dry.
Yes.
And very hard, so I feel that any player that goes down on it is going to get a bit of a rough reception, and that is driven beautifully straight back down the ground, and that will race away for 4. All the fielders can do is watch that, jump over the rope. 4 more to Benjamin.
Quite rightly gets a lot of applause from the main stand where it was hit towards.
Indeed, it's, like I said earlier, it's good to see him having a contribution here, and obviously wearing the number that I wear, number 12.
Yes, 12 watch. You
So
like to do that when you're on commentary.
I enjoy to see who wears my number. I say my number, it's not mine. Haven't claimed it as my own.
Should we retire it when you...
When I stop
retire?
playing.
Yeah.
I don't think I've done well enough to retire my own number. Anyway, it's hands comes back in. Thick outside edge again. Shetty does the work, so it will just be the 1.
Worth remembering that I think Kent are the first county to retire a shirt number, men's shirt number 3. No one else will ever wear that again, because the great, the GOAT, Darren Stevens, wore number 3 for the entirety of his Kent career. So when he left the club at the end of the 2022 season, his shirt number was retired.
Hands is back in, driven on the up there from Finch, but straight to mid-off. And we were speaking about numbers yesterday when I was on the women's live stream, so apologies if anyone tuned into that and hearing this again, but I'm always intrigued why people choose their numbers. Generally it's a birthday, isn't it, or obviously a poignant date of some reason.
Yours is a birthday, isn't it?
Mine is a birthday. I do apologise, not much thought has gone into that. I've just gone, that's my birthday, I have that number. As Hands is back in, full toss, absolutely smashed, but straight to the fielder. I think that is Jones doing the work in there with the floppy hat on. So at the end of the over, Kent are 224 for 3. And you can see there on the screen your scorecard. A pleasant watch if you're a Kent fan to see both openers make 85 and in the 90s as well. And obviously if you're a Lancashire fan, to see them both depart is probably quite happy.
Dire Straits.
The music choices here at Beckenham over the weekend have been one of conversation. So if you aren't here, come on down to listen to the music that's being shared across the speakers in the sound system here at Beckenham.
Yeah, we've had a comment on Facebook from Tony Mitchell, who said that Ben Dawkins hit 85 from 37 scoring shots. And he asked if we need someone who did that for another team recently. Shetty starts a new over from the Beckenham end. He's bowled well in the last few, with his lopsided name and number on the back of his shirt. I'm actually not a critic of it. I think it looks quite nice as Shetty comes in again, and that's a lovely, lovely slog sweep. And that's just bounced before the rope. Lovely looking shot from Chris Benjamin, and that's 4 more to the Kent total. He moves on to 32 from 32. Kent move up to 228 for 3. As Will Williams is just in front of us here, the Lancashire 12thers on duty with some water bottles ready to hand out to some fielders.
Yeah, it's very hot here, so I'm not surprised at all that fluids are being given to bowlers as often as possible.
How does Shetty respond then to just being slog swept for 4 by Chris Benjamin? In he comes, and that's played into the leg side very nicely and very correctly by Benjamin, who get 1 for it. Turns down the second run. as all the clouds have dissipated here at Beckenham. So if you do live in this area and you fancy popping down for the second innings, please do. Tickets available at the gate. Or if you can't quite make it, or you don't live in this part of Kent, we're back at Canterbury on the 24th of August for our Community Day, Kent Spitfires against Somerset in the Metrobank One Day Cup. We've got some activities going on all day with lots of people involved in the community in Canterbury there as well. Shetty comes in again. It's defended by Finch. There'll be no run.
A bit of traffic in the field being moved about. Not too many changes though. Boundary rides on the leg side.
Yeah, in comes Shetty again then to Harry Finch. Oh, and he has not found the edge. Umpire unmoved. Finch has tried to sort of punch that away, and good work with the gloves by George Bell. Not given.
It's happened a couple of times today where the keeper and bowler have looked really interested and umpires are unmoved, so maybe there was a noise, couldn't tell from here, but I'm enjoying the theatrics.
Shetty comes in again, and that's a lovely reverse shot by Finch. You'll get 4 more for it. Big cheer from the main stand as that goes towards it after their cheers from the IPL trumpet that played after the unsuccessful appeal.
And you can't help but feel that might rub salt into the wound slightly.
Yes, and Black Box's Ride on Time is now the song of choice for the end of this over. And it's Ride on Time that Kent are starting to accelerate. 38 overs there, 2-3-3 for 3. Benjamin on 33. And Harry Finch on 12 from 13.
Yeah, we've all been on the back end of a decision that hasn't maybe gone your way. In the next ball, the batter has clattered the ball for a boundary. And either way you look at it, it's never a nice feeling for the fielding team. But I imagine if you're the batter, you're pretty happy. Benjamin and Finch are still standing strong there.
Yeah, Barnard's coming back on from the City end, so he had 1 over from the Beckenham end whilst you were away, and Fred and I were on commentary duty. So he's moved back to the City end now. He's bowled 8 overs for 46.
He's got 2 overs left of his day with the ball, so he'll be looking to make an impact here. Figures number 46 currently, so hoping to get a couple of wickets here for his team. And I imagine Chris Benjamin is looking to try and have an impact here to get his team up to as a big a score as possible. Over 300 must be on the minds here of the Kent batters. As he's in and he bowls, and that's swept away by Benjamin. But a quick run in the end for the misfield there of hands allows the Kent batters to get through for a single.
Yeah, well done, well run.
It wasn't on there, was there? But the fumble at 45 here just allowed Kent to scamper through. As Barnard comes back in, swept again. And they've taken on the arm this time.
Another good run.
A very good run as Luke Hands does the fielding again at short 45.
He's going to have sore hands at this rate, isn't he?
Yeah, they take on the arm there, Kent, and they do get the single. Again, these two are pretty quick between the wickets. And again, he's in, he bowls. And top edge. And it's caught at 45. So Luke Hands does the work with good hands to dismiss Chris Benjamin after he tries to sweep Barnard over the inner ring. So that does mean that Kent are 235 for 4.
Good innings from Chris Benjamin, 34 of 34. He's got the scoreboard ticking over, so he'll be disappointed to get out, but he has made a contribution here today. So
Indeed.
Benjamin with his one arm, as we mentioned earlier, his shoulder injury means that his left arm isn't as mobile as it should be.
But that is the wicket that Lancashire needed here at the back end of this first innings to try and control the game and restrict Kent to as many as they can. But this does mean the other young talent, Ekant Singh, strides out to the crease to join Harry Finch.
Yeah, Ekant will have a lot of supporters in this area. He's from around here, is Ekant Singh.
I think I saw a Ben Dawkins fan club earlier as I was walking round. A few of his Tunbridge Wells teammates I think we're in.
Yeah, and of course Jacob in the Kent office is another big Ben Dawkins fan as well.
He is, I think, of a Tunbridge Wells player. Members.
Yeah, Ekant Singh then, who was born in Orpington, just down the road, plays his cricket for Dartford. He's played for a few clubs in this area as well. Favourite food is pad thai. if you wanted to know that, Molly. And his proudest cricketing moment so far is signing his first Kent contract. So hopefully Akant Singh has the opportunity here to make another proud moment in a Kent shirt. Comes in at with Kent 4 wickets down, but on the bright side from a Kent perspective, they have 235 runs so far with 11.3 overs left in the innings.
Yeah, so Singh is going to take guard here to face his first ball of the day against Barnard. And obviously Harry Finch, his counterpart at the other end, sitting on 13 of a 14. As you can see, 11.3 overs left here. So it could be quite a big finish to the game here at Beckenham. He's in and bowls, and Singh just watches that go past his leg stump. It's a wide ball, so Barnard will have to re-bowl that one. And he's in, and there's a shout for a stumping, and the umpire says no.
Yeah.
And again, I think from what we could see here, Singh's foot did lift, but he obviously got it back down in time. And the theatrics of Lancashire continue.
I think Akant Singh did a bit of theatrics there as well, where he looked like he struggled to get back up because his legs were so wide apart and his foot was so far in.
Again, as he's in and bowls. And that is punched off the back foot beautifully. But a bit of a misfield there from the bowler means that they can scamper through for one. And Singh is off the mark. It's a nice sight as a batter when you at least see one to your total. We've all been there. I just play to not get a duck these days.
I think the one game we played together, Molly, I did get a duck, so I don't know what that's like.
As that's just defended away by Finch quite comfortably. And that's the end of the over. So that means the score is 2-3-7 for 4. And there is 11 overs left in this first innings here.
Yeah, you're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I am here with Kent women wicketkeeper Molly Davis, giving you coverage of Kent Spitfires versus Lancashire. Do get in touch with us on X at Kent Cricket, or you can email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. We've had a tweet? I can't say a tweet anymore.
No.
An X from
An
Alex, who says, great commentary folks, but can we talk about the live camera being attached to a garden cane? It's not quite that bad, Alex. It's fixed to the sight screen, and it's a rather windy day here today, so apologies if it does move in the wind, but we are very much at the mercy of the weather here at Beckenham. And yesterday's women's live stream, we were absolutely freezing in this tent, weren't we, Molly? Because it was overcast and cold, and here at Beckenham you are quite exposed to the elements. The sight screens don't have any buildings behind them, so they are viable to shake a little bit in the wind. But hopefully you're enjoying the audio part of this commentary. If you have to look away for a few moments, we can describe it for you as best we can.
And again, it will be Singh.
So, Sing to Sing.
And it is Singh, as we can now definitely confirm with the jazzy trainers.
Yeah, they look red. The closer he's got, they now look red. That's 3 different colours we've called them so far. So in he comes again then to Akant Singh. And Singh wants a run, and he'll get it. A slight little mix-up there from Harry Finch, who I don't think thought of run was on, but they got through in the end for 1.
Did you originally, they were orange, didn't you? You went, they were orange. Did I say pink?
You did. And I think you're more right than I am. I think they are pinky red, aren't they?
They are. I'll take the first W of the day.
In my defence, I had my sunglasses on. Singh comes in again, and Harry Finch has tried to hit that into the Crystal Palace training ground, and he's not quite got it. But it could go for 4 here. He's edged behind, not quite well fielded in the deep. They'll just get 2 for it.
I remember a couple of weeks ago, Amy Gordon, one of the Kent women, rocked up to a training session with the brightest pink trainers you could ever see. And yeah, we didn't miss her throughout that training session. We knew exactly where she was by the glow that was lighting up the indoor hall.
Singh comes in again, and that's much more firmly played by Finch, but he won't beat the ring. There won't be a run. Yeah, obviously Sam Billings loves a jazzy trainer as well, doesn't he? Singh again comes in, and yet again it's hit by Finch. There won't be a run.
Yeah, I've had a nice pair of bright yellowy limey green trainers, which sound worse than they actually looked.
Yeah, Singh comes in against Finch and he's bowled him. Very good delivery. Finch has tried to play that off the back foot and he's not quite got there. So Finch goes for 15 from 17. Kent now 5 down, 240 for 5, but don't forget there's only 10.1 overs left in the innings.
Yeah, that was a good delivery there to dismiss Finch, and obviously this is the Singh's first over of the day.
Yeah, he's come into the attack and he's bowled very well as Harry Singh in his bright pinky red shoes. He's got the wicket of Harry Finch, the Kent wicket keeper, who gets a warm round of applause as he walks off after making his 15 runs. 240 for 5 now are Kent then, coming up to the 40 over mark. Now Jack Leaning comes into the middle, slightly further down the order than we're used to seeing him.
Yeah, but big contributions made from Jack Leaning, obviously here last week. Good cameo towards the end of the innings to give Kent a chance, and yeah, it's good to see him back in a Kent shirt.
He was hitting it to all parts last week, wasn't it? I just tried to mime the ball going over our heads. I don't think you quite understood what I was doing there.
I did think it was like a wasp or a bee or something. Didn't want to comment, but then again, another joke in the commentary box that doesn't land for me, so
I don't know what that's like.
I know. It's Corey Flintoff just walks ahead of us, doing laps, and he's walking the right way for runs, isn't it?
Yep.
He is.
So yesterday the Kent women coaches were forced to go the left way around. 4 wickets when we were bowling.
Barnard is in, and that is swept beautifully over the inner ring and will race away for 4.
Yeah, nicely played, Akansh Singh.
Akansh Singh has helped that on its way. Four more here, which is crucial runs here for Kent. I'm sure Jack Leaning is waiting to make his contribution the other end. Again, a couple of changes being made by Lancashire here as Singh then moves round to exactly where that ball has just been hit on the boundary, as that one is defended back into the inner ring, but that sneaker single. Some good running.
So looking forward slightly, Kent's highest list day total against Lancashire is 306 for 6, and it was a certain game that we haven't mentioned yet. The 2022 Royal London Cup final at Trent Bridge between these two sides.
I was there that day. Managed to get up to Trent Bridge to watch.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that I was the only one working.
As that there has been dropped into the offside, but in the end the work is done by I would say backward point, but no, it's conventional point.
So from those two sides,
As again defended away by Leaning.
we have 1, 2, 3 on the Kent team that played that day. Doesn't mean they've left, but just in these starting 11s.
Again, as Barnard comes in to Leaning, and that's defended as Singh has done the work, who's in the inner ring here to Jack Leaning.
Just the one from Lancashire in that game, Josh Bohannon.
As he's in again and he bowls, and that again is defended away by Leaning. It's a lot dartier than the last 4 balls from Barnard, and that is the end of his bowling day. So that is him done for now, and you can see again the graphic on your screen here. But it will be Singh to continue from the Beckenham end. I mean, 1 for 3. It's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, decent. More than decent. Singh with his tucked in shirt. We'll start a new over from the Beckenham end in the shadow of the Crystal Palace FC training ground.
As you can just see, number 12 for Lancashire. Marcus Harris going to more of a backward point. My other counterpart.
Yeah. So what can Singh do in his next over after taking a wicket in the first? He comes into Ekant Singh, who tries to sweep that one. Again, he's missed that one. And for a split second, it looked like it was a carbon copy of the Harry Finch dismissal, but it's hit Singh outside the line. Singh comes in again to Ekant Singh, who sweeps that one again. He's hit that one nicely this time, but he'll only get one for it. And it's fielded for just the one.
Again, bit of traffic control.
And Singh starts a new delivery with his short run up. Leaning comes down the track at him, and he's hit it through Ekant Singh's legs. He'll get one for it. Beckenham does the fielding at long on. Just one for it. Singh comes in again. That's hit up in the air by Ekant Singh, but there's no fielder there, so they'll get one for it. And Finch wants two. Sorry, Leaning wants two. He'll get it.
Quick man, Jack Leaning. I think that about most of the Kent squad today, but they're all very quick across the ground.
Yeah, good applause from the main stand as well.
Into his running, isn't he, Jack? A lot of running.
Yes. Now he's got a young puppy, so he's got to tire that puppy out as well with lots of walks and running. And Ekant Singh has reversed that one nicely, and that should go all the way for four. It's being chased after by Shetty, but he won't get there. That's four more, and it brings up the Kent 250 there. 253 for 5 in the 42nd over. Ekant Singh is on 14 from 10, and Jack Leaning 1 off 5. Worth saying, if Kent go at 6 and over now, they will get over 300 again. 302. So the run rate has gone up since Molly's been back on commentary. And it's just a short break. I think Jack Leaning's adjusting his boots. So Harry Singh comes in to Ekant Singh, who sweeps that one very nicely. Will he get 4? It's going to go. Yeah, that's going to go all the way. That's a very lovely, correct-looking sweep shot from Ekant Singh, and he'll be pleased with that one.
Yeah, Charlie Barnard couldn't cut that one off there as he makes chase. But the ball will just flick over the boundary rope just in front of the burger van on the right-hand side of the ground.
Bit of coconut mall.
Throwing it back to the Wii games we spoke about last week. I'm sure if I'm a similar age to Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley, they would have also know what I'm on about when I speak about that.
Yeah, I'm more similar in age to Jack Leaning. So.
But there will be a change of bowling from the City end as Barnard has had his 10 overs for today. And it will be Shetty now to pick up from where Barnard left off. And it will be Jack Leaning to take strike. As again, a few fielders moving around. He starts his run a bit dartier, but that's been flicked off of his legs up to mid-on, so he'll take a comfortable single there, which is probably a good option at this point for Jack Leaning. Just rotate the strike, seeing obviously 18 off of 11, seeing the ball pretty well.
Yeah, they've got less than 8 overs left now.
Yeah, as I say, that deep mid-wicket drops out to the boundary for that sweep shot that Singh has proven to have liked. But again, just almost pumps that down the ground to long on.
I think Kent can afford to start to hit out a little bit more now. They've still got Mo Rizvi and Grant Stewart in the hutch.
Yeah, we know Grant Stewart can bat for sure. As Shetty's in, Leaning uses his feet, just defends it back to the bowler there. Yeah, Grant Stewart, for all these Kent fans will know what he can do with the bat.
Yeah, they call him G-Bang for a reason.
Again, Shetty's into bowl this time. Swept high up in the ground. Shouts a catch.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, he's dropped on the boundary there by the Lancashire fielder. And it will go for 4. It was a sweep shot by Jack Leaning. It was high in the air. And it was good from Lancashire because before he bowled that ball, he dropped back the mid-wicket fielder to go and patrol that boundary. And Jack Leaning fell into the trap, but the fielder couldn't take the catch, so it's 4 more to the total. Good creating from Lancashire though, as he's back into leaning here. Catch!
Oh, unlucky.
And it wasn't quite taken there.
Yeah, he's pointing in the air as if he's lost it in the sun. The sun is the opposite side to where he is now, Arav Shetty, so unluckily he's missed that.
Again, tough chance, sort of went back of the hand. 2 opportunities there from Lancashire. Darted in that one, leaning, played that off of his legs, and I take a comfortable single. So in the last 3 balls there, Lancashire have created 2 opportunities, as Kent are looking to take on the bowling attack for the back end of this innings. So you're definitely looking over 300 here, aren't you? If you're
You'd
Kent.
hope so, yeah. Yeah. You'd like to think there'd be a bit more natural acceleration as well, and the current run rate would get them up to 307, but 8 and over gets them up to 320, so we'll see what happens these last few overs as they come into the middle together, Ekant Singh and Jack Leaning, and just have a little chat.
Yeah, Marcus Harris there with the ball, just having a few conversations to work out where they're going to go. Singh's been removed from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, Tom Bailey's going to come back in, and obviously he's got 2 overs left, and the only downside of trying to accelerate at the end of the innings is most of the time your opposition will save their best bowlers to bowl at the death, so the imposing figure of Bailey, who's towering over Marcus Harris, will come back on from the Beckenham end. Jack Leaning will take strike. He's just sussing out where all the fielders are. He's having a big 360 look round. Well, PA very much getting in the spirit of the Metrobank One Day Cup here at the County Ground, Beckenham. It's Bailey again. He's having a big chat with Harris. But here he is then. He can start his delivery stride. Or is he? No, he's moving his marker.
The spin bowling of Singh means the marker was pretty much near the umpire, and I think Bailey's just realised that. So he's gone to collect, and he'll be starting his longish run.
Here he comes then, Bailey. 2 Leaning comes in and bowls. It's a good length, and Leaning picks out the fielder there, and it was almost a shy at the stumps by Jones in his floppy hat. There won't be a run.
Yeah, I feel like floppy hat and jazzy trainers is the look today, isn't it? I think that's what I'd go for. I think I'd go for both.
Yeah, this is a strong Castor kit for Lancashire.
It's the battle of the kits.
Bailey comes in again then to Jack Leaning. That's gone into Jack Leaning, and he's worn that a little bit, and there won't be a run. Yeah, Kent's kit sky blue, as we like to call it, for the Metrobank One Day Cup. It's, if you haven't noticed by now, Kent fans that are watching the stream, the camouflage pattern that you see on the front of the One Day Cup shirt is a map of Kent, repeated a couple of times, from Deptford to Dover.
It's like a little Easter egg, that, isn't it?
Yeah, wonder how many people have actually noticed that before. Let us know at Kent Cricket on X, or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Bailey comes in again to Leaning, who hooks that one away. He'll get 1 for it. Puts a catch thing on strike for the next delivery of Bailey's over.
Yeah, fun if you want to get in touch with maybe the best Kent performance in a Metro Bank One Day Cup game. Let us know. There's a couple that come to mind.
Grant Stewart 6 off the last ball against Yorkshire.
Could be it, or the finals day at Trent Bridge and everything else in between. So if you do have a memory you want to share, please get in touch.
Darren Stevens hitting the winning runs against Hampshire in the semi, as Bailey comes in again to Ekant Singh, who defends that. There won't be a run.
Yeah, so send in via our social media channels or the email address that Liam has just mentioned any of your favourite memories of a One Day Cup competition.
That 2022 year, there's loads, isn't there? There's the game actually against Lancashire in the group stage, where Harry Podmore hit 4 through the covers to win it in the final over, and that got the treatment by the social media team with the Titanic music over the top. As Singh faces up to Bailey, who swats that one into the onside. That's a very unorthodox looking shot. It reminds me a little bit of Laura Bailey yesterday with her batting. She came in and really exciting cameo for Kent Women, and that was posted on our social channels yesterday if you want to have a look. She ramped it, scooped it, and some rather different looking shots, shall we say.
Yeah, she did it all. So more of the same maybe at the back end of this Kent innings.
So last delivery of Bailey's over from the Beckenham end, and he tries to get underneath that. He's up on his tiptoes to hook that one away, and they'll get 2 for it. That's good running. Very good running, and they get a lot of applause from the main stand. That's well run. And Kent move on to 268 for 5 after 44 overs.
But yeah, as we've mentioned, do let us know your favourite memory of a one-day cup competition. If you were there, you watched it on a stream. Very intrigued to know for anyone out there who's obviously a Kent fan, or even if you're a Lancashire fan and you have a Lancashire memory as well, let us know. We'll try and read you out here on the live stream. But here we do have a conversation happening. I think it'll be Balderson to take over here at the city end.
Yeah, thank you to Peter, who's got in touch via email. He says, "Hi everyone, many thanks for today's coverage, which I'm really enjoying. Long-time Lancashire follower, and have lived in Bucharest, Romania for over 6 years. So to be able to watch all the Red Rose matches on channels like yours is a godsend. Congratulations on the knowledgeable and not over one-sided and over parochial coverage. A few others," and he says not to be named, counties could learn from that. Yes, thank you very much for getting in touch, Peter.
Again, a little bit of traffic control, I'd like to say, from the Lancashire captain and bowler here, making a few changes as we have the last 6 overs of the game happening.
I will just say as well, it has only been Lancashire fans that have been in touch with us today, so come on, Kent fans. Send us an email, send us a tweet.
Let us know. There's lots of good Kent stories I'm sure people witnessed there in person they want to share.
And obviously on the flip side, any good Lancashire victories
I
in
know.
the One Day Cup. Obviously not the 2022 final, but we won't mention it.
It's always good to get the insight of a fan as well, to share their experiences. Again, as Balderson is going to be continuing from the city end. Again, driven hard down the ground, but that will find long off. So it will just be the single. Yeah, like I said, I think mine would definitely be at Trent Bridge. I know it's a bit of a sore subject here today, with obviously a Kent-Lancashire game. But it's always nice to be in a final, and Trent Bridge is quite enjoy that ground as well.
Yeah, lovely ground, Trent Bridge.
As again, Balderson then comes charging in, and that is hit hard again. Almost a copy and paste job of the one Ekhanch Singh just hit. Be the one out there. I think it might be Bailey doing the work. Yeah, the sun here is beating down, not a cloud in the sky.
A few planes for the plane enthusiasts going overhead.
Again, charges in. Bowles just drops his hands on that one. And there'll be no run, as cover does a good bit of work there.
Yeah, we know that's Jones because he's got the only floppy on.
Is there a floppy down at long off?
Well, there is now.
I think that might be Bailey.
I stand corrected. We've got 2 floppies in play now, as well as the umpires.
It's a good sort of cricketing style that I enjoy. And again, back into bowl. Slog swept in the air. And that is taken by deep mid-wicket on the boundary. So that is the end of Ekhanch Singh. He picks out the fielder. A good diving catch in the end. So that will mean that Kent are 270 for 6. Ekhanch Singh departs for 21. And Lancashire got the wicket here in the back sort of end of the 6 overs of the day. Or the game. No, the first innings. I've wished away a whole innings, everyone.
Yeah, Singh 21 off 16, so good knock from him. He'll have obviously wanted to get a few more, but he departs after hitting a fair few boundaries.
Again, the youngsters, big contributions from them.
It was Moores with the catch, wearing number 24.
It was Moores, as we've already been told today. Family connections throughout the cricketing circuit.
Yes, son of the not-said coach.
So this will mean the Kent captain, Grant Stewart, strides out to the middle.
Grant moves up in the order. It was meant to be Mo Rizvi next. That's why I started the drum roll for you to announce Mo Rizvi's arrival. But Grant Stewart, skipper, dual skipper in this one-day cup for Kent. He will come out into the middle wearing number 9 on his back. And of course, Grant will be going to the T20 World Cup. A fantastic achievement for Italy to reach their first T20 World Cup in February next year, and we will always be keeping tabs on Grant's performances during that tournament. We'll be updating the social media channels, and we'll be interviewing Grant during that tournament as well in the off season.
Could there be a social media opportunity to have a Grant Stewart cam of what it's like to be, a diary of what it's like to be in the World Cup?
Yeah, that sounds good, Molly. I think you've just volunteered yourself for that one, haven't you? So you're going to have to go out to Sri Lanka and India
to follow Grant Stewart.
Grant around.
I'm not sure he'd appreciate that. I think maybe we can let him record his own content. But I'm sure he'll have a lovely time out there. As we continue, as Balderson is into Grant Stewart. And that again is driven hard down the ground. And it will just be the 1, I believe. And it will be.
Yeah, that Italy squad is, I don't want to say star-studded, but obviously there's some names that are very familiar to very many people. Joe Burns, the Australia Test batter, he's now coach at Italy. Gareth Berg's been involved. Emilio Gay, the Durham batter, who scored 100 here last week. He's an Italy teammate of Grant Stewart.
As again, Balderson comes in, and that is driven through the covers by Leaning. It'll be the 1.
Ben and Harry Menenti, the Menenti brothers that have both played in the Big Bash. And the fantastically named wicketkeeper, Marcus Campopiano.
That'll be a very good competition. Obviously, it's nice to have Grant Stewart playing in that from a Kent perspective. Like I said, so I'm sure the social media channels will be following him throughout his journey. So on the off-season, as Liam Knight has just said, keep your eyes on that for a bit of behind-the-scenes content. And that does now mean, with the last 5 overs of the first innings, Kent sit on 272 for 6, Stewart's 1 off 1, and Leaning 12 off 16. So, big finish here, and it'll be Bailey to continue from the Beckenham end.
He's not big finish, he's big Italian.
All the puns coming out now. I think the heat's getting to Liam Knight, everyone.
Oh no, I'm very much in the shade, Molly, don't you worry. So Bailey will start his final over from the Beckenham end, wearing number 8 on his back. Comes into Jack Leaning, who bowls, and he's kept a little bit low, but Leaning's played that well into the onside. I'll just get 1 for it. Moores with an absolute rocket arm will throw that back in. Applauded by the crowd here, yeah. And Bailey will hopefully get, from his perspective, will hopefully get another wicket here in his final over of the innings. He's bowled quite nicely in this second stint that he's had.
Yeah, indeed. We're speaking about numbers. Is there a reason Grant has number 9?
I'm not sure. We'll have to ask him. Maybe our junior journo Seb today can ask him at some point. As Bailey comes in again. He goes past the umpire to Grant Stewart, who pulls that away. He'll get 1 for it. This is set up for Grant Stewart, though, isn't it? We've seen it so many times before. We briefly mentioned his 6 off the last ball to beat Yorkshire back in 2022 that has gone down in Kent folklore of the delivery before they needed 6 to win. He sent Hamid Kadri back. He said, no, I want the last ball, and he absolutely sent it into orbit. It almost went over the indoor score, and I have never heard a Canterbury roar for a match that isn't a T20 like it. As Bailey comes in again to Jack Leaning, who play that off his legs, and he'll get 1 again.
And that could have been something that one of our fans have emailed in to say they were there witnessing that.
Yeah, we are asking our Kent fans, because thank you very much to the Lancashire listeners that are emailing in. We've had no one from Kent yet, so who wants to take the title of the first Kent correspondent today to live stream at kentcricket.co.uk? Or
via our social media channels and outlets.
At Kent Cricket. Bailey comes in again to Grant Stewart, and he'll play that nicely. That's quite caressed down the leg side, and he'll get one for it to rotate the strike in this Bailey over. Bailey's last over of the innings.
Yeah, you kind of feel that going to be a big close here. Can Lancashire get these last few wickets to put sort of maybe a sting into the Kent score, or can Grant Stewart and Jack Leaning here put on a show for the Beckenham crowd?
I did forget the last part of Peter's email. Peter from Romania, he says Norok, which is good luck in Romanian. In comes Bailey to Leaning, who takes a step away, and he'll hook that away for one. We've seen Leaning do that a few times in his white ball career. We'll take one step away to try and confuse the bowler and step back in. One to come from Bailey.
Yeah, you kind of feel now with Grant Stewart on the strike, the short ball, if that approach is taken by Bailey, Stewart could send this into the academy building. But we'll see as Bailey comes into bowl. Shorter, high up in the air,
my lord.
and that has gone all the way.
I didn't think he'd got all of that, Grant Stewart, but that has almost hit the wooden score box by the groundsman's hut, and that's 6 more to Stewart, 6 more to Kent.
I feel like I might have called that one.
You did.
Yeah.
Monstradamus.
That is 6 more to Grant Stewart's total, 6 more to Kent's, and the score is 283 for 6 with 4 overs left.
Yeah, 4 overs left. It's worth saying that the cut-off is 235, so Lancashire have got through their overs very quickly here.
Yeah, we spoke about the spinners sort of motoring through their overs today. I don't blame them. Being out in the heat is not something many of us enjoy, especially when you're putting in a shift for your bowlers. So it will be Balderson to continue here. And that is driven into the covers hard from Jack Leaning. They're going to look for 2, but settle for 1 in the end as the fielder.
I think Grant Stewart wanted to come on strike. I think he very much didn't want the 2 there.
I think he was happy to send Jack back. As Balderson is going to return to his mark as Grant Stewart just looks at the grandstand. As you feel this is where this might end up if Grant has his way. But Balderson runs in. And again, that is swatted away.
It's well bowled.
To point. Yeah, it's a good area to bowl to Grant Stewart. He's not allowing him to get sort of underneath it to hit it straight. So we'll happily let him have the 1 to probably bowl as many balls as Jack Leaning. Not to take anything away from Jack here. A very good cricketer. But you just feel in this situation, Grant's going to probably hit the longer ball.
Yeah, we saw Jack do it last week, so I think Grant wants to have a go himself this time.
Ramped this time, but missed in the end. So it will be a crucial dot ball here for Lancashire's point of view.
And as we said, Leaning, he's no slouch trying to up that scoring rate. He's tried that little ramp there.
Not at all experienced and very capable is Jack Leaning. And he'll try the scoops and all the flair you need, where you just think Grant's going to stand there and put his hands through it and look to hit it as hard as he possibly can. As again, Balderson comes in to bowl to Leaning. He didn't fancy that one. Nothing was quite right, so he's pulled away.
I think that was the wind. You might have heard that on the effects right. The wind has blown a few things about at this side of the ground.
You can probably hear that now. It's deceivingly windy here today, but the weather is better than yesterday. So that is another win for the day. As Balderson comes charging in. Again, that is driven into the covers. He's used his feet there, Lean, to come down to it. But he has found Barnard out on the boundary there. So it'll be the single, which gives Stewart the strike. And again, you do have here long on the boundary, long off on the boundary, a deep point, a deep cover, and a deep mid-wicket. For those that can't see on the stream. So Lancashire have their boundary protection set as Stewart just gets himself settled. And again, he sort of waves the bat at that, but it is given as a wide. Probably not a bad idea though, that kind of area to Grant Stewart, but obviously not within them tram lines. So the umpire's arms do go up.
This is pure T20 death bowling now, isn't it?
It is sort of its finest here. The situation is set at the back end of a T20, but he comes in again to Stewart, and that one then is just flicked away to point, and it will just be the single. It's a good bit of bowling there from Balderson to control the game.
Yeah, Fred was saying that a couple of years ago in our championship game at Canterbury, all the Lancs fielders seemed to be doing was going, "Come on, Baldy." Baldy, Baldy, Baldy. Hopefully he'll be delivering for them again here.
Leaning looks like he's starting outside of his crease. And he's ramped on the full. That's a brilliant catch by Marcus Harris at a short third man. He thought the option may be coming. Leaning connects with the ramp, but he does hit it straight to the Lancashire captain, and he will depart for 17.
Yeah, I think Leaning's tried to get that a little bit finer, and he's almost hit it straight to Marcus Harris. That's unlucky from Jack Leaning. The intent was there. He tried to get it over his head, but unfortunately he's picked the fielder out, and he'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah. So that's a very good catch from Harris. He didn't have to move much, but I think it's important to mention it flew to him. Bit of pace on that. Obviously it wasn't a full as well, so that's a very good catch. And a new batter is coming to the crease.
Who is it, Molly?
Who is it, Liam?
It's the Rizzler. Mo Rizvi comes in.
A popular player here at Kent.
Yep, they were playing their usual football-based warm-up, which legally is different from football, anyone that's listening in. And it was, "Come on, Riz, come on, Riz." So he's a very popular guy, is Mo Rizvi. Also a lovely, lovely man.
For you Kent fans and you sort of eagle-eyed viewers on the social media pages, you will see a video of him a few weeks ago now playing for the Kent second 11, hitting the winning runs, bringing up his 100, I believe, as well.
Yeah, he was on 96. Kent were 9 wickets down, and they needed 2 to win. And he hit a lovely cover drive for 4, and the video quite rightly ends with Mikey Cohn at the other end just nodding and smiling at him as he comes towards the bump gloves.
So he's a bit of a fan favourite for his heroicness in games and on the social media channels here. So looking to a bit of fun towards the back end of the first innings. 3 overs left. It will be Shetty to continue to start his over here.
Yeah, Shetty comes in then to Grant Stewart, who cuts that very nicely, quite wristily. And Singh with his colourful trainers does the fielding. Yeah, Mo Rizvi, favourite sports person is Imran Tahir, and he's a leg spinner himself. Earliest cricketing memory is the 2005 Ashes. Favourite food, grilled chicken. You're a fan of grilled chicken, aren't you, Molly?
I am indeed.
Favourite musical artist, again, similar to you, Molly, Coldplay. As Shetty comes in again, and that's played nicely off the back foot from Rizvi. And he'll get off the mark. Wearing number 62 on his back. Favourite film, The Dark Knight Rises.
Yes, we don't have that one in common, unfortunately.
And a hobby/interest outside of cricket. He says he loves playing tennis and watching sport, in particular UFC or boxing. Shetty comes into Stewart, who drives that, and he'll get 1 for it. Yeah, we probably watched last night Kent's Moses Atoma knocking out Dillian White in the first round. So congratulations to Moses, a Kent fighter. I think he's from Chatham, isn't he, Moses? As Shetty's in again. I've been informed by Fred Atkins that his brother plays football for Sevenoaks Town. And yeah, he's from Chatham, Moses Atoma. So congratulations to Moses on his win over Dillian White last night in the boxing. As Shetty comes in to Grant Stewart, who digs that one out, and he'll get 1 for it, driven down to long on, and they'll get 1. Shetty again comes into Rizvi. He plays that nicely with his high elbow, and he'll get 1 for it at the end of the over. So 2 overs left. 294 for 7.
Yes, indeed. 2 overs left then. Is it Robbie Williams?
Bit of Robbie Williams.
So it's going to be, I see your worm graphic there, it's climbing from a Kent perspective. Balderson again to bowl his last over of the day.
Yeah, Rizvi takes strike, and Rizvi's played for a few second 11s.
And again, Balderson comes in. And that is driven into the covers there that we picked up by the fielder. So it'll be the one to give Grant Stewart the strike.
Yeah, Mo Rizvi in his career has played for the Chris Gale Academy, Essex second 11, Glamorgan second 11, Hertfordshire, Oxford MCCU, and of course Surrey second 11 and the South Asian Cricket Academy. So he is the second player to have joined Kent from Saka after Arafat Bhuyan.
And that is hit hard down the ground, but mid-off will do the work, so it might just be the one in the end, and it is.
And I've just noticed I do need to update his profile on the website because he's made his debut against Sussex Sharks at Arundel in the first match of this competition.
So again, Rizvi on strike here to Balderson as he comes running in. Again, he's tried to ramp, well bowled in the end, and he sort of turns his wrists, which allows the ball to be played to third man, which is Harris here. So it'll be the one, which will give Grant Stewart the strike, which Grant Stewart is probably going to want right now.
Here we go. The Kent website profile of Mo Rizvi is now up to date.
So again here, 1.3 overs left. Score is 297 for 7. He's into bowl to Stewart. Again, he's hit that hard down the ground to mid-on. It will just be the one. Stewart uses his feet there, as you can see, to try and get a bit of leverage to hit it over. But well bowled by Balderson. I was a word ahead there.
He's bowled him. Yeah, this is not for want of trying from Stewart, is it? He's trying to hit it as hard as he can. He's still striking it over 100, so he'll want to get a few more boundaries.
And that then again is just swatted into the offside, and Jones will do the work. Again, 299. So the 300's going to be happening here for Kent.
You've said that now.
I have.
You've had a few commentator curses, but we should point out none as bad as Megan Belt, who was on Kent Women commentary earlier on in the weekend, and every time she was on, Kent didn't do very well.
Balderson in. Again, he's on a big heave over the line, Grant Stewart. But these overthrows could be costly.
No Jose buzzing was there.
None there. So a big heave across the line from Grant Stewart. Didn't connect. They scamper through for a single. 300 up, 1 over left. It's all happening here at the county ground, Beckenham. As you can see on your graphic, Stewart is 17 off of 12, Rizvi 6 off 6. 6 balls left, Kent sit on 300. Last over of the innings. Do you think Lancashire are going to be too upset?
I think they've done well to come back into this a little bit with the ball. I think when Dawkins and Denley were getting firing, it could have been a much bleaker picture at the end of 50 overs for Lancashire. And obviously they've got some younger players playing, like Shetty, who's in now, and Grant Stewart has almost hit him into orbit there. It could go into the Crystal Palace training ground. It's definitely gone over the sight screens, and that's 6 more. No, just to carry on there, I think Lancashire are missing a few players to the other competition, and just like we've been saying for Kent, this is an opportunity for them to get into these situations and develop as players, and hopefully in the long term that Lancashire will benefit from this as much as Kent will, with their squad players coming through. So Shetty goes back to Stewart, who tries to hit that again into next week, but he doesn't quite connect, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I just get the impression here, as I was saying, that obviously 300 sort of surpasses here for Kent, but I don't think Lancashire can be too critical with themselves here at Beckenham.
No, we've seen scores like this a few times at Beckenham. Shetty comes into Grant Stewart, who's hit that's uppishly though, and it hasn't gone where he's expected to, but it will drop safe. And that's a lovely fielding by Harry Singh there. He's took it with one arm and thrown it in one motion, so he gets some very good applause from the Kent crowd. That's very well fielded by Harry Singh in his pinky red boots.
Yeah, I think Lancashire batters be eyeing up this track here,
Oh, absolutely.
itching to have a bat.
Mm. So Shetty in again to Grant Stewart, who has hit that high. Will it go long enough though? It will. It goes for 6, but Moores was in play there in the deep, and he leaped and it went over his hand, probably 3 foot over his hand, so it wasn't a lost cause for him to go after it. So Grant Stewart is doing Grant Stewart things here at Beckenham. He's 31 off 16 deliveries. And the PA announcer is having a bit of fun. Shetty comes in again, and Grant Stewart slaps that one away, but he will only get 1, which will put Rizvi on strike for the last ball of the innings. What can Mo Rizvi do here? Will he? Surely he's got to try and hit this for 6.
I wouldn't be surprised for him to use his feet here or slog sweep are the 2 options I'm going for.
In comes Shetty to Rizvi, and he's trying to cut that away. He's not got it at all, and he will run out Grant Stewart. So Grant Stewart is out. Last ball of the innings. Kent finish on 115 for 8. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name's Liam. I'm here with Molly Davis, where Kent have just made 115 for 8 in their first innings after Lancashire won the toss and elected to bowl. Here in our last match of 2 weekends at the county ground Beckenham, and today is our University of Greenwich Partnership Day here at the county ground, the 3rd annual Partnership Day here in Beckenham, with University of Greenwich celebrating the opportunities this partnership presents to both of our communities. We're proud to share the same core values, principles and beliefs that underpin this relationship. Delighted to have staff, students and alumni from the University of Greenwich joining us today, and their presence here highlights the strength of the partnership between the 2 entities. You can show your support and be in with a chance of winning a signed bat of shirt if you're here at the county ground today. And they have a partner stand just in front of the Academy building where you can find out more information. Thank you very much to the University of Greenwich for all their support of Kent Cricket.
So, first innings comes to a close. Kent managed to get to 315 for 8. So, Lancashire will need 316 to win. A good first 50 overs of the day.
Yeah, it could have been so much different, couldn't it? If Dawkins and Denley had turned up and stayed in, it could be much higher score. So, from a Lancashire's perspective, I think they'll be happy to get Kent nearer to that 300 mark than perhaps it would have been if they hadn't have taken those wickets.
But that is the end of the first innings, so please do come back and join us for the chase, and we'll see which team will come off with the win, and we will see you all shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see you in about half an hour's time from the county ground Beckenham. Hello everyone and welcome back to the County Ground Beckenham. This is the Kent Cricket live stream of Kent Spitfires versus Lancashire in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Thank you to Cluberly for all their support. If you were listening in or watching in last week, we do apologise for the quality of last week's stream, and we've worked hard this week to get it up and running, so hopefully you're enjoying 2 cameras and slightly clearer pictures and clearer audio. My name's Liam. I'm here with Kent women wicketkeeper Molly Davis for the start of Kent's innings in the field. They put on 315, so Lancashire's target is 316 in the second innings as AC/DC's Hells Bells rings out at the county ground to signify Kent's walk-on in this second innings. Molly, did you enjoy that first innings?
I did. It was a good display from the Kent batters, and obviously good fielding from Lancashire, good restriction. We were saying earlier, we feel that 300, I don't think they can be disappointed. It's a bit of a road out here at Beckenham today, so all in all, good effort from both sides, which should mean an exciting chase.
Yeah, you can get in touch with us during this chase by emailing in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk or giving us a tweet on X at Kent Cricket. Delighted to say that after our plea for Kent fans to email in, we've had a couple come in, so we'll get to those during this second innings. But for now, Michael Jones and George Bell run out to open the Lancashire innings, and Kent huddle up with head coach Adam Hollyoake giving them some final words of advice as we begin Lancashire's run chase and their pursuit of 316 as the entirety of Hells Bells might get an outing here. Quite a rousing song that obviously fans of German football will know. FC St. Pauli come out to this song. The Bundesliga team. You might just be picking it up for our microphones. And here come Kent, led by the captain Grant Stewart, part of the dual captains for the Metrobank One Day Cup. Himself and Harry Finch have shared captaincy duties, and both of them are leading out Kent here as they go for a second huddle before they reach the middle. 2
huddles. It will be. Looks like it will be George Bell and Michael Jones to open up the batting here for Lancashire, and we'll see who will take the first over for Kent. Any predictions?
I think even though Kent have got 316, I think it's closer to 50-50 than many people might think.
Yeah, I just said I don't think you can write Lancashire off it at all. I think it's, without undermining Kent's performance, I'd say it's a round par.
But then, to play devil's advocate, this is a big total, and it is Kent's highest ever total against Lancashire before, eclipsing the 306 for 6 in the Royal London Cup, as it was known then, final in 2022 at Trent Bridge. So this is Kent's highest score against Lancashire in List A history, a storied rivalry with 1995 at Lords with Aravinda de Silva playing for Kent, and Kent missed out that day. Then of course Joey Everson almost getting 100 in his first few months as a Kent player in the 2022 One Day Cup. So this is a bit of a rivalry and also a prelude to the Vitality Blast quarter-finals, where Kent Spitfires will take on the Lancashire Lightning at Emirates Old Trafford. But for now, Grant Stewart, the captain, will open up himself from the Beckenham end. And it's going to be Jones on strike. So, what can Kent do here with the ball early on? We saw them get off to a very good start with the bat, and Denley and Dawkins broke the first wicket partnership for Kent against Lancashire record.
As that one just sails past the outside edge, or
Yeah.
the lead.
That Denley and Dawkins partnership eclipsed the partnership between Brian Luckhurst and Graham Johnson back in 1975. As Grant Stewart comes in again. Comes in past umpire Harris, and he will draw a defensive shot from Jones. Yeah, that partnership, Luckhurst and Johnson at Moat Park in 1975 was 119, so that partnership was worth over 150 runs for the opening stand for Kent. I'd like to give our first shout out to Arthur, one of the oldest Kent cricket fans, as he says himself, listening in with his family in Herne Bay. Grant Stewart comes in again. That's played nicely off his hip by Jones. He'll get one for it, shot at the stumps, and slight misfield. They could get another one here. Yep, they'll come through for an extra run. The slight misfield there by Ben Dawkins. And we will get through your emails and posts this second innings. Do tweet us at Kent Cricket or email in livestream at kentcricket.co.uk. As Kent's captain Grant Stewart continues this opening over from the Beckenham end in the shadow of Crystal Palace's training ground. He comes in to Jones, who plays that back to him. A no run.
Yeah, do get in touch. It's always good to hear from you. As Stewart just walks back to his mark.
Yeah, shining the ball on his trousers. Grant Stewart trying to get a bit of swing early on. And Stewart then, he's at the top of his mark. He comes in, passed on by Anthony Harris. Comes in and bowls. Slightly fuller that time and played nicely with soft hands from Jones. Who will get one for it. Ticking away Lancashire here. 3 without loss after 5 deliveries. We saw that early on with Kent, didn't we?
We did. The 2 younger players got off to a flying start, so I'm sure Lancashire are going to be wanting to do the same here. Admiring probably what the Kent batters did, and hoping to cash in themselves.
So this is going to be the 6th delivery of Grant Stewart's over. 2 slips in place. Leaning, and I think it's Chris Benjamin there. Comes in, that's full again. But dug out by Bell, there'll be no run to end the over. So 3 runs come off the first over of Lancashire's reply. They need 313 more runs to win.
You'd assume it'll be the tall Matt Quinn from the City end. Looks like it is.
Yeah, well predicted, Molly.
See Matt Quinn coming into the squad today.
Number 64.
Indeed.
Because he's 6'4".
Another fun number fact for you all. So that's why Matt Quinn wears his number, which is quite a clever play. Quite enjoy that. But it will be Matt Quinn to bowl to Jones from the City end. 2 slips still in play here. No Rizvi down here at a 3rd region. Short 45, where I believe it's Matt Parkinson. As Quinn is at the top of his run. As he comes in to Jones. That one's defended into the offside, where I believe the work is done by Joey Everson at cover. It is indeed. 33.
Now, as a player yourself, Molly, do you like having a player that can keep wicket as your first slip next to you?
I think so. I think it's a natural position, standing obviously behind the batter. That view is not too unfamiliar. Obviously you've got Chris Benjamin there, and obviously Ben Dawkins not in the slips today, but probably a familiar place for him to be if he's not got the gloves. As Quinn's in, it's worked into the leg side there by Jones. It'll be the one. He's skipped down the wicket to that.
Wind's picked up again slightly here, but there's still no clouds in the sky, and if you are in the area watching the live stream, why don't you head on down for the second innings? Kids are just £1 for under 14s.
Yeah, the stand out to our left, to the City end, looking pretty busy. And a little bank as well to the left hand side, lots of picnic chairs just settling in after the short interval. I'm sure that ice cream van was visited
Yeah.
a few times. And as Quinn's back in, and that is out. An outside edge flies to Chris Benjamin.
Quinn has let out an almighty roar when he found that edge, and he saw that Benjamin had pocketed it at first slip. So Bell goes without scoring. Kent have made a breakthrough in the second over. Lancashire 4 for 1. It's a good start from Kent with the ball.
There's a sharp bit of work there by Chris Benjamin. We were just saying about a keeper. How do you think it works? Obviously quite well. So in the end they do see Bowell depart, and that will bring the new batter to the crease. And it looks like, is that going to be the skipper?
Yeah, Marcus Harris comes in, the Australia international, at number 3. Now, as he makes his way to the middle, we'll read out a couple of you that have got it in touch. Thank you very much for dropping an email to livestream@kentcricket.co.uk as the Coronation Street theme tune welcomes Marcus Harris to the crease.
Now that's an interesting choice. We've had a lot of music here over the last 2 days at Beckenham, but that may be the most obscure.
And there's an email here from Ian. He says, I keep hearing you say you have had no emails from Kent fans. Well, I'm a Kent fan, he says. It's our first one of the day. He says, like you, I really enjoyed Grant Stewart's 6 off the last ball of the match to beat Yorkshire back in 2022. He says a relative of his had left the ground about 20 minutes earlier, convinced we weren't going to win. So that just shows that anything can happen in list A cricket, and never leave a match early.
Exactly. Especially, I feel, in a cricket realm, anything is possible. Obviously that day Stewart proved that. But the new batter is Marcus Harris. He's setting himself up, taking guard, as Quinn is running in from the city end. As he leaves that one, as it goes through to Harry Finch with the gloves on.
Yeah, left alone nicely by Harris. Obviously he'll have a lot of experience in these sort of situations. Australia international, like I previously said. Skipper as well of Lancashire in this one-day cup.
Yeah, you get the impression, don't you, that he's sort of the person at the crease that Lancashire are going to want to see. That experience, sort of the maturity and just composure. Something that Kent probably doesn't want to be hanging around for too long. As Quinn again starts his charge. Again, that is a late leave from Harris, which means it's a dot ball, and it just goes flying through to Harry Finch. But yeah, I'm still not over that Coronation Street music. I mean, unless Marcus Harris is a big Corrie fan, which I'm doubtful, I'm unsure if there was any correlation
It's
there.
Manchester, isn't it? Coronation Street.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But in the end, a bit of humour for the music department here at Kent. And again, Quinn's in. Short ball this time as it whistles past the helmet of Marcus Harris, and that is the end of the over. So Lancashire are 4 for 1 after 2. New batter at the crease, Harris. Good 2 overs here from Kent on top. But I think Fred Atkins was saying on commentary earlier that they were speaking to a few of the Durham players last week, and they kind of said that with the ball, if you don't get much to happen in the first 10, it could be a bit of a long stretch. But Kent have managed to get something to happen in the second over.
Yeah, good early strike from Matt Quinn, who will be pleased to come back in the side and take a wicket. Grant Stewart will start a new over from the Beckenham end. And he's just throwing the ball up to himself in his hands and getting ready with maybe some finger positions on the seam. He comes in then. Past the umpire, and that's soft hands from Jones, and it won't be a run. Just some breaking news that might concern some of our listeners from Lancashire. Good news as well that Morecambe FC have been cleared to belatedly begin their season after the National League approved their club's takeover. So for it looked for a while, our listeners in Lancashire might not have Morecambe FC still playing football, and it's good to see that they've now been taken over and they will play their home game against Altrincham on Sunday. That's good to hear, as Grant Stewart forces another defensive shot from Jones, and there will be no run. This is a tight start from Kent's opening bowlers. Only 1 run so far from Grant Stewart, who's into his second over, and the run rate is only 1.7 at the moment, so it's a good start from Kent with the ball. Stewart comes in again. That's the first attacking shot we've seen. And that run rate will climb now significantly as Jones hits that back over and gets Ben Dawkins' head at mid-off.
He's just moved his feet there and just pumped that over mid-off. Ben Dawkins can't do much about that apart from go and collect it for the boundary rope. So that's 4 more to Lancashire total.
Grant Stewart, what will he do to come back to this one then? Comes in from the Beckenham end, bowls. That's a lovely looking drive again, and Ben Dawkins gets one hand to that, so it won't go all the way. He's stopped that going for a boundary. There will be 2 now. 2 runs saved by Ben Dawkins there.
Yeah, so good diving effort there from Ben Dawkins. Definitely saved the boundary. But again, a good firm strike by the Lancashire batter there in Jones. So promising signs.
Yeah, shoots of recovery after an early wicket. As Stewart begins another delivery and is over. Comes in and bowls. That's a little bit full of that time, and that's driven handsomely through the covers. That's a lovely looking shot from Jones, and he'll get 4 runs from it. So Grant Stewart's figures are being messed up here slightly after a tight first over. He's gone for 10 so far in his second over from the Beckenham end. Lancashire up to 14 for 1 inside the third over.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Just sort of pierced the field quite easily there from Jones's perspective, and he's got 4 more from it. Does race away, as we've been saying. So there's definitely positives here if you're a Lancashire supporter. And Kent are going to be hunting for that second wicket. As Grant Stewart has 1 ball left in his second over.
Yeah, can he come back from this with a better delivery as he comes in and bowls? And he will pick that up and aim at the stumps menacingly. Says Grant Stewart, there won't be a run from it. So 14 for 1 at the end of the over. We're going to get through another one of the emails that's come in during the interval. It's David Monks. He says he's contacting us from Worthing on the Sussex coast, not too far from Kent, of course. And he says his son lives in Norwood near Beckenham. Says he also lives in Tuscany, but it's too hot there in the summer. And his Italian friends, you may know Grant Stewart, said that there is a cricket ground in Lucca where we live. He said he was sceptical, but they insisted and took me to the ground, and a sign outside said Lucca Croquet Club. So a bit lost in translation there. Thank you, David, for getting in touch.
As Quinn's back in and Harris just defends away. But yeah, do get in touch. It's good to hear from you all. If there's another theme, Liam, you want to add to the requests of the listeners?
I think the one we didn't really capitalise on earlier was one from Fred, who said after Marcus Harris gave a thumbs up to a spectator who threw the ball back to him after a boundary, nicest fielders you've encountered at cricket.
That's a great question.
If you know of any, or if you had any experience, no matter how long ago it was, do get in touch and let us know.
As Quinn's back in, and that's worked off the hip of Harris, and it will go down to Rizvi here at fine leg, so it will just be the one.
Rizvi with number 62 on his back. I bet there's a story behind that one.
Potentially. Be good to just ask the players why they choose their number.
Yeah, just where we're positioned as well. We could actually, if we wanted to, just shout over to him and ask him, couldn't we?
We could indeed. But yeah, nicest fielders that you've encountered throughout your spectating years. Let us know. If you're a keen cricket traveller and travel around to the grounds, even out ground as well, or you're a bit closer to the fielders and to the players, let us know. Really sort of keen to hear the stories there. As Quinn this time comes into Jones. And that is left alone by Jones as it sails through to Harry Finch.
It's getting good carriers, Matt Ken, so far.
Yeah, it's going through quite nicely, isn't it? Obviously 2 slips in, so maybe it's doing a little bit at the moment, keeping the Kent players interested, and obviously Grant Stewart hunting for that second wicket of his team.
Paul E. Dangerously has been in touch on Twitter. He says quick wickets are needed, and we've got one of those.
Yeah, we were saying, weren't we, that first power play is going to be key here for the bowlers to make some inroads. Quinn back in, whipped off the legs this time into a vacant mid-wicket area, and that will go all the way for 4. Lovely time shot there by Jones. Adds 4 more to the Lancashire total, 4 more to his.
Yeah, Erkan Singh was huffing and puffing to get there, but he didn't quite reach it. Yeah, thank you to Paul for getting in touch. Paul E. Dangerously. I wonder if he's the alias of Paul Heyman back in the WCW days. That was used to go by.
Your niche wrestling reference in there, Liam Knight.
I know how much a fan of it you are, Molly, so I thought I'd get it in there.
Thank you. As Quinn again is coming in from the city end. Again, left alone. Good take there by Harry Finch. A little bit of a shuffle down the wicket there, but Jones wasn't interested in that one.
Yeah, this is, despite that boundary, it's a good start from Matt Quinn, who hasn't been in the side for the last few games.
Yeah, it's a good sort of welcome back for him, isn't it? Wicket to his name after the first over. And one more ball left in this over. As Jones just gets himself set up and ready. Again, Matt Quinn charges in. That's just pushed into the offside. He fancied the single, but Harris sent him back, so there'll be no run there. So at the end of the over, Lancashire are 19 for 1 off of 4.
Yeah, 5 off it. The over from Matt Quinn, so covered well from being hit for 4 halfway through. And Grant Stewart will continue from the Beckenham end in the shadow of the Crystal Palace FC training ground.
So, nicest fielders that you've encountered? You've asked listeners to get in with their stories. How about you?
I was thinking actually, and before I did started my career at Kent Cricket, shall we say, I think it didn't happen to me, but I saw Daniel Bell-Drummond signed a fair few autographs in a county championship match that I went to. He also saluted the players, the spectators, sorry, that threw the ball back over the rope. So confirmed nice guy is Daniel Bell-Drummond. Grant Stewart then from the Beckenham end. He comes in. Has he found the edge? No, he hasn't. It's a good delivery from Stewart. It went away from Marcus Harris, and fortunately from a Lancashire point of view went past the edge as well.
Yeah, you see a lot of that these days, don't you? And especially in the blast, a lot of the fielders out in the boundary are more than happy to sign autographs for the young fans that are eagerly waiting there with balls or bats to sign. It's nice to see.
Grant Stewart comes in again then from the Beckenham end. That's chopped away by Harris. He'll get one for it. There is a fielder down at third. I think it's Matt Quinn. I'll just get one. Yeah, there are special autograph signing sessions as well, I should say, at all Kent home white ball matches, including the Metrobank One Day Cup. And if you want to get down there at the end of the match at Canterbury next week, they will be outside the Oriole Cafe, and you will get a free, lovely designed Metrobank One Day Cup team poster with all the players' headshots on it and their names, and you can get how many signatures you can get on each player. I'm sure it's a bit of a competition between the younger fans, and that is absolutely free of charge, included in your match admission for members and ticket holders, and very popular, these autograph signing sessions. Grant Stewart starts again, bowls, and Jones has come down at the wicket for him, and that's going to be 4. Jones charged down at Grant Stewart, yeah, and he'll get his rewards. A nice pull shot away after taking a step down the wicket for 4 runs. And Grant Stewart is getting a little bit of tap here at his next 2 overs.
Yeah, indeed. They've sort of taken the charge back to Kent here, which wasn't, unsurprising. Obviously chasing 315. They can't sit down for too long. But again, a good positive start here from Lancashire. Kent searching for that second wicket, but a foundation is slowly but surely being laid by the visitors.
Yeah, how does Stewart come back to this? So in comes Stewart. It's a slower ball and had to be dug out by Jones. It's well bowled by Grant Stewart. There will be no run. I've had another email in from Paul from Herne Bay. Says he's watching the stream in his garden by my new garden bar with pint in hand. I hope it's a pint of Shepherd Neame beer, Paul. He says, come on, Super Kent.
And Grant will continue here.
In comes Stewart then. And that's a shorter delivery, and it's been hooked away, but it will only be one as Matt Quinn's there backing up. That was dug into the pitch. Quite an aggressive delivery from Grant Stewart. Lots of shouts of encouragement in the field. Chris Benjamin hands Grant Stewart the ball as he gets the toys mark to hopefully conclude his 3rd over and Kent's 5th. That's a good delivery, respected by the batter Marcus Harris, and there'll be no run.
That is the end of the over. So will it be Matt Quinn to continue? I imagine it will be. As he strides back up to his mark, you can see the nice blue and red graphic on your screen currently. And it will be Matt Quinn to continue here. 2 slips in for Matt Quinn. Obviously we are still in the power play. So a restriction to how many fielders can be out of the inner ring. Mo Rizvi is one of them down here at 3rd. And I believe the other one is at a deep square, which I think is Akash Singh.
Yep.
And it will be Quinn to again start his run from the city end to Jones. And again, that is played through point off the splice of the bat. He'll get a couple for it as Mo Rizvi does the work. So good running there from the visitors.
Leaning dissuaded Harry Finch from trying to throw that down to the other end.
I think Leaning realised that there was no one backing up, so it could have been a buzzers and 4 overthrows. A lot of encouragement here from the Kent fielders, trying to keep everyone's spirits up here to try and get their 2nd wicket. And again, Quinn runs in, and that's punched off the back foot there from Jones. Didn't quite time it, so it will be a dot ball. And lots of vocal encouragement here from the Kent players. I think that's Jaden Denley at point. Again, the wind is a little bit more gusty at the moment. Jones just settles himself. And Matt Quinn comes running in. Worked off the hip nicely there. That'll be the 1 as Dawkins does the work.
It's Jones that's looking to score quickly here, isn't it? He's
Yeah.
24 off 23 now.
That's sort of how Dawkins approached there, wasn't it? Sort of quick and punchy. And before you know it, he's in his 30s and you think, wow, that's happened pretty quick. So I'm sure he's looking to, again, have a similar theme. And obviously Marcus Harris is getting himself in. As he then sets himself to face his ball from Matt Quinn. Short ball, good duck in the end by Harris, and Finch again takes that pretty comfortably.
Chris Benjamin loved that one. Lots of applauding behind in the slip corner from Chris Benjamin.
There's a fellow keeper again in there. I think Kent are going to fancy this at the moment. Obviously Harris is 2 off of 9, so by no means struggling, but at the moment Kent may feel they're on top. Again, Quinn reaches the top of his mark. He doesn't fancy that one. Didn't feel right in the end, so pulled away. So we'll have to re-bowl that one.
This is a good start from Lancashire, just to give you a bit of context in the game. At this point, Kent were 19 without loss. So Lancashire may have lost a wicket, but they've got almost twice as many runs.
Indeed. They've come out positively, which I think is the key when you're chasing over 300. But the batting deck looks like a decent one. Again, Quinn charges back into Harris, worked off the legs, but he's found Joey Everson at mid-wicket, so there'll be no run there. 1 ball left for the over here. So how early do you think it will be before Grant Stewart turns to his spin options?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, trying to remember yesterday, Kent went quite early, didn't they, in the women's match to spin?
First over.
Yeah, they opened up with spin and they had a few spin options that day, and there are a few in this men's lineup. Parkinson, Rizvi, Leaning, Denley.
There's 4 spinners that could potentially bowl here today for Kent. There's Quinn's back in, whipped off the legs, found the gap this time, timed very well. It won't go all the way though, as Stewart does chase, but that pick up a 3 for it. So in the end, that is the end of the over. And Lancashire are 31 for 1 off of 6.
Yeah, like we say, it's a good start. And at this stage, Kent were 24 without loss, but it is worth mentioning that the DLS par is 46, so if you're going to use that as a bit of a gauge of how they're getting on, they are slightly behind, although the run rate is significantly higher for Lancashire at this stage compared to Kent's.
See the worm on your screen. And it's going to be Grant Stewart again. Maybe Kent will look to play out the power play here with the seamers, and then obviously bring on their long list of spinners.
Yeah, I think you're right, Molly. Obviously, like you've alluded to, they'll have more fielders able to go outside of that inner circle, so catching opportunities.
Yeah, you might turn to a Matt Parkinson, Mo Risby, potentially.
But for now, it's Grant Stewart from the Beckenham end. He comes in. Aborts his run up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that from Matt Quinn in the last over.
Oh no, is that run up or is that hammy?
Now Grant is he's signalling for the physio here.
Yeah. This might not be the sign that Kent fans wanted to see. He's taking his cap off of the umpire and he's going to be giving the ball, I think, to Joey Everson here.
That's something we didn't want to see. We saw this for Grant when he was captaining Kent for the first time in the county championship.
And something hasn't felt right here, so the physio will be coming out. Now, by no means this is a good option here, but what it does mean is obviously he hasn't bowled a ball yet, so Joey Everson will get 6 balls, because the ruling obviously in cricket is if somebody comes in to take someone's over, it will class as a 1 over, no matter if it's 1 ball or 6. So it does mean that they're not going to lose any overs here from anyone.
Yeah, Fred Classen will come in to substitute field as Grant Stewart goes off for a little bit of treatment, and we hope that this isn't major from Grant. He is walking under his own steam, so
he's walking off compared to the Leicestershire game where he had the injury for the first time, where he did some assistance.
yeah.
So the positive here is that he's walking himself off. But for now, it does mean that Joey Everson will take over from him at the Beckenham end. And as Liam has mentioned earlier, Harry Finch will then have that captaincy hat on now.
Yeah, Finch, one of the dual captains, so Kent haven't lost a captain here, if you want to be technically speaking about it. Joey Everson then from the Beckenham end comes in. That's respected by Harris back to him, and there won't be a run. Fred Classen, the sub fielder, we won't miss who that is because he's got his bright orange sunglasses on. Obviously a nod to his Dutch international status, who are also going to the T20 World Cup. We mentioned earlier that Grant will be going to the T20 World Cup with Italy. Fantastic achievement for them, and Fred Classen will be there as well with the Netherlands.
Yeah, a few of your Kent players playing for their countries.
Comes Joey Everson then from the Beckenham end, and he's wound up there, but that's been met by a fantastic cover drive from Marcus Harris, who will get 4 more. And even more unluckily for Mo Risby, who's got to go and get it, is it's gone under the roller covers, so it's gone further than it probably should have. Have you had that happen to you before, Molly?
I haven't, only because I've had the keeping gloves on.
Yeah.
I haven't had to run after them, but I have seen many of my teammates have to crawl under the covers. When you're much younger, it's much easier. We will try and give you an update on Grant Stewart if one does come through to us. But obviously we're all hoping that he does return to the field at some point.
Yeah, he's gone straight up into the Kent dressing room, where I assume Dan George, our physio, will be waiting for him.
Yeah, I can imagine that they'll be just receiving some treatment there.
And Mo is having a lot of trouble trying to find the ball under the covers, as we predicted.
I'm
So
sure the ground staff, that's the hut, is just in front of behind the covers, will be able to help.
You aren't missing any cricket if you have just tuned in. The ball that was sumptuously drive for 4 by Marcus Harris through the covers, went under the roller covers. But Mo Risby has found the ball, and he returns it to Joey Everson, who will continue this over from the Beckenham end. So Everson begins the 3rd delivery of his over, and that's dug into the pitch a little bit, played off his legs by Harris, and they come through for a single. There's a bit of hesitation there from Parkinson as to whether he was going to throw it in to try and get the run out.
Almost stole a single in the ring there, haven't they, Lancashire?
Yeah, good running between the two.
Obviously Lancashire being Matt Parkinson's former county.
Yeah, he'll want to do well, won't he?
I think there's always a bit of that whenever you play a side that you've left, that club or county. It's always nice to do well against you.
Yeah, you've recently changed your clubs, haven't you, in club cricket?
Have indeed.
Joey Everson comes in again. It's played off the legs by Jones, and they will get one. They'll get two as well. Good running again as Matt Quinn does the fielding into Harry Finch. There's two from it, two to come.
Yeah, it'll be obviously Joey's maybe brought on earlier than he thought.
Yeah, he's not as quick as Grant Stewart, but he's an accurate bowler. Joey Everson comes in again, and he's bowled him!
As I've said that.
Joey Everson has just sent the bails to Wales, and it's Jones that has to go for 26, and that's the breakthrough. And that wouldn't have happened if Grant Stewart had kept bowling. Perhaps Grant could have done that, but in the end, fate would have it that Joey Everson has bowled Jones to 26.
It's almost the silver lining if you're a Kent fan, obviously with Grant Stewart hobbling off the field. Joey Everson does strike, so that means Lancashire are 38 for 2. We've seen it a lot from Joey Everson this year. He sort of comes on and a bit of medium pace and he just gets wickets.
Yeah, Joey's a very accurate bowler. He's one of those that fits into that cliche of sometimes he can bowl that heavy ball into the surface.
Yeah, indeed. It's paid off now. So the new batter, I can't see who that is.
It's Josh Bohannon, number 20. Comes in, and he is the sole survivor of Lancashire's 2022 side that missed out against the Spitfires at Trent Bridge in the Royal London Cup final.
He'll be looking to make an impact today. Obviously finding himself at the crease maybe slightly earlier than he originally thought he'd be, but he does join Marcus Harris here.
Yeah, he's welcome to the middle by the PA announcer playing Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses.
There's a theme here, isn't there?
And Everson will hope to bowl a delivery as good as that last one that bowled Michael Jones.
Yeah, like I said, he finds a way, Joey Everson, to get wickets. He does. Me and Fred Atkins are speaking earlier about dismissing Scriven. I think it was in the 90s in Leicestershire against Leicestershire in a 4-day game. Rattled the pads and the umpire said, unfortunately, that is out. So that does mean someone of Everson's calibre makes things happen. But obviously here, Bohannon has one ball to face from Everson.
Yeah, one to come from this first Joey Everson over from the Beckenham end. He comes in, passed on by Harris and bowls, and it's had to get Bohannon up on his toes there. He's almost held the pose slightly there to make sure he got behind it. And that's a good end to the over. Two balls, including a dot and a wicket to end Joey Everson's first over. And he'll be happy with that. Lancashire are 38 for 2 after 7 here at the County Ground Beckenham.
So the question is now, obviously we're mentioning about what Grant Stewart was going to do. With him not being on the field, it does bode the question to what Harry Finch will do. Would you assume it was to be Matt Quinn to continue here from the City end? Does Joey Everson bowl another? Or do they turn to somebody else? Not to underplay Joey Everson's contribution there, but obviously they've turned to him slightly earlier. But for now it is Matt Quinn bowling to Harris. As he starts his run in. Left alone by Harris.
Theatrics in the field.
Oh, what was this? There was a bit of a call there from the umpire. Think a bit of a conversation to where Matt Quinn follows through. Maybe he's going a little bit too straight there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And a bit of a gentle reminder there to the tall seamer to not run down the middle of the wicket.
And former Kent bowler to a current Kent bowler there, Nigel Long, just letting him know that he's straying a little bit too straight in his follow through.
But he'll come in and return again. You kind of feel now that Harris is the anchor here to try and get Lancashire over the line. As Quinn again, straighter this time. It's been punched up to the mid-off region where Dawkins does the work. But no run there. experience though that Marcus Harris brings will make Lancashire maybe feel a little bit more comfortable at home if you're watching, or if you've made a journey here today.
So I wasn't laughing at you then, Molly. Ben Dawkins was throwing the ball in the field back and he made some sort of slow motion roll through before he sent it back to Matt Quinn. That was very strange.
As Quinn again into Harris. That one struck hard down the ground, but a sort of a flinging right hand, let's just say, stops that for going for 4. I think that's going to maybe be singing a little bit now. So what we can see is, I think, is that the Kent physio doing a lap?
Yeah. He's now turned round and gone back. I think he's heard you. He's heard your disapproving stare, Molly.
As Quinn's back in, short ball pulled away, downward, as Rizvi does the work, as he tries to chase that down, and they get there and put it back in, but they will get 3. So a good work there from the Kent spinner, but in the end, good running from the Lancashire pair.
Yeah, this stage, Kent were 47 without loss, so Lancashire for the first time just dipping under the comparison score. Obviously Kent had 2 wickets in the hutch still.
As Bahanan just sets himself up to face his first ball from Matt Quinn. And Quinn again just adjusting a few things for running in. And he'll be in. And that's punched off the back foot. Didn't quite time that one there. So the subfielder Classen will do the work.
At the end of this over, we're going to try and attempt a double commentary takeover.
Trying to achieve big things in the comment box today. Just got to move out my seat, but sometimes that can be quite challenging, and not take out any of the equipment on the way. So thank goodness there's not a commentary cam to watch me try and move. Anyway, as Matt Quinn is continuing here to Bahanan, and again that whistles past the outside edge. Finch takes comfortably, and that is the end of the over. So Lancashire are 41 for 2. Bahanan yet to score. Harris sits on 13. I think there's going to be a change in here.
Yeah, for now we'll say goodbye to you, Molly. Go and have a well-earned rest. And you are listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, sponsored by Cluberly, as I've just asked Jazz Singh if he wants to do a bit of commentary, and it was a very resounding no. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly here at the County Ground Beckenham, as Kent Spitfires are taking on Lancashire. And they've got Lancashire in a bit of bother here. It's 41 for 2. Wickets for Joey Everson and Matt Quinn. And Fred Atkins will now be joining me in his rather fetching Ike Athens bucket hat. As Fred gets ready, Joey Everson's getting ready as well to get another over under his belt from the Beckenham end. Here he is. Joey Everson comes in. Played nicely off his legs by Harris. He'll get 1. Ekant Singh does the fielding. Back to the bowler via Chris Benjamin. Hello, Fred. How are we?
Hello. Yes. Had to remove the bucket hat to get the headphones on.
It's a rather nice one. Nice bright white Ike Athens bucket hat. I assume from your time when you worked in Greece.
Yeah, used to live and work out there for a few years.
Joey Everson comes in again past the umpire, and that's a slightly quicker delivery, but it's defended well by Bahanan, and it will be no run. Bahanan yet to get off the mark.
It's not a big cricket country. There is a ground in Corfu, and I believe that Harry Carvelis play for.
Yes, Harry Carvelis, who now plays for Sussex. He was part of the Kent second 11 team that won the second 11 trophy back in 2019. He's a Greek international. Joey Everson, that's a full, almost Yorker length delivery. Mo Rizvi does well in the field there, in the onside, to stop it going just for more than 1 run.
I think I'm right in saying that Carvelis played for Tunbridge Wells earlier this season as well. So played a few Kent League games. And there is a Kent-born England international. Sorry, Kent-born, a Kent England international who was born in Athens.
Yes, there is now. Shall we reveal who that is now, or let people guess for a couple of minutes?
We'll let them guess.
Joey Everson comes in again then from the Beckenham end. And that's played again nicely by Harris. But again, he'll get one as Mo Rizvi throws himself around in the field to stop it going from anything more than a single. Yeah, a Kent.
Born around about 1997, played for Kent, now plays for England. Now plays, I believe, for Surrey Women.
Yes. Oh, you've given one part away there.
Yeah. And was born in Athens, so technically could play for Greece.
Here comes Everson again, then continuing. And that's played with soft hands by Beckenham, but I don't think he was all aware of where that ball was pitching, so he's done well to defend that one out. As the planes continue to fly over here at Beckenham on the Heathrow flight path. And the main stand from the city end is now full of people. Great to see a few people from Copers Coat Road end as well. Busy looking Beckenham today as Everson comes in. And that's pulled away in the air, but it will be safe, and Mo Rizvi again has to go after this one, but he won't chase that one down. That's gone for four more to Beckenham, who had just got off the mark a couple of deliveries beforehand, and after 9 overs, Lancashire up to 48 for 2. This stage Kent were 59 without loss.
Yeah, I always thought he was in control of that one, Beckenham. It didn't really go airborne. I mean, you know, you're used to fielders almost as a default shout, catch it, whenever the ball goes even remotely anywhere in the air. But I don't think even anybody half-heartedly shouted on that occasion. Yeah, just mentioning the crowd there, I would say that probably bigger this week, just from looking at it. I've been on the boundary walk earlier on, and it did seem not only are there more people in the green seats, the fixed seats at the northern end of the ground, but there's also a healthy crowd towards the west of the ground, as Quinn will continue from the city end. Quinn in. This one is driven. They'll get a single out of this one at least. It's fielded about the sort of mid-on area.
Is that Jaden or Ben Dawkins?
I'm just trying to work it out. It's
I think it's Ben Dawkins.
single anyway. Looks like Dawkins. It's certainly tall enough to be Dawkins. The score moves on to 49 for 2 here. So Beckenham will take the strike. Quinn to bowl again from the city end. Running in. Quinn gets to the crease. This one's a little bit shorter, and it's possibly slightly fortuitous edge. Looks like it's going to carry 4, and Rizvi can't get there. He almost got a hand to that. I think he actually made the ground. The only way that he was going to be able to stop that was if he reached out his left hand to grab it, and he couldn't quite manage it. Whether it got a slight bobble before it got to him.
Yes, unlucky from Mo Rizvi, who's put in a very much a big shift in the field so far in this young innings.
And presumably he'll be on to bowl sooner rather than later.
Yeah, 50 up for Lancashire then in the 10th over.
So Quinn coming back to bowl to Bohannon. 2 slips in here. Bohannon will try to get that one through the mid-wicket area, and that might well go for 4 as well, and it has gone for 4. There was a chase there by, it looked like Ekansh Singh, but he never really looked like getting there. And so successive 4s for Bohannon. They give the Lancashire innings a bit of impetus here. They're up to 57 for 2. Currently in the 10th over. Quinn gets back to his mark at the city end and runs in. Gets to the crease. This one is just flashes past Bohannon's edge. Goes straight through to Harry Finch.
He's took one hand off the bat there, Bohannon.
Yeah, the slip's been taken out. Finch has sort of had to step a fair way across there to take that. Never any question that he wasn't going to get there. But, I wonder if that's indicative of a bit of movement. Sure, Bohannon is possibly rehearsing that shot again in his head as Quinn gets back to his mark and runs in. Quinn gets to the crease. This one slightly fuller is driven by Bohannon. That's fielded by Joey Everson. Cover, and there's no run. Everson just handing the ball to Fred Clarkson, who is on. Those of you joining us, Grant Stewart, the Kent captain today, pulled up a couple of overs ago with a recurrence, we think, of a thigh injury. We haven't had that confirmed yet, but he's gone off for treatment. Now, Joey Everson stepped in to bowl the over that Stewart was going to bowl and took a wicket in that over. As Quinn gets back to his mark, very distinctive run-up Matt Quinn has, comes in here, and Bohannon decides to just leave that one outside of his leg stump. We're going to have a change here in the commentary box as Liam Knight is going to take a break, and Nick Dillham is going to come in and join us. Nick, who has been part of the Kent media team at the start of this year, is in charge of a lot of the social media output and manages to remain remarkably cheerful for somebody who does that role. As social media admin, not an easy job at a club, especially when a club isn't winning. So you do tend to get the brunt of the rage posts that people feel the need to send in when the side isn't doing as well as they might have done. Everson is going to carry on from the Beckenham end here. Looks like he's going to be going around the wicket.
Thanks for that, Fred. It's nice to know you appreciate the role. That's whipped away into the lead side by Marcus Harris for a single.
It's one of those roles where it's a fairly thankless task, no matter where you're doing it, really. Pretty much every club is the same. Whenever something that goes wrong, if it's a football team conceding a goal, or if it's a cricket side losing a wicket, or anything similar, it's always the admin that gets the brunt of the rage posts, isn't it?
It is, but it's nothing personal. It's always it's just the sort of passion as Joey Everson bowls. That one that's just blocked away by Bohannon there into the lead side where Fred Clarkson does the fielding.
Yeah, wearing his distinctive orange framed glasses.
I wonder what country he represents.
Well, that is a clue, isn't it? He may be a Blackpool supporter.
He might be. We did have one yesterday at the Women's Game, actually. He was wearing a 14-15 Blackpool shirt.
Wow.
As Everson bowls that's driven nicely at the top of the bounce by the right-hander, and Everson gets that one in for no further damage. Yeah, it was a 14-15 Blackpool shirt, sponsored by Village Hotels. It caught my eye. I thought that's quite niche for
bit of crossover, yeah. I'll return to that theme in a second when Everson has bowled this. There's just a slight delay while something's sorted out in the crowd.
And Everson starts his run up and bowls that one's a lot fuller, and that's driven very nicely by Marcus Harris. Mo Rizvi will do the chasing, and the ball is just going to motor on over the boundary rope for 4, and it goes back under those covers that Mo Rizvi struggled with earlier on.
Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for Mo Rizvi here as he's had to clamber under those covers earlier. This time it's not quite as onerous. That was one of those shots. The precision of the drive was such, even though there were two fielders in the vicinity, neither of them ever really looked like getting especially near it.
Yeah, it was placed quite nicely there by Harris, and he hit it with enough conviction. As Everson will bowl that one, that's full, and that's a very nice on drive, but only straight into Chris Benjamin's hands for a dot ball.
Yeah, score currently 63 for 2 after 10 overs. I'd say it's roughly even at this point.
Yep.
Always think that getting north of 300 gives you something to defend. We'll wait and see whether it's going to be enough.
And Everson to close out the over. It's flicked off the hip by Harris, and it'll be Matt Parkinson down at fine lead, I believe. Throws it in on the one bounce, and that's the end of the 11th over, 64 for 2.
So we're talking about niche crossovers in sport. The niche Blackpool shirt here yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a friend of mine, been a commentator for BBC Lancashire in the past, David Slate. He's probably one of very few Maidstone United supporters from Lancashire, or also supports Lancashire. There's not too many people with that kind of crossover, I think.
Probably not. No, I like it. It's what do you know the reasoning behind?
I don't. He may well be listening, and he probably, if feels like emailing in or messaging in. I'm sure he's explained it to me in the past, but I apologise, David. COVID absolutely shot my memory to bits. So if you did tell me with a reason, I've forgotten it. Now, looks like we're going to get a change of bowling here at the City end.
And yeah, and it'll be young Ekant Singh on to
Yeah,
bowl.
well, that's interesting.
Is this the first time in the Metro Bank this season? I think he had a couple of overs at the death last weekend.
I saw him bowl here for England against Pakistan Shaheens fairly recently. He's going to bowl right arm over here. That one is just prodded back by Harris, and there'll be no run. Yeah, Ekanch, he's had a bit of experience. We're saying it's his local ground. Liam was saying it's his local ground. He's from Orpington, plays his club cricket for Dartford. And I had the chance to talk to him after he made a decent innings for England here, as he comes in again. And this one is driven by Harris, but it's fielded comfortably enough and there's no run. So the score stays at 64 for 2. And he was saying that he was obviously, the rest of his teammates, his England age group teammates, were tapping into his local knowledge for the conditions while he was playing that game. I believe he made 50 on 59, rings a bell as he comes into bowl again, going around the wicket. And this one is an attempted hook by Harris. It's going to get him a single. It's clearly not gone where he wanted it to go, but he'll take the run at this stage. And so the strike will rotate and Bohannon will be back on. Bohannon currently on 14.
Yeah, it was quite a good short ball from Singh there. It was directed quite well. Even though he may not be, the most express bowler in the Kent squad, it was certainly a well-placed bounce, which is probably why it got a little bit big on Marcus Harris. But
well, yeah, it's interesting. He might be obviously probably getting more action than we thought. He comes in this time. He's bowling over the wicket, and that one whistles past Bohannon. I wouldn't say he had a kind of. He didn't play properly at it. I think he left it alone adequately enough. But it's travelled through to Harry Finch behind the stumps. Harry Finch, who will now be captaining the side, while Grant Stewart is off the field. Not any indication that he's going to be coming back on, which is one reason why Singh is possibly bowling as early as he is, as he comes in again. And this one a little bit fuller, comfortably enough for Bohannon, who just takes a single. Throw is whipped in by, who is that out there? Number 15, I think.
Ben Dawkins.
Ben Dawkins, yeah. Sorry, struggling to see the number because it's in that part of the field here that you can't quite see from the marquee.
Yeah, and the sun's not doing us any favours either. It's reflecting off the white numbers quite nicely.
As Singh comes back in, and Harris this time tries to give him the treatment. There's a shout of catch, but it's not going to carry. It's Jaden Denley who is there at around about sort of square leg. And it just takes one bounce. It wasn't a great shot. Didn't really look like it ever had the legs to get to Denley there. And the end of the over, Lancashire are 64 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, I heard Liam say earlier that there was one opportunity where one of the Kent batters almost hit it too well. I think you were on commentary at the time. That time he didn't hit it well enough for a Kent from a Kent point of view, which probably saved his wicket, I think.
Yeah, and so you're not quite in control of it. You never know exactly where it's going to end up on that particular occasion. He got away with it as Everson is going to continue from the Beckenham end.
And it is Everson to start his run up and bowls. That's a good line of length, and that's just patted back by Marcus Harris.
Yeah, no run taken. Just fielders happy to chuck it around. You can see how much the breeze has got up here at Beckenham just from looking at Dawkins' shirt. Actually, it's really rippling like a sail.
Yeah, and Everson bowls driven that time straight to Chris Benjamin. He fumbles it, but there won't be any damage. And that's another welcome dot ball from a Kent point of view. Maybe building a little bit of pressure now.
Yeah, we're moving towards what was forecast to be the hottest part of the day here at the New County. Ground temperature around about 24 degrees. And a good crowd in. I would guess it's around about the 2,000 mark, although I don't have any evidence for that.
And Everson, that's a lot fuller this time. And that's just driven to Mo Rizvi for no run. Yeah, I heard a whisper that it may be around the 1800 mark, which is similar to last week, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the exact figure off the top of my head.
It's nice to see the ground relatively full, because I watched quite a few games here, and you know, England representative Surrey women, and there's rarely more than 100 or so here.
And Everson bowls, and Harris has tried to hit that to the moon, and there'll be a half shy at the stumps to no avail, and Chris Benjamin does very well to back that one up.
Yeah, judging by the way that he's sort of picked his bat up there, I think Harris got a pretty nasty bottom edge off that one.
It could have even been the end of the bat. We'll need to have a look at the replay on that one, but
clearly wasn't going where he intended it to go, but he's got away with it, and the score moves on to 64 for 2 still. Has it not been updated?
68 for 2, I believe.
68 for 2, right, sorry.
And that's pushed to Fred Klassen at mid-wicket. Yeah, scoreboard problems are plenty today in the ground. The main scoreboard's up to date. The little scoreboards are a little bit behind again. But they're working hard to get that fixed, I'm sure. I've seen endless WhatsApp messages this afternoon saying, can someone come and fix it? So we're working hard here.
It's the sort of thing that happens at outgrounds.
And Jerry Everson steams in again. And that's driven on the up, but it just evades the short cover fielder, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Although it went for a boundary, I think that's a promising sign for Joey Everson.
Yeah, it's not been a bad over from Everson. It's caused him a few problems, and it's just going to be a short interval for drinks here at the end of 12 overs. Batters are just taking on a bit of fluid. Yeah, we were talking about the scoreboard issues, and yes, as you say, it is slightly behind here. The score is currently 72 for 2. For those of you that are listening audio only, you ought to be able to see that on your stream. Outgrounds have always caused logistical problems for counties. I think it's one of the reasons why the last sort of 30 years or so we've seen fewer and fewer of them in use, although there's always a kind of revival. It's interesting to see a number of games taking place at schools now, like rugby school where Kent played in the week, Merchant Taylors. I'd say that Beckenham is probably one of the better appointed outgrounds in the country. Certainly Emilio Gay last week was absolutely singing the praises of the wicket here, as well he might after he carried his bat for 100 as Singh comes in from the city end. Harris will cut that one, and he'll just get a single for it. Well, you know, they're going to come back for 2 here, and in the end, very comfortable 2. Dawkins was the fielder on the boundary there.
Yeah, good running there from Lancashire. They're sort of trying to get back in control of this chase. They obviously Jones and Harris started off strongly, going over a runner ball.
Singh comes in, bowled, and Harris will just steer that one sort of backward point area, and they'll get a run for it, and the score will move on to 75 for 2. Harris is on 28, Bohannon is on 19.
Ooh, here we go. I see one of the 2 leg spinners limbering up, and I see Ben Compton with a helmet ready to run on at the end of this over. So I think we'll be having a turn to some leg spin in a moment.
Singh coming over the wicket, and that one is pulled by Bohannon, but straight to Dawkins. I believe is down there on the square leg boundary, and so they'll just get 1 for that shot. And Harris will get back on the strike. fairly contentious non-selection of Ben Compton. Certainly last year was difficult to understand why he wasn't in the side. He's been left out again today as Singh comes in. Singh bowls, and Harris will steer that one towards square leg, where it will be fielded by Jaden Denley, who's one of the two openers. Now, if you're looking at purely in terms of opening, so Kent made a record stand, so you can't really argue with the opening partnership of Dawkins and Denley. The flip side of that is that having made that partnership, did Kent get enough? They got 315, and is that going to be enough? We'll only find out as this innings unfolds. It's a dot ball there, Singh bowl, and it's just prodded on the offside by Bohannon.
And we did see Ben Compton come in at 3 or 4, I think it was, in the showcase game against Norfolk. And we spoke to Simon Cook after that, and they said that they'd use Ben Compton as and where they thought suitable, whether it was opening or not. So it will be interesting to see if he makes an appearance lower down the order in this competition.
As Singh comes in, and it's a full delivery that is just about steered onto the leg side by Bohannon, and there's no run. So at the end of that over, let's have a look at the scoreboard here. 77 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, and it will be Mohammed Rizvi to come on from the Beckenham / Crystal Palace end, however we want to call it.
I think we'll stick with the Beckenham end, shall we? I'm not massive traditionalist, but
yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just think the Palace end sounds a lot cooler.
it would be better if it was the other end, wouldn't it? Because it's more distinctive. City end is kind of vague, because basically we're in the city of London here, so the city is all around us. I think what it means is closer to the centre of the city, but even then, it's. I think if you travel due north from here, you'd probably end up somewhere like Greenwich, rather than the actual centre of London. But geography aside, Mo Rizvi is about to come on.
Yeah, not yet to take a wicket in the Metrobank One Day Cup, but hasn't bowled badly at all in his 2 appearances so far, and has certainly shined with the bat. I think that's a fair statement. Especially his first innings, it was quite an entertaining cameo against Sussex. So we looking forward to seeing him bowl again here as he starts off. Oh, false alarm. I don't know whose fault that was, but
the last time a Kent bowler did that, he went off for treatment. That was Grant Stewart a few overs ago.
Well, let's hope he's also not injured, as Rizvi will bowl. And that's punched off the back foot to long on.
That, you might be able to help me with this. That music that they played just now after he aborted his run-up.
Yeah.
Is that some kind of comedy riff?
It's the trombone fanfare that you'll hear at T20 Blast finals day a lot. Everyone's meant to go away after they hear it, but unfortunately that's.
I don't think it's that kind of crowd, is it?
Poor buy-in from the crowd, but you're right. It's not necessarily the most generic One Day Cup sound, that's for sure. As Rizvi will bowl, a little bit fuller that time, but still short, and that's cut away with authority by Bohannon.
That's a nice shot from Bohannon. Very nicely cut for 4.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt where that one was done. As soon as it beat the fielder, that was destined for the rope. So a little bit short from Rizvi so far, but we know if he gets it up there, and especially if he gets that doodly turning, it can cause problems. As now we have another false start, and I think Bohannon wasn't quite ready that time, for whatever reason. So Rizvi will have another go. Bowls. Top of the stumps, a little bit of better length there from Rizvi, and that's just blocked to mid-off, sorry, for no run. And for what it's worth, I was on the pavilion balcony a little bit earlier, delivering some lunch as Rizvi bowls, and that's left alone. Delivering some lunch to our good friends, the stadium announcer and DJ, and you can just about see the City of London from just behind the main stand there. You can see the skyline.
Oh, well, from the actual pavilion, from the main centre, you can see quite a lot of the city itself.
As Rizvi bowls again, and that's back foot punch down to Fred Klassen at long on for a single. So that's where I assume the City End name has come from.
Yeah, it's a city centre, I suppose. I mean, being kind of a nerd about this, I looked where due north is. It's about the Isle of Dogs. So you could call it the Isle of Dogs end, but that'd be a stretch.
As Rizvi bowls to the left-hander, and that's just whipped away to the long on for a single. Call it the Dog end,
You could do.
but that's out
Saw
of context. That's probably not the best name.
I did see a police dog pull up here during one of the less populated England under-19 games and just let its Alsatian out for a run out on that land at the back of the ground here. Now,
Just for the sake of it, or for training
I
purposes?
think he maybe just needed some exercise.
Oh,
He was
okay.
obviously having a quiet day.
Fair
There's a
enough.
slight delay here while I think Beckenham is adjusting his gloves. Singh is going to continue from the City end. And Singh, it's looked all right so far. Figures of 2 overs, no wickets for 8 runs. Comes in again. This one is slightly short of that one. Is going to spoil those figures slightly because that's been very well cut away for 4 runs. That was a very elegant shot by Beckenham.
Yeah, it's
who
probably
is,
as good as it gets for a cut shot, isn't it?
quietly going about his business here. As
That's
Lancashire are accumulating some runs. This is a decent stand.
That is
by
the
these
50
two.
partnership up as well.
Yeah.
25 each as well, so that's always a nice bit of symmetry.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it, for a symmetrical partnership like that. As Singh comes in again from the City end, and this one is well, excuse me, it was Harris that played that last shot. Must apologise. Said it was Bohannon.
It's quite an interesting field here. It's obviously for Attention to dig it into the pitch and bowl top of the stumps. If he pitches this one up, it could be trouble. There's no cover anywhere in front of square on either side.
And Singh comes in again to bowl to Harris, and Harris is happy to just steer that one for a dot ball. Whipped in by Everson to Harry Finch. So the score stays on 88 for 2. You just get the feeling cricket, certainly in this sort of format, 300 is the target. This partnership, the risk of stating the blindingly obvious, is going to be very important for Lancashire. As Singh comes in again, and Harris drives that one. Singh fields well off his own bowling, a kind of sprawling stop, one-handed.
Yeah, that was an excellent stop. I'm not entirely sure it was necessary, so it wasn't hit with the most conviction. But it's nice to see your bowler sort of back himself to...
Yeah, and you never know, do you? If you didn't go for it and there was nobody backing up, and it ended up going for 4 or even for 2, questions would be asked. So Singh comes in again, and Harris pulls this one onto the leg side, and it'll be fielded by Jaden Denley, and they'll come back for 2 relatively comfortably.
Yeah, got that one far enough in front of square that the square-led fielder had to make up a reasonable amount of ground. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there isn't anyone sort of in front of square sweeping the boundary, so no surprise to see this getting dug into the pitch. But if Harris gets a hold of one far enough in front of square, there's runs to be had.
So Singh comes in again. That one is a little bit shorter, perhaps. Harris will tuck that on the leg side. He'll just pick up one there. They thought for a second about taking a second run, but Denley was onto that fairly quickly.
That's 7 from the over there.
So the score moves on to 91 for 2. And Kent could do with a wicket to break this partnership. Just getting a certain nuisance value. I don't think the run rate is particularly going to pose any problems for Lancashire. It's just that thing when you've got 300 plus on the board. You saw it on Friday night with Sussex. Looked for all the world like they were going to falter in pursuit of that target. I forget exactly what it was. I think it was around about the 340 mark. And he just salvaged it right at the end.
As Mo Rizvi lines up for this over here, and that's just patted back by Marcus Harris. It's interesting to see now. I always enjoy a battle between a leg spinner and a left-hander, with the ball predominantly turning into them. As that's what Rizvi aims to do here, and Harris comes down the track and drives. Chris Benjamin will do the sweeping up on the boundary. But then there's always the one that goes straight on that might beat the outside edge, or the doodly that might fully turn all the way around. So it'd be interesting to see how Rizvi and Parkinson, when he gets in to the attack, will do here today.
Yeah, it's a rejigged Kent attack today. Fred Clarkson, who we've seen as a sub-fielder, not in the starting 11. Neither is Mikey Cohen. He's currently talking to Adam Hollyoak on the rope here, just in front of us.
And Rizvi tosses that one up a bit higher. It's driven in the air, but it's going to be safe. And the spin very nearly beats Heckanson on the boundary, but he just about gets a hand to it as they... I think that was a 2?
You call that an agricultural shot, I think, that one. It was a bit of a heave from Bohannon.
Yeah, it was a tempter, I think, by Rizvi. He tossed it up a little bit more,
Yeah.
and it nearly paid off, because Dawkins is quite a tall figure at cover. But Rizvi will go again, and that's driven. Benjamin attacks this one, feels nicely. Yeah, I suppose there's no one else you want at cover. Maybe Fred Klassen, but Ben Dawkins is quite the figure to try and get the ball over, so we'll see if he tries to go again as Rizvi bowls. Off the back foot, and there is Ben Dawkins doing the fielding.
I suppose one fielder you want out there would be Harry Finch, who obviously keeping wicket here. He was coltish in the field during the Blast campaign.
And Rizvi again. That one looked like it was just sort of a top spinner almost. It looked like it ticked on off the pitch, but they'll take another single. Yeah, it didn't drop a catch in the outfield. Harry Finch, he was superb, I think is the right word to
It
put it.
reminded me a bit, fielding-wise, of Alex Blake, in the sense that Blake used to field for Kent in Blast matches. It was remarkable how often fielders picked him out, and he was probably one of the most reliable pairs of hands in the lineup.
Yeah, I didn't have the pleasure, unfortunately. I've been able to watch Alex Blake due to geographical reasons, I think the phrase is.
Yes, I suppose you only started this year, so when we talk about the glory days of Alex Blake, it's only about a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah, the only Kent game I can remember from before my time was the quarter-final against Warwickshire, which I watched on TV as a Warwickshire fan, so that went well.
Well, here's Singh from the City end. One slightly short, whipped off the hips, got a Gordon Greenwich style shot, that one, and it's going to get a couple, is it, from... Yeah, looks like it's going to be 2 for Bohannon there. As the ball was fielded on the boundary, whipped into Harry Finch. So 2 more to Bohannon, who moves on to 30. Harris is currently on 39. The score is 97 for 2. Lancashire need another 220 odd for 33 overs. And again, almost an identical shot, maybe slightly further behind. Kind of like went through backward point. It's going to be another 2 runs for that. I don't think that the run rate is going to be that much of a factor here today. I've seen it happen where sides can get bogged down, especially if wickets fall.
Yeah, but it's a nice depth to bat on. The grounds crew have done amazingly well here this week, and it does look like a lovely batting wicket. So you'd always fancy a chase, no matter what the score you're chasing is.
As Ekanch comes in again from the City, and that one is just watched, if you like, by Bohannon. He just decides to play that one back to the bowler, kind of bounce up to him, maybe slightly higher than he anticipated, so he just blocks it back, and Ekanch Singh fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So the score stays 99 for 2. And Ekanch wheels in from the City end. Slightly shorter ball, goes to pretty much where he hit the 2s earlier in this innings. This time, well, earlier in this over, I should say. This is just going to get him 1. It was like a pull shot, I suppose. And that single is enough to bring up the Lancashire 100. So 100 for 2 after 17.4. Run rate required 6.68. And the current run rate 5.66. So they're behind the rate, but not in any sense that you'd find alarming. Wickets are going to be the key here as Singh comes in and Harris drives that back. It'll be fielded behind the bowler's arm by Fred Clarkson, and there'll be a single.
Yeah, it's nice to see Fred Clarkson out there, but obviously in unfortunate circumstances.
Well, yes, I mean, I think people forget just how little cricket he played over the last 2 years. He's injured for pretty much all of last season. He didn't play a lot the season before that. And he's far from the only Kent bowler who's been afflicted by that. Matt Quinn, who we see out there, has had similar problems as Singh comes in. And that one is flicked off the hips by Beckenham down towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it goes for 4. So 4 runs there to Beckenham, who is closing in on his half-century.
Ooh, the worm. Here is the worm. Shows that they're on very similar trajectories so far. Another piece of cricket stats for those that are very interested in them, I'm sure.
Yeah, worm's one of those graphics, isn't it? It's become a regular feature of the landscape, if you like. Looks like Rizvi is going to continue from the Beckenham end. Yeah, someone is going to have to step up and take a few wickets here. Now, I don't know who it's going to be. You wonder about Joey Everson. Has got that sort of knack about him, hasn't he?
He does, and I see Matt Parkinson limbering up at short, fine leg as Rizvi bowls to Harris and beats the bat.
Now, when these sides met last year, Matt Parkinson was hugely fired up to play against his old county.
Yeah, and was fairly successful, if I remember correctly.
It was,
4 wickets and the winning wicket
and
as well.
Right at the death, he took the wicket that clinched the game for Kent.
As Rizvi's back into the attacking bowls, that's cut away to Denley Jr. Obviously that doesn't quite work, I've realised, just Joe's not playing, but same difference.
I'd say he's still Denley Jr., isn't he? For
the younger one.
Purposes, if you've just started watching the game, you might not necessarily know which Denley we're referring to, so I think it's fair enough to say it. But yeah, just going back to the game, I believe it was at Blackpool. Similar kind of vibe at an outground. And it went right down to the end, and to be honest, I thought Lancashire were going to win it.
And Rizvi gets that one a bit full. That looked like the doodly there that we've seen take many wickets in the second 11 this year. And Beckenham deals with it nicely for a single.
Now I know that certainly Liam was talking about the game where Grant Stewart hit the 6 off the final ball against against Yorkshire.
Yeah.
The year that we won what was the Royal London Cup.
Rizvi again beats the bat, and that's a massive appeal for LBW. Not given by the umpire at this near side. Looked like it may have been a bit outside ledge stump, whether it's pitching or impact.
It was confident enough, wasn't it? Certainly from the point of view of conviction. There was nothing lacking there. Without the replay in front of me, I can't give you an honest opinion on that one.
And Harris goes big down the ground this time. Chris Benjamin will take some cutting off there, and he can't quite get there in time. That was powered down the ground more than timed, I think, but it's enough for Lancashire to claim 4 more. Let's just go back to that LBW decision. Oh, it's a decision. Shout there. Let's just have a closer look, shall we? Oh. Rizvi's beat me to it as he starts his run up again. And that's flicked into the leg side, but Jacqueline does exceptionally well at mid-wicket to stick a hand out and pouch it to save a run.
Well, it's a lovely subtle bit of fielding by Jack leading there. It's not the most spectacular stop that you'll see in the outfield, but he's just sort of slid down and grabbed it one-handed very naturally. He made that look easy, but it's anything but the way that he's pulled that off.
Yeah, and just looking at that LBW shout again, Harris is stood outside ledge stump, so he didn't step across too much. It definitely pitched in line, it definitely hit him in line, but I think a little bit of turns taking that away from ledge stump. So good decision by the umpire, as we'll see the other leg spinner from the other end now.
Yes, the aforementioned Matt Parkinson is coming on to bowl against his former club from the City end. Certainly spoken in the past about when he moved to Kent. Said he was looking forward to becoming a senior player. He was looking forward to being involved in the decision-making process. And he's going to be bowling here to Bohannon, with the score currently on 111 for 2. Delighted to say that the scoreboards are working again. And Parkinson to bowl the first delivery of his spell comes in, and that one is full enough length. Bohannon just watches that one, prods it out towards Dawkins, and there's no run. And Parkinson gets back to his mark, comes in again, gets to the crease, and this one slightly shorter, and that one is cut away by Bohannon for 4. So he got his he got that one slightly wrong, Parkinson. A little bit short, just enough room Bohannon to react. He's carved that through covers for 4.
Yeah, Jerry Everson sort of half dived at it but realised that it was nowhere near him.
He was never getting that one, I'm afraid. So Parkinson comes into bowl. And this one, oh, that one beats the bat. Could come back, that one from Matt Parkinson. Bohannon prodded at it and it seemed to turn away from him. Harry Finch alive to it behind the stumps, and there's no run. Parkinson comes back, and Parkinson, that one is slightly fuller, and that's going to be cut as well. This one will be cut off by Jaden Denley, and that one will just get a single, and so Lancashire will move on to 116 for 2. Parkinson ready at the city end, just flicks the ball through his fingers a couple of times and comes into bowl past umpire Nigel Long. That one is, oh, there's a stifled shout. There's not really any conviction in that. I think Jack Leaning was leading the appeal from about the kind of mid-on area, but don't think anybody seriously thought that was a serious appeal. Parkinson comes in again, and Harris goes down the wicket. He'll just get a single for this. Went down the wicket, realised he wasn't going to be able to launch it, and just decided to take a single. So at the end of that over, Lancashire have moved on to 117 for 2. And as I say, we were talking earlier about the run to that Royal London final back in 2022, and everyone remembers the Grant Stewart game where Grant Stewart hit a 6 off the final ball. In the group stages that year, Kent had to chase a pretty stiff total against Lancashire at Canterbury and only got there, I believe, off the penultimate ball. So
Risby will continue from the Beckenham end, and that's just patted back to him by Martins House. He's now on 46 off 55. He's crept up to 46. I think he's batted nicely so far, though. As Risby short pulled straight to the fielder, who fumbles it a little bit. I think it's Ekach Singh, but just the single from that one.
So that year does show that you should never give up hope entirely in a tournament, because Kent made a pretty indifferent start that year. Ended up winning the trophy. There were a number of games where they were basically dead and buried, including that Lancashire game.
As Risby bowls and advances down the track, but along the floor to Fred Klassen for a single.
Don't know if Klassen's wearing full underarm here, or if he's just got elbow protectors on.
Just got the arm sleeves on. I saw Mikey Cohen run them out to him maybe 10 overs ago now. I think he's a bit harder than it thought out there in the middle. As Risby bowls, that's a much better length for the leg spinner, and he if he stays around there, it could be in business, I think.
It's interesting, a number of the Kent players are wearing long-sleeved shirts today.
As Risby will go again, and that's dabbed down to short third, where Matt Quinn will do the fielding. Yeah, I think that's simply it's hard in the outfield, so if I dive, it's going to hurt more than.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty chilly today.
Good protection.
So Risby will go again, and down the track comes Harris, but that's drilled straight to Fred Klassen. They're going for a mid-off, not a mid-on at the moment. Mid-on, yeah, that's correct. What am I talking about? As Rizvi's over comes to a close, this partnership's now worth 81, as you'll see on your screen.
Yeah, and it's becoming a very useful partnership for the visitors here. 119 for 2. Both batters approaching their half centuries. Bohannon is currently on 44 and Harris is on 47. Parkinson is going to continue from the city end. He's going to be bowling to Bohannon. He's 1-6 away from reaching his half century. So Parkinson, in he comes. Bowls to Bohannon, and Bohannon will get a single on the leg side, around about the square leg area. That's fielded by, believe that's Dawkins, wearing a peaked cap down there. So most of the Kent players are in the field. Parkinson comes in again, and Harris goes down the wicket and launches him, and that is going to be at least a 4, and it's probably going to be a 6, I believe. No, it's just 4. Nigel Long signalling that it hasn't crossed the rope.
And that is Harris's half century here. 51 from 60 balls. This has been I think a knock that shows his class, really. He's not doing Kent many chances, if any. I can't remember one.
No, and I wouldn't say it's urgent that Kent need to break this partnership yet, but they've got to get it sooner or later. They need to take a wicket, as there'll be a single here for Harris. It's on the leg side, fielded by Jaden Denley, and whipped back into Harry Finch. And the score moves on to 125 for 2.
Yeah, I said at the innings break, if they can get Lancashire 3 or 4 down by 150, I think they'll be more than happy with that. So another wicket would be welcomed.
And there's not one from this delivery, but there's no run either, as Bohannon just takes a large stride and plays a classical forward defensive stroke. No run there. Parkinson goes back to his mark. Right arm over the wicket. Again, very similar forward defensive shot from Bohannon. Prodded in the direction of Jack Leaning, who fields it. There's no run taken. Parkinson goes back to his mark. Right arm over, gets that one a bit more air, and it's just flashed past the diving Jack Leaning. Don't know if you could call that a chance, really. I don't think it carried. Leaning flung himself at that.
I think if there's any Kent fielder you'd want to have a half chance like that, it would be Jack Leaning. He's quite the fielder.
He is.
But I think it was always just a bit out of his reach. So I wouldn't call it a chance, but I'd call it a positive sign. It was hit on the up.
Well, I think the fact that nobody yelled catch it is probably a fairly accurate sign that it possibly wasn't at a catchable height, or in the right area, I should say.
And it will be Mohammed Rizvi from the near end to continue. The leg spinner bowls, and that's cut into the gap for a single to Jaden Denley, who charges in from the boundary. So our neighbours Crystal Palace were at the draw to Chelsea.
Yeah, the training ground right behind us here. Roy Hodgson once visited Sam Billings and Zach Crawley here, I think.
That's a fantastic fact as Rizvi bowls. That was the googly as it came in on Bohannon, but he played it nicely enough to keep it out.
I think visited is the wrong verb, actually. I think they met on a kind of neutral ground in the middle, but I understand he's a bit of a cricket fan.
Rizvi will bowl again. That's driven hard down the ground. That has been whacked.
Yes,
by Josh Bohannon.
There's a certain amount of violence behind that drive from Bohannon.
I like that to describe a cricket shot, violence.
And, it's just raced away for 4 towards that training ground that we were talking about. Rizvi is going to continue from the Beckenham end. And, I don't know what they're signalling for here. Some sort of problem behind the bowler's arm. Everybody's looking vaguely in our direction, actually, which is slightly disconcerting.
This is concerning. What have we done?
I don't think it's us that they're looking at, but
It looked like they were looking just to our right, which is where the groundsman's hut is.
hopefully it wasn't us.
Just keep your head down, Fred. As Rizvi will bowl, and that's cut by Bohannon out to Etan. Oh no, Ben Dawkins at cover, and that's his 50 as well. Little bit quicker, 47 deliveries.
Yeah, well played, Bohannon. This is proving a sort of worryingly good partnership from a Kent point of view. 131 for 2. Now both batters are set.
And Rizvi will bowl shorter this time. Cut away. Oh, the spin sends Jaden Denley 2 directions. And they'll take a single. Yeah, so still behind the rate, but they're ticking along very nicely. And I'd imagine if the seamers come back on, they'll start to take the attack to them a little bit more than they were at this opening spell.
And of course, without Grant Stewart, who pulled up during a run-up.
And Rizvi bowls. That was a little bit quicker that time, as Harris went backwards. Oh, Bohannon, sorry. And Twin does the work. And oh, he looked a little bit in discomfort there, Matt Quinn. That's not a good sign either.
No, it isn't.
His hip.
So many injuries.
Or back. That's not good.
To this bowling unit. Been carrying them all season. What we didn't mention, Jazz Singh. What?
And he's gone down onto one knee. Matt Quinn is in a bit of discomfort here.
He is. He just seems to be getting back to his feet. He's where he's there. He's fielding in a position where he might have to make a fair bit of ground. Parkinson is continuing from that end. I wonder if Quinn is going to go
on
off
his way off here.
Field. He's waving to the dressing room, and this is the last thing that Kent need is another bowling injury. I can't tell from here whether he's smiling or grimacing. I would suggest it's probably the latter if he's having to come off, and he's not running with any kind of he's not running like a man who's going to be able to bowl in a hurry.
No, far from it, and it looked like he was holding his right hip or somewhere in that abdominal region.
So this is going to give Kent a serious headache. They're already a bowler down. Stewart having pulled up. Already a seam bowler down. Compton has come on.
I suppose they're technically 2 seam bowlers down for the time being as Parkinson gets ready to bowl.
And Parkinson comes in, and Bohannon just watches that one and prods it back to Matt Parkinson. Yes, I mean, what I was going to say, if you wanted an encouraging sign, such as it, I don't want to feel like I'm scraping the barrel here. I'll just wait for this delivery from Parkinson. Parkinson in from the city end. There's an attempted cut shot. That should be worth at least a single, and they think about the second and decide against it. It was encouraging to see Jazz Singh actually bowling at during the lunch interval. One of the players that started the season for Kent and actually looked really good. Jazz Singh looked like he was the bowler who the club saw something in. Hollyoak certainly saw something in him. As Parkinson comes in. And that one is down the ground. It could be a wicket here for Kent. And Fred Clarkson has taken it. And so Harris is out. Parkinson punches the air in joy. And that is the wicket that Kent urgently needed. Harris has gone for 54 from 63 deliveries. And he's been tempted by that one from Parkinson. He's tried to whack it down towards the cow corner area. And Fred Clarkson there, and his Netherlands-themed sunglasses, has picked that one out and taken a wicket. And that, I'll say, makes it more of a 50-50 game now, because while that partnership was together, you fancied Lancashire.
Yeah, and Fred, it's our time to have a little substitution in the commentary area.
Okay, so I will... shall I make way first and let you hold the fort while
you
Molly
carry
comes
on.
in?
I'll quickly discuss that
Okay.
wicket. It probably wasn't a bad option for Harris to try and send that one over the cow corner area, but didn't quite get all of it, as Fred Plasser made up a reasonable amount of ground on the rope to take the catch there, which was very welcomed for the host, I'd imagine. 134 for 3 rather. And it will be Liam Knight to take over from Fred Atkins, and Molly Davis will take over from me in just 1 second.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, and goodbye.
You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream. Kent have just taken another wicket. Matt Parkinson gets his first, and Lancashire are 134 for 3 here at Beckenham. At this stage, Kent were 151 without loss, so a good comeback from Kent after a solid partnership between the two set. Lancashire batters has just been broken, but Josh Bohannon's still there after making his half century. I'm delighted to say that Molly is back as well, so double change in the commentary box.
Yeah, it feels like a pit lane stop, doesn't it, in F1? Double change, we've had a walk, had an ice cream.
Yeah, lovely ice cream here at Beckenham. It's the same van that comes to Canterbury, so if you're coming to Somerset or the Yorkshire game, you'll be able to try one of those lovely ice creams.
Indeed, it was a nice walk in the sun. Can't complain, haven't got burnt yet, so far I'm winning. Talking of winning, Matt Parkinson is going to come back into bowl for Kent. That one rocked off the back foot. Could be a confusion here. Oh, direct hit and he could have been in trouble, but not to be.
Dawkins has got his hands on his head, so knows that was close.
So he's off the mark, Singh, and you could ask the question of how can you tell these two, the new batter in, but the jazzy pink, orangey red trainers.
And the slightly lighter blue pads.
Yeah.
Now, is that something you're a fan of, Molly?
It's different, isn't it? It's like the clads, but they obviously are lighter, just blue pads. But in comes Parkinson. Again, that's been played through the point region there by Bohannon, who is on 53. Obviously the new to the crease Singh. Still a job to do here for Lancashire. Kent are going to be feeling the happier of the sides currently.
Worth saying as well, you can get in touch with us at Kent Cricket on X or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk. Please email in, we'll read them out.
I think comes Matt Parkinson again, and that is just pushed to, I believe, Jack Leaning at a short cover, and that's the end of the over. So after all of this, Lancashire are 136 for 3. And it looks like it'll be Rizvi to continue here from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, Mo Rizvi will continue. So Marcus Harris departed for 54 from 64. Josh Mahannon's still out there on 52 from 50. 53 from 51 now, I should say.
You get the impression here that Bohannon needs to just see this one through as long as he can for his team. But obviously Mo Rizvi is looking to not let that happen.
Yeah, what can the Rizzler do as he comes in from the Beckenham end, and his leg spin comes in to Bohannon. He plays that nicely off his legs and he'll get 2 for it. Jaden Denley does the fielding with his left arm throw back in.
I think it's key to mention we haven't yet got an update on Grant Stewart.
Oh, and we've just lost Matt Quinn as well to what looked like a hip injury.
So who is the second sub fielder?
Ben Compton's come on as Rizvi comes in again. That's cut away by Bohannon. He'll get 1.
So is the physio or the S&C or member of staff running drinks?
It might well have to be. We did see on our lap round Corey Flintoff get his bag out of his car, so
we did.
It might be that Corey's now taking over drinks duty. Rizvi sets his field, and looks like Dawkins is coming in as slip.
And Fred Klassen will join us here at a long on position just in front of our media tent.
Yeah, in comes Rizvi again then. And that's more at the stumps, but that's played nicely by Singh, and he'll get 1. Yet again, Jaden Denley does the fielding. It's a it was a very short slip, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. All the changes going on, all the sorts happening here. a sunny day in Beckenham on a Sunday.
Yeah, the last Metro Bank match at Beckenham for the summer. The next two matches at home for Kent will be at Canterbury as Risley comes in again. That's on the line of the stumps again, but it's dug out well by Beckenham, no run. Yeah, so we've got some good indicators of who people are. Fred Klassen with his orange sunglasses and Harry Singh with his pinky red boots as Rizvi misses the edge there, and Bohannon came down at him and flashed at that one. It just misses the edge. Harry Finch with some good glove work from a fellow wicket keeper, Molly.
Indeed. You always have to compliment the keepers. He's been pretty good, old Harry Finch, isn't he?
Yeah, Rizvi comes in again then. It's defended much more solidly by Bohannon. Back to Rizvi. It's a good over, only 4 from it. Lancashire now up to 140 for 3 after 25 at the halfway point. In comparison, Kent were 160 for 1 at that stage, so Kent are just edging it here, even though they've had 2 bowlers go down to injury, so it'll be interesting to see who picks up the overs at the latter stages of the innings. We've seen Akansh Singh bowl already today.
So this will be a drinks intermission, and I'm just waiting to see who will be running the drinks out here for Kent. As I say that, Matt Parkinson runs to the boundary, potentially to pick up the drinks or to get something.
It's Mikey Cohen.
Of course.
Absolutely, Mikey Cohen, the man that does everything. He's out there now with the drinks. Jogging very nicely onto the field. Good to see.
Yeah, seen quite a few Kent players today with a few injuries. Obviously, Ben Compton on the field and Fred Klassen, and obviously Mikey Cohen's out there as well. And Liam has just mentioned that Corey Flintoff is in and around.
Yeah, he's now headed out there to bring more drinks on.
Is that Sam, the S&C slash
Might well
analyst
be.
slash?
Yeah, it might well be. Bringing out drinks for the umpires.
Indeed.
So Lancashire 140 for 3. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly here at Beckenham in our University of Greenwich Partnership Day. The guys from University of Greenwich have been here all day with their sky blue tablecloth table outside of the Academy building where 2 of their adverts proudly sit. They've been here giving out goodies all day, so thank you to the University of Greenwich for all their support. And the hospitality section in what's known as the syndicate room above where the pop-up club shop is. Barry Dyer's a very sunburnt man at the minute, isn't he? He's been in the sun all day in that pop-up club shop, so
He has.
if you want to feel sorry for Barry, please do head down to the shop if you're here, or obviously the online shop as well. That'll make Barry very happy.
Indeed. And obviously there's still quite a few people obviously enjoying the cricket here today. This stand just in front of us is looking pretty full, as well as the bank as well to our left that is full of camping chairs and people on picnic blankets. Try not to get too sunburnt. And a good array of picnic type foods. Big fan of picnic foods.
Picky bits.
Picky bits. Picky tea,
Yeah.
as I like to call it in my house.
Yeah, that main stand, as you said, is quite full now. And as we did our lap round, Molly, we started thinking, does it need a better name than either the main stand or the grandstand? And a few names of former Kent players that have links to this area came up, and
Could be a great question to ask the listeners.
I was just thinking that. So if you do have a potential name for the main stand or grandstand, as you might know it as, do let us know at Kent Cricket on X, or you can email in livestream@kentcricket.co.uk. I think the only parameters we asked for in your potential naming of grandstand is maybe a Kent player with links to Metropolitan Kent.
And it's probably a good time to say that it can be a male or female player.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A fair few Kent women players are from this area as well. We had Zina Bilal play here yesterday, who plays her football for Bromley FC women just down the road, so she's got some links to this area. Obviously she'll have to play a fair few more years for Kent. She's only just at the start of her career with the county, and also in the Surrey Academy as well, so big things expected of Zina Bilal.
I think also to mention a few women's players of like older years. Lydia Greenway played at Hayes, so not too far away from here.
Absolutely, yeah. Lydia Greenway's got to be up there on the list.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be Matt Parkinson to continue his spell from the City end as he is in to sing. And that one's just pressed into the offside where a Jack Leaning does the work.
Yeah, bit of a push at that one.
Yeah, it was slightly on the upish, but not in trouble at all. And again, it'll be Matt Parkinson, his former club. And that is driven, but not timed. It's sort of the inside edge, if anything. It just sends it into the leg side. Compton will clear that up.
Parkinson known for tossing it up slightly, but then also getting a lot of turn. And Adam Hollyoak has spoke very highly of him since he's been here.
He's in again. Worked off his legs there into the leg side.
Yeah, Hollyoak did mention before one of the post-match interviews, I think after a blast game, that Parkinson's been working on some new special deliveries, and he said one was called the Snuffalump.
The Snuffalump.
So I wonder if we'll see that today here at Beckenham.
You never know. It could all happen. Just trying to wrap my brains of older female cricketers from the Londonish area. That's that. Let's just press into the offside for no run. A lot of the original cohort of the most successful women's teams for Kent are originally from around here.
Laura Marsh?
I think so, yeah.
She's now a coach at the Blaze.
So that is pulled away as it's short and it will race away to the boundary. That's a lovely shot there. Just waited on that one, didn't he, as he sent that on its way. There's 4 more to the Lancashire total. Yeah, I'm thinking Laura Marsh. Grace Gibbs.
Yeah, she's from around here.
Yeah. Again, a lot of names being thrown around there.
All of these are capped
Yes,
women's
indeed.
players. We were one of the first counties to award county caps, going back all the way to 1930. That took a lot of research to do.
As that's defended by Bohannon. And that is the end of the over. So Lancashire sit currently on 145 for 3 off of 30 overs. Yeah, I think a lot of the capped women's players are probably up there to be a contention. If it was to be named after a female cricketer, for many years Beckenham was the home really of Kent women's cricket, and especially where we played a lot of our home games.
Absolutely, yeah. So 56 women have been capped in the club's history. Cap number 1 is Carol Valentine, who played for the very first Kent team, and it was very difficult researching, trying to get scorecards from that long ago. As Rizvi starts a new over from the Beckenham end to Singh, who will come on the back foot and defend that. Then we've got the Blaker twins. And then we go down to Betty Archdale, who played in one of the first Women's Ashes tests. Mary Richards, Dorish Koish. Cecilia Robinson, who was the first cricketer, male or female, from Canterbury to play test cricket. Sadly no longer with us. Mo Rizvi leaks another run from that next delivery. But if we're looking at more recent players, and not necessarily from this area, obviously Tammy Beaumont, cap number 39.
Yeah.
Deanna Cooper, who now plays football for Newcastle.
Multi-talented athletes in that side.
Mo Rizvi's in again. And that's hit uppishly slightly, and Rizvi could have been in play if he'd made an extra step to his right, but a spray out to Fred Klassen at long on. There'll be 1 run.
There's definitely a few contenders in that. Yeah, probably, if I was going to guess, maybe Lydia Greenway's not a bad option.
Absolutely. Susie Rowe, maybe. Mo Rizvi again, he's in. That's slightly shorter this time. Cut off the back foot, but goes straight to Jacqueline in the covers.
But that is just myself and Liam's views. If you do have any other suggestions, male or female, do get in touch, because we'd be really interested to hear what you have to say.
At Kent Cricket on X, or live stream at kentcricket.co.uk and email. As Rizvi comes in again, there's almost a chance there. Singh was rocking back yet again to try and defend it, and he's almost beaten the bat there as Mo Rizvi, so encouraging signs for the Kent leg spinner. Just looking at some capped men's players, so 223 men have been capped by the county since 1870. Obviously Ben Compton is the most recent, who got his cap during this year's Canterbury Cricket Week, as Rizvi comes in again. That's hit up in the air by Bohannon, and it's just gone out of my view.
It's 4 more.
Yeah, 4 signalled by the umpire.
And just to add to the sort of names we were just saying with the men's team, he's still currently playing club captain Daniel Bell Drummond as well, local to these parts.
Yeah, maybe. Would you name a stand after a current player? Obviously the James Anderson end is at Old Trafford.
Exactly. I think I'm not against it. I think obviously Daniel himself has been a massive advocate for Kent cricket over the years. a very well sort of liked man across these parts, and a big contributions in the Kent jersey. So I don't know.
Alex Blake from this
Yeah.
area.
Just to name a couple.
And obviously Kent cap number 220, Matt Milnes, will be back at Kent next year. We're all very excited for Matt to be back in a Kent shirt. Signed a 3-year contract for next year.
Talking of Matt Parkinson continues. That's a dot ball there. It's been pressed back to him.
That's a fantastic segue, Molly. Well done.
And then comes Parkinson again. Bit shorter in the air. And that is out. That is an outstanding catch. Diving forward, that is, I believe, from Jack Leaning.
Yeah.
Scoops it off of the ground as he rolls to his left. And that is the end of Singh. That is the second wicket for Matt Parkinson. And Kent have another.
Yeah, it's quite similar, and this is going back a few years now, the 2021 Blast final where Matt Milnes got a wicket, Jack Leaning with the catch, and it's quite similar looking to that one. So go back on the highlights of that lovely day, which happened to be a certain commentator's 30th birthday.
Is that a few years ago now?
Oh, don't.
Maybe the 40s nearer now.
Not yet.
Not yet, a few
So
years.
Harry Singh is the one to go. He goes 4-5. And next in on the card is George Balderson. So we'll just see if he's the one that does come in.
It's not.
No, it's Joe Moores, the list A debutant.
As he strides out to the crease to meet Bohannon, who is on 65. And then that was a very good wicket there from Jack Leaning, just like I said, diving forward but to his left, and he scoops it off of the ground. It looked like it wasn't going to carry.
Yeah, no, Leaning's almost sort of put his hands to the ground as he's diving, and he's had no thought for his own safety really as he's dived through. So on comes Joe Moores, who's on list A debut for Lancashire, and John on emails quite rightly pointed out earlier that he is the nephew of Peter Moores, the head coach at Nottinghamshire, ex-coach of Lancashire and England. So Joe Moores, he looked, if you're not here today and you're a Lancashire fan, he looked very good in the field earlier, a bit of a boundary rider, similar to Jaden Denley really, where he's got the legs in him to mop up any balls that could be going for a 4, and he'll be facing Matt Parkinson with his first delivery faced in list A cricket.
Yeah, obviously Matt Parkinson getting 2 wickets here against his former county. I feel that's anyone playing against their former county wants to do well, so I'm sure he's pretty happy with how things are going currently.
Yeah, he let out a massive roar when he took that second wicket, so I think he was pleased with himself.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson, one of the more vocal players in the Kent team. If you do come to the ground or you hear a roar, it's generally Matt Parkinson.
Maybe that was the snuffle-lump that got him out.
Potentially, if it's during warm-ups or on the field, he's more of the charismatic gentleman at play. But a leg slip here, as Chris Benjamin you'll be able to see on your screen, as Matt Parkinson bowls 2 Moores, left-handed Moores, and that has just been defended into the offside. Yeah, obviously run rate required now, as you can see on your screen, in the 7s.
At this stage 169 for 2.
Again, Parkinson in, and that has just been prodded into the offside. Bohannon was keen for the single, but Moore sent him back.
Yeah. Good to see on your second ball of your list A debut, sending back the much more experienced batter.
I thought you'd want to get off the mark there as well. As Parkinson's in, play the legs. Again, a mistake here potentially, but again, not a brilliant throw, which allows Moores to get back. That one seemed as if he was keen to get off of the mark to open his account in a Lancashire shirt. But there will be one more ball in Matt Parkinson's over as he comes in to bowl. Flighted, shout for LBW. Umpire puts his head down, gets Matt Parkinson's cap and says no. So at the end of the over, Lancashire 152 for 4, Bohannon on 65 and Moore's yet to score.
Yeah. So it says here on a certain cricket stats site that Joe Moores has played 2 List A fixtures in his career. I'm just checking again from earlier on, if you'll excuse me for a minute, Molly.
We have all of the technology going here in our media tent, as Mo Rizvi is going to continue from the Beckenham end here to Bohannon.
Yeah, Joe Moores definitely on his Lancashire List A debut, so it might not be his career List A debut.
As that's just tucked off the legs there of Bohannon.
Ben Compton does the fielding.
Nice to see Ben Compton out in the field.
Molly, if you want to take over my over for a minute, I'll have a look at career of Joe Moores so far.
Of course. Yeah, left-handed Moores. So a couple of changes in the field. Long on, deep square leg, are out on the boundary, mid-wicket, in the ring as Rizvi comes in. Shorter pulled into that vacant area that we spoke about, and it goes all the way for 4. That's a little bit too short there from Rizvi, and they've pounced upon it. It's a good segue there and a good bit of play from the 2 Lancashire batters.
I've got down to the bottom of the mystery as Rizvi comes in.
Up in the air.
2 Moores up in the air, and that's missed.
Diving effort from Matt Parkinson. Can't quite haul that one back in. So it's 4 more.
Yeah, it goes for 4. So Joe Moores has played 2 List A matches so far in his career, but it was for the first-class county Select 11 against Pakistan Shaheens. Now, if my memory serves me rightly, yeah, so the second game was here at Beckenham on the 25th of July. Joe Moores took 2 catches.
There we go.
Didn't bat, but he kept wicket in that game. So he's a keeper batter. It's Joe Moores, left-handed keeper batter.
The union of keeper batters. Rizvi in.
Back foot, cut away. I don't know
And they
what's happened
haven't
here.
run.
No dead ball is
Dead
called.
ball.
I don't know what's happened there.
I'm not too sure. That's baffled both of us here in the comms box. Doesn't seem to be a reason. Maybe Harry Finch is still directing some traffic in the field.
Yeah, so I said Moores didn't get to bat in his second List A appearance, which was here at Beckenham for the first class county Select 11. He got 1 on debut against Pakistan Sheen, so he's already surpassed his List A best as he's in defending that one very nicely and correctly from Mo Rizvi. And he also kept in that game as well, so it's another wicket-keeper batter that's coming through the ranks at Lancashire. I'm sure Lancashire fans want to see him do well as he flashes away at this one that's very well struck, but it's met by Jaden Denley on the boundary rope, and they will just get 1. End of the over then, I think. Oh no, we've got 1 more.
1 more.
So Rizvi then from the Beckenham end.
As Bohannon.
Yeah, Bohannon's on strike. Comes into him and he's hit that all along the ground. And it's just gone out of my view again. I think
And it
it's
will
just
be
the one.
Benjamin, yeah, to do the work. End of the over.
End of the over. Lancashire 163 for 4 from 29. At this stage, Kent were 171 for 2. So Lancashire creeping up very slightly, as Molly signifies that the Who Teenage Wasteland, as it was known in America, Baba O'Reilly as it was named in the UK, plays over the PA system, and we might get the full accordion piece here, which is good. Molly is shadow accordioning.
Oh yeah, I'm a bit of a fan. Anyway, as these tunes play, Matt Parkinson will continue to the upbeat sounds of the music
The
around the
Who?
ground. The Who.
The Who?
The Who. As Parkinson's in, swept, connected, will beat 45, and all the way. 4 more.
Very nicely played by Bohannon.
Yeah, you get the impression here that he's going to sort of stick it out long and bat for his team. He needs to, I think, to get Lancashire to a position where they could win the game. I think Kent are going to want to put the stop to that but he's scoring well. 71 off 64. There's a bit of commotion behind us in the media tent. We do apologise. As Parkinson's back in, flighted, driven, straight up to mid-off on the boundary. So it will just be the one.
So yeah, Joe Moores. I'm just trying to get some more information for Lancashire listeners that may not know too much about him. So Tom Moores is his cousin, and he was born in Macclesfield in Cheshire, so falling under the Lancashire cricket pathway. Played for Cheshire age groups, then moved into the Lancashire under-18s team, playing in the under-18s county championship back in 2024.
As Parkinson is into Moores. Shorter, whipped off the hip. They're going to look to push hard. They might come back for two as the work is done by Denley, and it'll be a no. So it'll just be the one. He's pretty quick out there, so have to run very quickly if you're the two batters to take on Jaden Denley's arm. Wonder if Uncle Joe's listening at home today.
Yeah, Joe, if you are listening, let us know. Give you a shout out.
Yeah, you know how to get in touch, Joe. As Matt Parkinson is going to continue. Swept this time pretty fine. There is no one there, so again that'll be 4 more to the total. 4 more to Bohannon.
I've always found that Bohannon is one of the better names to say on commentary.
Bohannon.
Josh Bohannon.
There's a couple of sort of, I would say, good names. Sort of when you say them, you feel quite powerful.
I think a few of them are in the Lancashire team, to be ironic about it. Jack Blatherwick is another good one to say.
Bowls again.
Oh.
Defended, but I missed everything. Turned past the edge of Bohannon and into Finch's gloves. Yes, it's a good comeback from Matt Parkinson. There's obviously been 2 boundaries off the over so far, so he needs to sort of finish this over in more of a positive way as he comes into bowl, and that is defended pretty comfortably there by Bohannon, and that is the end of the over. So Lancashire's total moves to 173 for 4.
Yeah, they're now 5 behind where Kentwell at this stage. So as you can see on the worm there, they are creeping up. Kent will want to take a couple more wickets here to try and slow that rate down. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. My name is Liam. I'm here with Kent women's wicket keeper Molly Davis. And Jack Leaning is coming on from the Beckenham end.
He comes. It's been bowled well recently for Kent. So looking to make an impact here for his team. So then if you're Lancashire here, without thinking too far ahead, with Leaning coming on and obviously taking nothing away from his ability to bowl, is he the bowler you look to go after Rizvi and Parkinson, more obviously outright spinners?
I think if you take it at face value, yeah, potentially, but Jack does have that knack of taking wickets exactly when they're needed, especially in T20 and white ball cricket. As he comes in, 2 more, he's behind that one, there's no run.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. I just think flipping it, sort of playing devil's advocate from a Lancashire point of view, it could be someone you look to target a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely, they need to start going now, don't they, Lancashire? Leaning comes in again, and Moores plays that with soft hands, 2 point, no run.
Why do we say that? See, Jack's a bit more dartier than someone like Matt Parkinson, so he'll give you a bit more flight to the ball.
Yeah, he's a different angle coming in, so it's good mix up here by Harry Finch. Leaning comes in, and that is floated up a tiny bit more from Leaning, and it goes through Ben Compton in the covers, and it will go for 4. It'll dissect Fred Klassen and Jaden Denley and go for 4. So you're right, Molly, they are going out against Jack Leaning. Moores moves on to 14, so he's got 13 more than his first list day appearance.
Yeah, and then notice how obviously Jack Leaning runs up there. He's very straight, walks in stride to the crease in a straight line, where someone like Matt Parkinson will.
That one was, I think,
Bit of
bat hitting pad.
Yeah.
And almost Jack Leaning almost tried to appeal, but then realised that he wasn't going to get anything, so stopped halfway through. And he comes again then, Jack Leaning from the Beckenham end. That's played with soft hands again by Moores, and he won't get a run for it though.
Yeah, I was just saying Matt Parkinson gets through a bit quicker, a bit of a spring in his last couple of steps, and obviously a leg spinner as well, but sort of what you could observe.
Yeah, off spin to the left hander though. And Moores has hit that in the air, and that's gone over Mo Resvi. But Mo should keep that in. Yeah, he does. That's good fielding. And they'll come back for 3.
Good running.
Yeah, good running again from Lancashire. They're taking on this challenge of chasing down 316. And if I was any good at maths, I'd tell you that they were over halfway. Well, they are.
So you'd assume it's going to be Matt Parkinson to continue. But you know a lot in this line of work and in cricket not to assume.
Yeah, absolutely. So Parkinson continues.
And you can see on your screen there, it is Parkinson as he's just talking to Captain Harry Finch as Grant Stewart has left the field a while ago now.
Yeah, he was holding his thigh, the same thigh that took him off the field against Leicestershire in the county championship. So we hope that Grant's okay, and if we do hear anything, we'll let you know. Matt Quinn also left the field with what looked like a hip injury, but he was jogging off, so it might just be a bit of a twinge.
Indeed, as Parkinson's going to continue short and wide this time, so it's just hit 3 point, and Ekant Singh does the work out there on the boundary nearest the pizza van and the face painting area.
Yeah, we did say on the women's stream last week, Molly, didn't we, that you would get your face painted?
I think that was
Which superhero would you go for?
that's a good question. I'll have a think. As Parkinson's going to come in to Bohannon here. Struck hard along the ground, but a brilliant bit of work again. I think that is
Chris Benjamin.
Chris
Don't land on that
Benjamin.
shoulder, Benji. He
Yeah.
looks all right, though.
He does. I don't think anyone else walking up to the physio room today. As Parkinson is back into bowl. Again, that's slashed away. Too wide of Jack Leaning and might go all the way for 4.
Yeah, it's wrong-footed Jacqueline, and then it might have just changed direction off the other decks here at Beckenham.
So that's 4 more to Bohannon, 4 more to Lancashire's total, which takes it to 185 now. I don't know, face painting. I saw someone earlier have like a festival kind of a vibe. If everyone knows what I mean by that, sort of lots of glitter and a couple of flowers on their face. That's quite cool.
Nice.
As Parkinson's going to come back in. Short, pumped on the offside, and it'll go out to a deep cover as Mikey Cohen walks in front of us with the drinks carrier in hand. He's not looking over our way yet, so we can't give him a lovely wave.
Poised. Poised for the end of this over to run some drinks on.
As Parkinson's back in, and that's whipped in the air.
Pump ball.
Bump ball. That's good eyes there from Liam Knight. I thought that might have been out, but obviously.
It did, yeah, it looked like it.
Good bit of fielding there by Ben Compton at short cover. Stops that from going for 4. As Parkinson's back into Moores here, as you can see on your screen. Again, same shot. This time finds the gap, but they will find Ekant Singh out on the boundary, so it will just be the single. So at the end of the over, 187 for 4. Bohannon sits on 81, and Moores is creeping up to 19.
Yeah, Bohannon's done really well here. He's striking it over a runner ball, so very good innings from a Lancashire perspective, and I'm sure Lancashire supporters listening will want him to reach 3 figures. He'll have fully deserved it if he does so. And Leaning will continue from the Beckenham end. Jack Leaning, very big Sheffield United fan. Grew up in that area. His dad Andy was a goalkeeper for a number of clubs in that area, and he was a goalkeeper at Bristol City, so that's why Jack was born in Bristol, but doesn't sound like he was born in Bristol. Comes in again then, and that's defended by Moores into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Jack will have been part of the local Northern derby a fair few years ago now. Yorkshire versus Lancashire.
Yeah, the Roses derby, one of the big Vitality Blast fixtures. Leaning comes in again, and Moores has swiped at that, and it's gone over the top edge, and Finch does well behind the stumps to remove the bows.
Takes the bows in good jest.
Yeah.
Just to remind the umpire, keep watching. We've all done that.
Yeah, another marquee fixture that Jack Leaning will be a part of course, is these two sides in the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast on the 6th of September. So this is a good match to size each other up, I think, even though a few players are missing. In comes in again to Moores, who's hit out at that one again, and
Again, questions asked.
Harry Finch like lightning with those hands. And he removes the bars only to very quickly walk over, pick them up and put them back on.
Yeah, that return fixture of the Blast is in Lancashire.
In comes leaning again, then that's wide. He won't be given as a wide though. Left alone by Moores. So we're slowly creeping into T20 mode, aren't we? Less than 20 overs to go as Leading comes in. That's defended off the back foot by Moores, no run again. So there is 17.2 overs left, and Lancashire need to get about 7.5 and over. So this is pretty much T20 mode now.
It is. It's going to be the battle before the big one. Again,
Cut
cut
away.
away.
Oh, what a catch! What an outstanding catch from Ben Compton in the covers. He has dived to his left and he stuck his right hand up as he's falling away from the ball. Stuck his hand out. It's stuck in his hand, and that is a fantastic catch from Ben Compton, the sub fielder on today. That's come on from Matt Quinn, who's gone off with a hip injury. He's made his mark on the field. It will say sub in the court column on the scorecard, but that's very much Ben Compton's catch, Ben Compton's wicket. Jack Leaning will get the wicket to his name and can have another breakthrough.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? As you said, he's sort of gone to his right where you thought it would be squarer. It's been hit very hard at him, and he's probably about 10 yards off of the inner ring, so he's quite close. It's nearly taken his head as it's gone, but he's
Cannon towards
he's
it.
caught it. But it does remove the young Moores.
Yeah, Moores looked good for his 19, so Lancashire fans, I think, keep an eye on this guy.
It's one of them, isn't it? Them catches you sort of walk off, and you're like, "How's he caught that?" We've all been there, but he has caught it, and it does mean that number 10
George
Well,
Balderson.
stroll out for Lancashire. Balderson will meet Bohannon.
Oh, there we go. There's two more names that we like saying on commentary, isn't it? Balderson and Bohannon.
Again, you feel Bohannon is the key here for Lancashire to get them over the line. Bit of work to do beforehand now, but obviously the spin here has worked. Parkinson from one end, Jack Leaning from the other. Not to discount what Mo Rizvi's done as well.
Yeah, it's interesting now that Lancs are still in touching distance comparison-wise. Kent at this stage were 198 for 2, so runs-wise they're not far off, but
It's that wicket
it's
column.
the wicket column. So Lancashire are 5 down now, whereas Kent were 2 down at this stage. The required rate, I've said that right for the first time in a long time, is now jumping towards 7.6.
Yeah, and it's a change of bowling. So the young Jaden Denley
Yes, Nodge.
is bowling from the City end, like we do say. Joe Denley, if you are listening at home, let us know.
Yeah, so Denley comes on from the City end.
Yeah,
First time today.
it is. You feel your spinner could do some
It's
work.
sorry, it's a
Sorry?
it's a good change here, I think, from Kent. I think saving Parkinson for a bit.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. See what Denley can produce here. In comes the roll. Just push back to him. Again, left armour, bit different.
Yeah, changes the angle up a bit. He's a bit darty like Jack Leaning as well.
And they get through the overs here quickly, Kent. It's going to be a ploy, I think, by Harry Finch. As Denley's come back in. He's whipped that off of his leg, I think onto his leg, and just it's gone back to Jaden Denley.
So yeah, Jaden is a mirror of his uncle. He bats left-handed and he bowls left arm spin, whereas Joe Denley bowls right arm leg spin.
He's back in again, and that one worked off the legs for Bohannon. And he's just limping a bit, isn't he? We're hoping it's cramp and not an actual injury that could make him come off.
Stretching it out a bit.
Yeah. I think if this continues, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Lancashire physio maybe make his way out if it is cramp and continues.
So Jaden Denley, for those who don't know too much about him, maybe a Lancashire fan haven't seen Jaden before. We've got the big facts here, Molly. We've got favourite film, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets.
I'm a big Potter fan.
Yeah, hobby of interest outside of cricket is playing golf badly, it says here.
It's like me. Is that my profile?
His favourite sports person is Frank Lampard, so we can all guess who he supports. His favourite colour is blue as well, that's another clue.
As that one again is just defended off the legs of Balderson.
Yeah, Denley born in Margate, but very much of a Whitstable Cricket Club fame. The Denley clan.
Again, driven straight up to mid-off, so no run.
This is now his third year playing in the One Day Cup. Made his debut against Surrey in 2023 and famously bowled a wicket maiden in his first over in professional cricket.
In again, defended away. Yeah, I think the term playing golf badly is one I've used to describe how I play. I don't think the badly word is ever going to be taken out of that sentence.
End of the over then, Lancashire are 188 for 5. That run rate is just slightly dipping now below Kent's. So good signs here for home supporters and Lancashire fans listening in. It's not dead and buried just yet, is it?
Not at all. I think strange things can happen in cricket. I think as long as Beckenham is still at the crease in 82, Lancashire aren't going to count themselves out of this game.
No, Balderson a very good batter as well.
Yeah. Kent have still got a bowl wow here to get over the line. Obviously to win there, you can see now on your screen 128 off 96. It's not out of the question here for Lancashire.
No, absolutely not. So leaning starts another over from the Beckenham end. He's got figures of 1 for 7 from his 2 overs so far. He comes in and bowls, and it's played nicely off the hip by Beckenham. They'll get 1 for it. Joey Everson does the fielding down there outside the ice cream van. Leaning just changes the field around a little bit. And Balderson just comes down a little bit, does a bit of gardening. Left-hander, so the field has changed. And Leaning then continues his over from the Beckenham end. That started almost a Yorker length, and Balderson says no to the potential run there, and Mo Rizvi does the fielding at backward point. And sun relentless here at Beckenham, but it might just start to creep away from us a little bit. Leaning comes in again. Right behind that is Balderson. It was probably going down the leg side a little bit, but he thought he'd make sure. And Leaning gets returned the ball by Joey Everson, who's now in the covers. And he will start another delivery here as he comes in and bowls, and that's full again, and it's edged and taken.
That's a brilliant catch by
I think it's Jaden.
Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden. So he's bowled from exactly where he's just taken the catch not long ago. It's almost popped up at him. It's gone past Harry Finch, and he's almost parried it into the air to take the catch at the second attempt. So a very good catch by Jaden Denley. And Balderson goes without scoring, so that's a massive blow for Lancashire. Lancashire supporters listening in won't have liked to have seen that, and Balderson usually such a good all-rounder for the Red Rose. He departs without scoring. Jack Leaning now has 2 for 8 inside his third over, and Mikey Cohen absolutely sprints the drinks on. You won't see it on the stream, but Mikey Cohen is probably the quickest drinks deliverer I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've laid claim to a lot of people being the quickest in the team. So, yeah, Mikey Cohen's probably up there, but that does mean Lancashire are 189 for 6 now.
Yeah, in comes Arav Shetty then. Arav Shetty has played 3 List A games.
And he has gone for the very light blue pads as well.
He has. Perhaps this is their T20 colour is slightly lighter than the One Day colour, so they've got the pads
We'll have a
from
look.
the Lightning team. My memory serves me right, it is slightly lighter blue that the Lancashire Lightning have.
Is
Obviously
it?
it's a red kit, but I think the blue that's on there is slightly lighter. Saying that, they probably wear red pads and I sound like an idiot now.
We'll have a look.
So can Leaning get another wicket?
He'll be eager to see if he can. I'm having a little look. I think they do wear red pads.
Yeah, ignore me then, everyone.
So the blue pads, maybe it's a new order of kit and it's the wrong blue that's come in. We've all been there. And yeah, the wrong colour of the sort of pads come in and don't match the kit you need.
We can't really gloat though, because I can see a lot of the Kent fielders wearing the T20 trousers here rather than the one-day ones.
Yeah.
So we're all guilty of it.
It always happens. It's not about what kit you have, it's how good you use it. So
Absolutely. So Shetty then, is his 4th list day appearance, all of them coming in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this year for Lancashire. His faces Ling, that's very nicely defended away. His high score is 27 not out, which was against Yorkshire in the Roses game back on the 12th. And he's taken a wicket in every match he's played so far, at least 3 wickets on 2 occasions, so good option to have as he hits that full toss from leaning for 4. That's what it deserved, I think.
and that goes for 4 more. As the junior journo does the fielding.
Yeah, said the junior journey there, doing a bit of fielding. Very nice to see.
He'll be speaking to a Kent player at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think at the moment we've decided it will be Jaden after his runs earlier, but who knows after this.
Yeah, he's already spoken to Ben Dawkins, as we've mentioned. So he'll be speaking to all the young rising talent from Kent today. And it will be Jaden Denley to continue from the city end. It'll be Beckenham to take strike, who is on 83 off 75. And as you can see, Lancashire need 123 to win. Denley's in, shorter. That's been punched, but straight to Jack leaning. He's used his feet there, but couldn't quite find the gap.
Yes, I think it feel like to many that this is down to Beckenham now to get Lancashire over the line.
In again, off the back foot, but just plays it into the ground. So there'll be no run there either.
Worth saying again, if you want to get in touch, live stream at kentcricket.co.uk on emails or at kentcricket on X. Kent or Lancashire fans, let us know.
Shorter, that is off the back foot, cut into the offside, but just the one. As Ben Dawkins does the work. And now it's Ben Dawkins, who's a very tall man. A bit of shade is coming over the Beckenham ground now, by the embankment as the sun moves.
Nice to see Martin Pearce saying Comms said a fantastic catch for that Ben Compton catch, and I can confirm, Martin, it was a lovely bit of fielding.
As Denley, again, that's punched beautifully off the back foot there. As Shetty gets off the mark. He's not off the mark, he's on 5 now. After that glorious 4 he hit the previous over.
Yeah, he hit that 4 off a full toss from Jack Leaning, so another young player that Lancashire will want to see do well.
Again, Denley on the up there from Beckenham. It will find a vacant area in the field, but Dawkins will do the work, so they're going to run back for 2. I think he was probably thinking a bit straighter over Jack Leaning, would probably give him 4 as it goes clattering into the ad boards. But not to be, just a 2. Last baldy over here for Denley. Again, that's punched, but straight to Jack Leaning, so it's no run.
Didn't know too much about it after he'd parried it.
Yeah, end of the over, 197 for 6. Beckenham moves to 86. The worm.
Scatman John has just come on. Sorry, Molly.
It's okay. All there.
Trying my very, very hardest to not Scatman John on the live stream.
It's okay. I don't think the listeners at home need to hear a rendition. There's a reason it's not karaoke. But it will be Jack Leaning to continue again from the Beckenham / Palace end.
You've taken a liking to calling it the Palace end, haven't you?
I do like it. I think you have to with the training ground just behind us.
Yeah, if you haven't been listening in all day, Crystal Palace FC train right behind us here at Beckenham. Leaning's in again, and Shetty comes down the track a little bit. Long stride with his long legs. He's a tall guy, isn't he, Shetty?
Indeed. Do you think if they name the stand, sorry, do you think they would change that end to the end of that person?
Well, so you're saying there'd be a stand and an end named after the same person?
I don't know. You thought the kit would fall in, wouldn't it?
You could be clever and do two different names for
You could.
two different things. You've
But
seen that in other places.
You'd need something at that part of the ground to name the end, wouldn't you? Because there's no building there.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Apart from the aircraft hangar that's Palace's academy. It's leanings in again to Shetty, and he's hit out there, but it's a bump ball.
Yeah, I don't think Palace would take too well to us just putting a sign on the edge of their academy building with a Kent cricket player name on it. But yeah, I like the idea of maybe naming the stand and then naming that end after the stand. I think that's quite a nice way to do it.
Leaning comes in again to Shetty. He's defended that. He's squirted into the onside. They're going to get one for it. Good running after a defensive shot there.
Yeah, again, if you're listening at home and disagree, let me know. But I just feel that obviously you can do the sort of the silhouette of the city from you're looking across that way, and I like that. But I think to make it more Kent, you could have the end named after a person as well as the stand.
Leaning comes in again, then past the umpire. That's slightly shorter. It's played off the hip by Beckenham. They'll get at least one. There's a slight misfield, but only one. Now, Molly, you've said that Palace could hang something with a Kent cricketer on it. You've given me the perfect opportunity here to talk a little bit about Kent cricketers that have played football for England. And I can see how excited you are by that, by the look on your face. His name comes in again to Shetty. He pulls that away off his hips, he'll get one. So Wally Hardinge. He was a mainstay in the Kent side from his debut as a 16-year-old in 1902, playing 612 times. He also played 210 matches in professional football. As Jack Leaning comes in again. Oh, it's so wide, it's gone down the leg side. From our angle, it looked more dangerous than it was, I think. And Hardinge, the only Kent player ever to have played international cricket and football. So he played in the third Ashes Test of 1921 at Headingley. As Leaning comes in again, that's up in the air, and that will be six. That will be six more.
To Bohannon.
To Josh Bohannon, who... That was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it?
Was indeed. Again, that takes his total to 93 now, in the 90s. I'm sure Lancashire fans and supporters will be happily to greet that.
Yeah, Bohannon in the 90s, so I'll keep my footballer chat short. Derek Ofton played for Charlton and Kent, of course. Cuthbert Ottaway, England's first ever football captain, also played cricket for Kent. Cuthbert Burnup, Wisden Cricketer of the Year 1903. He was a member of Kent's 1906 Championship winning sides. He played 79 times for Corinthians MC and played one appearance for England.
It'll be Denley to continue. He's in. And that has been slashed away to the point area where Dawkins makes chase. And he can't pull it in, so that's 4 there. 4 to Shetty. Lovely shot.
Good passage of play here for Lancashire.
Yeah. Of course, as I say, that talking about naming ends, etc. At Canterbury, it's the Nackington Road and the Pavilion ends. It's not named after a player, so again, Denley's in, driven back hard down the ground, just a 1.
I think Devil's Advocate there would say that they have been those names for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So there's a bit more gravitas behind those, even though, like you say, they're not very flowery names.
No, I agree. I don't think they should be changed. I think
Yeah.
I think it would be nice if maybe here they could do that, as again it's a bit of a newer ground, isn't it? But again, that decision doesn't fall at my feet, luckily.
I think it's a more fluid naming situation here, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's been punched off the back foot, more of a cut out to Dawkins at deep cover.
So a few more footballers in between these deliveries. Clement Mitchell, third ever England international scorer, hat-trick. Made 8 appearances for Kent cricket between 1890 and 1892.
Denley's in, and that again has just been slashed into the offside. Drop the hands to play it 3 point. Be the 1 as Dawkins is quick onto that one.
Morton Betts, the first ever goal scorer in an FA Cup final. He made 1 appearance for Kent in 1881.
So without being the commentator's jinx here, Bohannon is 1 hit away, potentially. Big
Absolutely.
hit, 1 hit away. So we're going to pull our attention to this
I've run out of football anyway.
as Denley comes in, cut off the back foot into the gap. They're going to run hard, but it's going to be the one in the end. Again, as the name of Dawkins comes through. But yeah, there we go. Interesting future though, isn't it, to how Kent sort of name the systems and stands, all the talent coming through. So keep your eyes peeled and ear to the ground to see what happens. As Denley again shorter, that's punching that vacant cover gap, and they'll take the one, which you think right now isn't a bad option for Lancashire.
No, Bohannon's still there then on 95 from 84. And I think Barry's had enough of the heat, and the announcement's gone out that he's shutting his shop very soon. He's been in that sun all day as Barry Dyer, our retail manager, known to many of our Kent members and supporters. Baz, he's put in a bit of a shift today in the heat, so well done Barry. Go and enjoy putting more paving slabs down, he was saying that he was doing in the heat last time out.
It was a bit of a DIY at home. Maybe you're doing that today at home. We're having the live stream on.
Yeah, or you're like Paul from Herne Bay, who got in touch earlier and said he's sitting in his garden bar.
Whatever you're doing, glad you're listening along.
So Jack Leanan starts a new over from the Beckenham end. He comes in, that's a nice little sweep round the corner from Shetty, who get one for it. Puts Bohannon on strike on 95. And I think we should say it, we won't do our Mark Nicholas and Shane Warne impressions of someone being in the 90s. Leaning comes in again to Bohannon, that's given us a wide.
So it's missed everything.
Yeah, I think that's come off Finch's glove if it's been given as a wide.
See Bohannon there, 5 away now. Sure the Lancashire supporters are willing.
I'm sure Jack Leaning, as a former Yorkshire man, want to be the one that helps him get there. Yeah, they only get one. They're looking for two though.
They run hard.
They are. No, it turns down the second one, so just one from that. Bohannon moves on to 96, one boundary away now from his 3-figure score.
See Shetty is 15 off of 12, playing a good role there as well with Bohannon.
Yeah, another good young Lancashire player, so Lancashire fans will be excited to see this. So Leaning comes in again to him and he plays that very nicely off the hip, and he'll get at least one again, and again turns a single down.
As you can probably hear the wind through the effects mic. But it will be Bohannon back on strike on 96.
So will this be the moment then? Jack Leaning to Josh Bohannon. Comes in. And again, that's come off something because it's not given as a wide.
Maybe pad?
Potentially, yeah. So I don't think there'll be any curse here. I've just looked up. Bohannon has got 2 List A centuries for Lancashire already in his career. Leaning comes in again to him, and that will be wide. Wasn't the best delivery from Jack Leaning.
But it does mean that Bohannon will have to wait.
Yeah, they scamper through for a single on top of that wide, so score moves up to 2-2-2 for 6.
So I'm just looking over to the away dressing room where the Lancashire players are congregating.
Leaning into Shetty again, very correctly, very nicely. Gets one run off his hip. I think he's determined to put Bohannon on strike here.
Yeah, it's good cricket here from the 2 Lancashire batters. Just trying to rotate the strike, and I think Shetty's playing a good supporting role to Bohannon right now.
It's worth mentioning as well that his name isn't Skewiff on his batting shirt as it was on his bowling one. Leaning comes in again. Played nicely by Bohannon. They're going to get one. They get slight misfield. Will they come back for 2? They've set off. They will get 2. Bohannon moves on to 98.
So that's 2 more. So he won't be on strike for the start of the next over, which means they have to wait a little bit longer. But this partnership, as you can see on your screen, is 36 now, so it's growing for Lancashire here. It's what they need right now. They need 91 off 64. I've got 4 wickets in hand. I just kind of feel if Bohannon can reach 3 figures here, that a big push from him could potentially even get it near enough to run a ball.
Worth mentioning that Josh Bohannon's first career List A century was against Kent.
Was it?
In
So he likes
2023 at Blackpool, yeah. So like you were about to say, he likes playing against Kent. And Jack Leaning took 4 catches in that match.
There we go. But yeah, you will see that. Well, you will not see, I meant to say, because the dressing room here, like I said, the Lancashire coaches and sports staff and players are just sitting on the benches. Some are on the top level on the balcony, some are just on the ground level, but they're all sitting waiting and hoping that Beckenham can get to them 3 magical figures.
Beckenham was at 3 that day, so he's moved down the order slightly.
He's at 4 today, was he?
Yeah.
At 1 shift in the order as Denley's in, and again he just tries to steer that into where a vacant 3rd would be.
Mo Rizvi now moves across.
Yeah, Rizvi is probably a little bit too wide there, as Harry Finch has said. You need to go a bit finer. As Denley is back in, worked off the legs this time. Might be pad, but Parkinson does the work, and the umpire will signal nothing. So it's off the bat. So it's another one to Shetty's total, but that does mean that Bohannon is on strike on 98. They're just getting himself set, taking some time, as he is a hit away from bringing up the magical number as a batter. Magical number. And again, full toss, that has helped the equation, as he can then push to come back, and in the end it's 4. So he has his 100, a beautifully played 100, I'm going to say. Needed 100 for his team, well deserved. He raises his bat to the dressing room as they all stand up and applaud him, applauding his contribution today for his team and hoping he can stay there to get his team over the line.
Yeah, Dan and Luke, both Lancashire photographers, were perfectly positioned just in front of the pavilion to get their shots.
Then he's back in, and that has been pushed up to mid-off. But yeah, wonderful 100 by Bohannon there. Only coming off of 88 balls as well. So again, a very good rate that he's going at. As Denley's back in, swatted away into the vacant cover area. Dawkins will do the work, so it will be the 1. And I'm sure if you're a Lancashire supporter today, tuning in on the stream, you'll be very happy to see that figure next to Bohannon's name. And you'll be even happier to see that runs to win now are below 90. So, gradually ticking the scoreboard away here, Lancashire. And Kent doing the wicket, as this little partnership is proving to be quite effective. As Denley's back in, and that's been driven hard past Jack Leaning. And it will probably be the 1s. They won't come back for 2. I think his Classen will do the work. And that is the end of the over. So Lancashire are 233 for 6. During that over, Bohannon brings up a wonderful century. And game on.
Yeah, you can see the run rate is creeping up to Kent's at this stage. Just for comparison, Kent at this stage were 240 for 5. So that gap is shortening, and Lancashire listeners will be pleased for us to say that. Oh, the PA announcer has been listening into the stream, I think. Just said what I've just said.
Maybe he's got us on and he's he's loving it so much, he's repeating what we're saying.
Before 5 bounce out through the speakers here.
Another good song.
I think Kent need to get on up when they're down, because Bohannon has put them in the position here where I'd say it's now 50-50 again.
Good conversation happening right now between Harry Finch, Joey Everson and Chris Benjamin. To what happens next, it looks like it's not going to be Jack Leaning to continue. It's looking like it's going to be the return of Joey Everson.
Yeah, Joey recently signed a new contract extension with Kent, so we'll be seeing a lot more of Joey Everson as he continues to develop as a player.
Yeah, you were saying earlier on commentary that that he was going to have extended, which is good to see from a Kent perspective. I'm sure he'll be looking again to putting as many contributions as he can.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that he is still only 23, so
I know, he's younger than me.
I think people forget that, but these players that we're tying down, Tawanda, he's still young himself, Tawanda Miyeye. So these are the sort of players that will form a core of the Kent team of the future. It just so happens that Joey Everson is an established first team player at at the age that he is.
Yeah, indeed. He's a knack of doing things at the right time, old Joey Everson.
Yeah.
And right now he needs to get a wicket for his team as Beckenham sits on 104.
Hannon on strike then to Joey Everson, who starts again from the Beckenham end. He comes in, it's looped up. There's no fielder there. It's going to be given as byes though, so it's come off the pad. Yeah, one leg bye signalled by Anthony Harris. And what do Kent need to do here to get a wicket?
I think you've obviously Beckham's going to look to anchor this innings. I think you've got to look at Shetty, 19 off 17, going well, but trying to apply some pressure here. I think could change a bowling option as well.
So Everson comes in again to Shetty, and it's hit uppishly slightly towards Jack Leenan at mid wicket, and there will be no run.
Kent searching for their first win in the competition as well.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to get off the mark in the competition here at Beckenham at home. Our last game here at Beckenham for the summer. There will be some England under-19s fixtures here at Beckenham as well. Head to the website for more information. Joey Everson comes in again to Shetty. He punches that back down the ground to Fred Klassen at long on.
Yeah, we mentioned Kent searching for their first win in this competition this year, but obviously Lancashire have played 3 and got a 1 in all 3 columns. A 1 in the win column, a 1 in the loss column, and a 1 in the no result column.
Oh, no, that's not a good column, is it?
So
Joey Everson comes again then from the Beckenham end. That's played behind Beckenham, but fielder's there to mop up. No Rizvi.
yeah, you feel now, don't you, that something needs to ignite this Kent bowling unit and fielding unit here. A wicket will probably do that, but at the moment Lancashire aren't going to be too unhappy.
Yeah, they just need something to get their heads back up as Joey Everson is into Shetty, who hits out, pulls out to Jack Leaning, who will put it back into Harry Finch. Just 1 run.
Obviously, it probably is important to mention to people that maybe just tuning in for the first time now that Grant Stewart and Matt Quinn are currently both not on the field. So the 2 opening bowlers for Kent aren't currently on the pitch.
Everson comes in again. That's a shorter delivery, and it's pulled away by Behan. That's going to be 4.
So by no means here trying to, make excuses or anything, but Kent losing their 2 opening bowlers is obviously going to affect things here. The spin cohort have done well, and obviously Joey Everson doing a job, but they haven't got a seamer to probably call upon.
Yeah.
That's fair to say.
50 partnership as well for the Lancashire batters, so they've done well. And like you say, there's not many seam options out there for Kent, so looks like Matt Parkinson's going to bowl again.
That's not a bad option here, Matt Parkinson. I'd like to reference the T20 against Surrey, actually, I think early on in the season. Surrey came away with the win, but only just, as Matt Parkinson nearly closed out the over of all time of that game. But he'll be hoping to do the same today, and the same right now, as he's going to start his new spell from the City end. And he's in, and that is swatted away into the offside. Jack Leaning, a diving effort. They're going to scamper back for 2 as Klassen does the work. It's 2 more to the total.
Shades of Andy Leaning there with Jack Leaning diving like a goalkeeper to his right.
Very much like last week when Durham were here, wasn't it? The goalkeeper kind of saves and
Scott
dives.
Borthwick, yeah. Gordon Banks, as we call him.
Parkinson back in reverse this time, connected. It's gone past Rizvi, gone past Chris Benjamin, and will just pop over the boundary for 4.
Good passage of play for the visitors.
And this is what I was on about, but I maybe have called it wrong, saying when Behannon got to his 3 figures, he'd look to attack, but Shetty is taking that on his own shoulders and gone, I'll win this game. So, runs now reducing, 69 to win off 52. As Parkinson is back in. And it's out, stumped. Matt Parkinson gets the breakthrough. Shetty is not in his ground. The umpire raises his finger. Quick, sharp work from Harry Finch to remove the bails. And that's it. That's the wicket they wanted.
Molly, you're a wicket keeper. Talk us through that stumping.
Lightning, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Lightning. Harry Finch just waited on that. Obviously a bit of flight there from Matt Parkinson, but as soon as it turns past the outside edge of Shetty, collected by Finch, whips the bails off, and that means Lancashire are 247 for 7. So now this changes the game ever so slightly, still requiring 69 but off 51, but more importantly they have 3 wickets in hand. So that partnership needed to be broken, has been done by the man that is Matt Parkinson. Currently figures 3 for 43.
Yeah, good innings from Shetty.
Yeah, nothing to, I would say, be too disheartened by.
He's matched his list day best score of 27, so unfortunately for him he's not set a new personal best today, but very good innings from Shetty.
Yeah, no indeed.
Got a message in from Mandy enjoying the stream. Thank you, Mandy, for getting in touch. So, number 77, Luke Hands. And Molly, it seemed like in the innings that Lancashire were in the field that every time you were commentating on an over, he seemed to field the ball.
I know, I do apologise to every listener at home. I said hands too many times on commentary this morning, but he was everywhere. He was very hands-on in that innings.
You've learnt well.
Oh, thank you. But it will be hands to join Bohannon, and again, even though Kent has in the back of Shetty, Bohannon is still at the crease on 109, so the game is not done. As long as your Centurion is still at the crease, I feel any team is going to be still have that hope and drive, as we would say.
So Luke Hands, another very young Lancashire player, born in November 2008.
Oh no.
This is his 3rd list day appearance. He's made scores of 4 and 13 not out, most recently against Sussex. He took a wicket on his debut against Somerset, and he took a catch here today at the County Ground, Beckenham. You're listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly on our University of Greenwich Partnership Day here at Beckenham. Thank you to both Cluberly and the University of Greenwich for all their support.
That's Hans getting ready to face his first ball to Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, Luke Hands, 16 years, 276 days.
As Parkinson is in, and that is just pressed to Jack Lean at cover.
And like we've said about Kent players, this is a great opportunity for them to get first team experience with Lancashire.
He is a younger player, to say the least, I think. But again, Parkinson is in. And that is just flicked off his legs. And that's going to go out to long on for the 1. So he's off the mark.
He's a very tall 16-year-old, isn't he?
Exactly. When I was commentating this morning with him all, I didn't see him up close. I just see his height. I mean, I know Ben Dawkins is a tall man himself, but I did not get the vibe that Hans was 16.
Just to put that into context for Kent supporters, Luke Hands was born a year after Kent won their first T20 title in 2007.
It's going to be Parkinson to continue. And that is just defended into the offside.
He would have been 18. Sorry, he would have been 10 when Kent played Lancashire in the quarter-final of Vitality Blast at Canterbury, where Matt Parkinson took a few wickets for Lancashire against Kent. Now he's here as a Kent player, and he's just finished that over. At this stage, we're looking at the comparisons. So Lancashire are 248 for 7 after 42, and Kent were 257 for 5.
I'm just looking at that was a Olympic year, wasn't it?
Yeah, Beijing.
Oh.
So Luke Hands is younger than the Beijing Olympics.
We do like here to have a little research of what happened in certain years to give context to how old people are, or how youthful they are. Usually more in that direction. But again, I think if anything, obviously we do talk about how sort of young and talented these players are, but it just shows that talent is seeping through age groups now and into academies, into senior cricket. So I don't think it will be soon it will be quite a common factor that young men like Hans here, obviously being 16 and playing this day cricket.
We did see last year Kent women played with a few 14, 15, 16
Yeah.
girls, didn't they? Mo Rizvi then from the Beckenham end comes in. 2 hands, who's come down at that one. Quite nice. But he picks out Ben Compton in the covers. There'll be no run.
Misses.
Come on, Riz from Fred Klassen just in front of us. And he comes then, Riz. Oh, that's gone in a bit at hands. And he's defended that into the onside. Oh no. We'll tell you why I've just said oh no in a second. As Rizvi comes in again. 2 hands and he's cut that away nicely and he'll get a single for it. So Molly's just looked up songs from 2008, so potentially Luke Hans is younger than these songs. Hot and Cold by Katy Perry. Low, Flow Rider. I'm Yours, Jason Mraz.
Yeah, it's a fun way to gauge age.
Viva La Vida, Coldplay. Wow.
Yeah, we all know our music, don't we? So it's all a fun one to compare.
In comes Rizvi again, and that's gone up
Wow.
in the air from Beckenham, but that will be safe because it's going to be 6.
That's a beautiful shot. He's waited on that and just absolutely sent it.
Yeah, we said earlier that if Lancashire are going to win this game, Beckenham will have to be there. And he brings up their 250 in style. They're now 255 for 7 in the 43rd over.
It's all going on.
It is all going on.
So I'll leave this off. Let's put one more song. 4 Minutes by Madonna in 2008. Absolute tune.
Well, Donna and Justin Timberlake had 4 minutes to save the world. I think Kent have got 7.2 overs to save this game.
It's a very good segue.
Mo Rizvi has a bit of a conflab with Harry Finch and Matt Parkinson. What do you reckon they're talking about here, Molly?
We need a wicket.
Well, firstly, we need a replacement ball because I think that 6 has gone into the Crystal Palace training area.
Wow.
So, Eberici Eze, if he comes into training on Monday and he sees a cricket ball in there, that's for you.
So the question is, when they come in on Monday and do their training and find a white cricket ball on their turf, do they keep it or do they throw it back?
That's a very good question. Same with footballs are the other way, I suppose.
I think if a football player's missed the goal that much and it's been sent into the Beckenham ground, I don't think it should be returned, should it?
Yeah, they're not. It's not Arsenal's training ground, so it's not going to come over, is it?
I suppose it's too big. I suppose to hit the ground. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So Beckenham comes over for a chat with Harry Finch. and
Indeed.
Matt Parkinson. You can just about see them on the stream, and Beckenham's probably going, "Yeah, I'll win this game for us." Parkinson's got his hand over his mouth, so he's probably saying back, "No, you're not."
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So again, this is going to be a big moment in the game here for Lancashire, and again, even Mo Rizvi as well.
Luke Hans is younger than Barack Obama's presidency.
I think we'll leave that one there.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway,
Mo Rizvi
Mo Rizvi.
comes in to Beckenham, cuts away, but Compton is there
Very good.
just to give him 1 run. At this stage, Kentwood 263 for 5.
I think that cramp there, you can't just see it on your screen. It's just to the right of it, but Beckenham is feeling it slightly now.
So Rizvi to Hans. Hans comes down at that. He's got a very long stride because he's a very tall man, and he comes down all the way at that one and smothers it.
Yeah, he has
There will be
indeed.
no run end of the over, so Lancashire are 256 for 7 with 7 overs remaining. And number 77, Luke Hans, has started quite brightly here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Beckenham's shot would have lost the ball. You kind of think, as a batter, it's always nice to watch that as that sails over the rope.
Have you ever hit a ball so far that no one can find it?
I don't think so. I've hit a few into a few sheep fields. Then I played a game at Twickenham Green where I hit onto the road, which felt dangerous, but there was no oncoming traffic. But that was returned. But
You ever broken a car window?
I hit a van,
Oh,
and it was my teammate's dad's
Oh,
van at the
no.
time, which wasn't the best thing in the world, but everything, no vans were damaged in the process. So we all went okay. Everyone went home happy. But yeah. If Crystal Palace do throw it back, it's the kind of pinnacle of like garden cricket where you have to go knock on your neighbour's door and go, Hi, I'm really sorry. My ball's come over, can you throw it back?
Sorry, Mr. Glasner, can we have our ball back, please?
Or do you think the groundsmen at the Crystal Palace training ground have like a little groundo shed like we have here of collections of cricket balls?
Well, we were looking earlier at their pitch, weren't we? You're not missing any cricket, by the way. There's a bit of a chat in the field. We were looking at their training ground earlier, weren't we? And it was a lovely, luscious green surface. You'd love to play football on it. And imagine how much grip you'd get if you were playing cricket on it.
Oh, honestly.
Slightly different job, I think, of football groundsman and a cricket groundsman.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the ground staff here have had a chat at different points when they've been at the same time, not too far away. Could be quite interesting doing a groundsman course on football pitches and cricket pitches.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Different jobs, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So Denley will start again from the city end.
As that pause in play is back now, so we can bring you some action as Denley comes back in, and that is heaved down the ground, but it will not go all the way, and it's collected for one. So that means Bohannon is now a non-striker end, and Luke Hands is on strike. As Denley comes back in, and that there, it's worked a bit shorter, but didn't really get up, so the splice of the bat sends it to Matt Parkinson at point, but they will get a run. But that does bring Bohannon back on strike. So you can see on your screen now, 58 runs required, 40 balls remaining, but the important column is 3 wickets left. As Denley comes back in, and that's uppish in the air, and it will just fall short of, I believe it will be Fred Klassen at long off. More of a pitching shot than a full heave of the bat. A nice 8 iron onto the green. As Denley comes back in, and that is swept. Shout out WW, and he's given it, and that is out. That is the end of Luke Hands. Tries to sweep Denley into the leg side, misses the ball, and the umpire says that is out, young man.
Dare I say that is now a trademark Jaden Denley celebration, where he turns around to appeal and then swivels round and gives it the fist bump. He's done that a few times. Jaden Denley now making his mark on Kent cricket history, and he's got a breakthrough here that Kent desperately needed.
Yeah, you kind of feel this might be the turning point. Obviously, it's not Bohannon. He's still out there batting. It will be a new batter to the crease. But what this does say is Kent are in the driving position here. You feel now that maybe with 2 wickets left that Bohannon's going to take the game in his hands now and try and make something happen potentially. But what a day's cricket we were having so far. And the good news is it's not over yet.
Absolutely.
So the new batter will be, we can't see them in sight yet, I'm sure they'll be striding out to the crease shortly. And it is a very tall gentleman, so could this be Bailey, or could this be, who is it? Let's have a little
That
look.
looks very much like Tom Bailey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Bailey. So Kent fans will have had nightmares about Tom Bailey, all because of a game at the Spitfire ground in 2023 where Bailey hit 78 off 136 in the county championship, coming in at number 9, and it meant that Lancashire could declare on 390 for 8 and ultimately win that game. And I think at points in that second innings, the Lancashire first innings, I think Kent thought they were on top, and it was the lower order, including Josh Bohannon, who was 68 not out on that occasion. Him and Tom Bailey built a partnership that ultimately saw Lancashire to victory, and I think Lancashire fans watching on today will want to see that happen again, Molly.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like you don't write off Lancs here. I mean, some runs to Bailey's name. As they've met in the middle there, it's a bit of a height difference.
Bit of a mismatch.
Bit of a height difference between Bohannon and Tom Bailey.
Bailey's 78 for Lancashire back in 2023.
And you think it's possible? We keep saying.
That remains his first class high score.
As Denley's in, and that is just pushed down the ground. They get a single. He's off the mark first ball. And that is not the end of the over.
One to come.
One to come.
Wicket keepers counting again.
It's not very good. I lose count quite easily.
Finch directs traffic.
I'd make a shocking umpire as Denley comes back shorter, and that is cut away. It'll be the single, which means he'll still strike for the next over. And then that is one more off of the runs to win total.
Yeah, 6 overs to go then. Lancashire 261 for 8 at this stage. Kent were 268 for 5, so it's close.
Yeah, indeed. It's all got, I think, dare I say it, it's all down to Mr. Bohannon, Josh Bohannon here to dig deep and get his team over the line. Kent desperately need a wicket now of probably Josh Bohannon, and they've turned to Joey Everson, the man to make things happen.
Joey Ev.
Yeah.
One player that Kent fans will be loving to see has signed a new contract extension with the county, so he'll be around for a little while longer. He's still only 23, but he's a senior player now for Kent.
I think as well though, isn't it? A lot of extensions have been signed over the summer. Tawanda Mayeye, Ben Compton, Joey Everson.
So it's worth noting as well that Everson's only bowled 5 overs, so he could bowl all the way through here from the Beckenham end.
Is that the only seam bowler that currently Kent have on the pitch?
Yeah, Everson comes in. That's a lovely looking drive by Bohannon, and there's no applause, so I assume there's a player down there. He's just out of my view in the streaming marquee. Yes, there is, but I've seen Ben Compton bowl, but he can't bowl. He's a sub-fielder, so I won't carry that on.
Ekanch Singh.
Ekanch has bowled 4 overs so far today with his medium pace. Chris Benjamin with one arm, that'd be fun.
That's the person that gets the wickets, isn't it? You think to yourself, oh no. And then we've all played in games that the part-time or the non-bowler comes on.
I have seen Harry Finch bowling in the winter in the nets as well. I'm just going to put that out there as Everson comes in from the Beckenham end and has come up a little bit at Bailey. But he's off on his toes and he plays it away for 1. And Bohannon now is very much stretching out his calves.
You kind of feel he can't go off for treatment because he needs to keep batting for his team. And as you can see, he's faced 100 and balls and he's got 120 to his name. So I'm sure the Lancashire supporters will be loving this.
So he's slicing up to Joey Everson. He's cutting away, but lovely Ben Compton stopping the covers.
Yeah. Kent are happy here to give Bohannon the 1, get him off strike, and you won't see on your camera, but as soon as that run is made, the Kent fielders descend into the inner ring.
As Bohannon continues to try and stretch out his calves. Maybe his thighs as well. He's been there a long time now. Joey Everson in to Bailey. Oh, he almost chops on there. It goes under the edge of the bat. Kept a little bit lower than Bailey was expecting, and there'll be a dot ball, which Kent will relish having. Lots of encouragement in the field. Yes, Joey, come on, Joey. And Joey Everson comes in again to Bailey, who's take one step down there, and he's almost gone for a run before the ball's even got there, and he will very happily give Bohannon the strike for 1 ball.
Yeah, indeed. So Bohannon here is going to be wanting a 1 to retain the strike and hopefully look to try and build.
In comes Everson then from the Beckenham end. He comes into Bohannon, who swats this away, and Fred Klassen will do the fielding. There is that 1, so Bohannon keeps the strike for the next over. And this equation now is simple. Kent need 2 wickets. Lancashire need 50 runs from 30 balls.
So Bohannon takes the strike. He'll be on strike. I always feel it's hard for sub-fielders that come on that are bowlers. Obviously batters, you do your batting and during your field and you expect to field for 50 overs and not do much. But someone like Fred Klassen, whose primary skill is his bowling, to have to field for near on 50 overs and not turn his arm over.
I think you're forgetting, Molly, that Fred Klassen's nutmeg in the Vitality Blast away at Lords. He hit lovely 4 through his legs. And at points, he was one of the best looking lower order hitters for Kent in the Vitality Blast, with his orange back grip to go with his orange sunglasses.
Fred Klassen can 100% do a job with the bat, but I think if you were to ask him, he'd say, I think I prefer bowling.
Absolutely.
Talking of bowling, Matt Parkinson is on at the city end to bowl to Josh Bohannon as he's in, and that has turned and bounced past Harry Finch. It's going to race and keep going to the boundary, and it will be 4 byes. And that was probably a missed stumped opportunity there from Harry Finch as well, as it's turned past the bat, past Harry Finch. 4 to the total.
Was that the moment?
That might have been, I'm not going to say the game, because they still need 44 off 29 balls, but that could have been the wicket to turn the game on its head. So after we calm down, it is Matt Parkinson again, and that has just been hit into the ground, straight back to Parkinson.
Applause for the dot.
Yeah. But 44 now off 28 does look impossible, does it? As Parkinson is back in, and that is heaved in the air. Cries of catch. But it's not to be by Klassen. And it's 4, 1 bounce over the rope. 4 more. There's a bit of some loud cries from our media tent.
Fred Atkins got very excited then for the potential catch.
And it's fair to say Fred Atkins isn't one to get overexcited.
No, there is a story that I can't say on the air about Vitality Blast Finals Day when a certain ball was given as a 6 and not a catch.
And it looks like Fred Atkins definitely over that from what I've just seen. Anyway, it will be Matt Parkinson to Josh Bohannon. Again, that has been whipped into the leg side. There's cries of 2, and he's going to not come back. Tom Bailey is going to happily take the 1 there, and he's got 2 balls to face from Matt Parkinson. So the deficit now, I need 41 of 26. Bohannon moves to 127.
There's any time to see the snuffleumpets now, Molly.
Yes. What is the snuffleup?
Matt Parkinson's mystery ball, he told me.
And that is heaved into the leg side. They're going to get a single as Tom Bailey runs as hard as he can. But the run out isn't tried. So Bohannon is on strike now with 1 ball left. A single's all he needs here to retain the strike. 40 now to win for Lancashire. 25 balls.
Liquid cricket.
Where else would you rather be on your Sunday than at the County Ground, Beckenham?
Yeah.
Parkinson's in. And that is heaved into the offside again. Up to mid-off. And it'll be the 1. So he's got what he needed from the over. And then that will mean that after this one, Parkinson only has 1 over left.
Yeah, we're going to assume that Joey Everson will bowl the next over from the Beckenham end, and he is coming in that direction, speaking to Harry Finch, so it looks like Joey Everson will continue.
So then we assume Matt Parkinson bowls the next over from the city end, and that will mean that he's done his 10 for the day. So who do you turn to?
Let me just have a look at the scorecard so far. So,
Do you go to young Ekansh Singh?
good experience for him. So Ekansh Singh has only bowled 4 overs.
Or do you say,
Jack
right,
Leaning's done all right with his darty off spin. Jaden Denley's also taken a wicket.
the question is, if you want a seamer, it has to be Ekansh Singh.
And just to round things off, the Rizla, Mo Rizvi, has 1 over left. Up Harry Finch's sleeve.
Sorry, I think it's Michael Bublé coming out of the speakers.
Sure you had something to do with that, Molly, as Everson starts another over from the Beckenham end to Bohannon, who pulls that away, and he should get 4. Yeah, he does.
That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot from Bohannon. And this match is swinging towards Lancashire's favour.
I think it's key to mention that takes it to 128 for himself. There we go. If that's updated, it might not have
Don't think it
updated.
has, no, I think he's up to 132. Yeah, there we go, 132
There we
from
go.
108. So very good striking from Bohannon, who's facing up again to Joey Everson, who plays this to the onside for 1.
I was going to say, it's
Oh, it could be a no. Jack Leaning. He missed it first time, but he tidied it up.
I don't think Josh Bohannon is any state to run to. I think it's 1 or 4. Which
You
is
may have just seen just off the side of the stream that he's nursing it there. There you go. Yeah,
yeah.
he's nursing his legs here. I think he's got a bit of cramp.
He's been out there a while, Josh Bohannon, for his 133. But Lancashire fans are going to want to see him there for at least another 34 runs.
Comes Everson, who almost tries to get the scoop out, does Bailey, but misses everything, and it goes through to Harry Finch. No appeal, so there's no chance for an edge.
Yeah, Bohannon here, the anchor for Lancashire. So hopefully he is all good to continue. We'll keep batting. I think he will.
Here comes Everson then for his next delivery to Bailey.
Oh.
That's a Yorker length, but very nicely played off his legs from Bailey. But Jack Leaning's out there, and they'll only get 2. So 2 more to the total. It's now 32 to win from 20.
It's a wonderful shot.
Very lovely looking shot. Classic Molly Davis shot, I think. I'm getting a shake of the head.
Oh, classic Molly Davis shot with clear the front leg and just try and hit anywhere in the cow corner.
In comes Everson then to Bailey. And that's shorter, and it's hit him on the upper thigh pad. Now scramble through for a leg bye.
You can see Bohannon was backing up so much then. He was pretty much at Tom Bailey's feet by the time he looked up.
Could we have a man-cad situation?
Unsure from Joey Everson. I don't think he's the sort of player to do that.
Always when there's a yin there is a yang, and we could see evil Joey emerge with a man-cad.
As Bohannon just gets himself set, there's one more ball left in this Joey Everson over.
In he comes then to Bohannon. Comes in that short and wide that we given as a wide. There's a few groans around the stadium here. That's not what Kent wanted, and it's 30 to win from 19 now for Lancashire.
You would think here wicket changes it though, doesn't it?
Absolutely, a wicket here will do Kent wonders.
Yeah, you get the impression it's still in the balance, this game.
It's that man there, Bohannon, as Everson bowls to him, and that's up in the air. Fred Claston's in the game here, and he takes the catch. That's the massive wicket. Josh Bohannon holds out to Fred Claston at long on. Joey Everson gets his second wicket, and absolute scenes here in the main stand at the county ground Beckenham. People are on their feet celebrating, and I've been told by my honourable colleague to my right that that is absolute cinema. And Kent have that absolutely huge wicket of Josh Bohannon, who will quite rightly now soak up the applause of everyone here. Very knowledgeable crowd at Kent games, and they will quite rightly stand there. Everyone's getting up and standing, saluting Josh Bohannon's innings. He goes out for 133 from 110 deliveries, caught by the subfielder Fred Classon, bowled by Joey Everson, and quite rightly everyone here, whether you're wearing the red rose or the white horse, stands to salute Josh Bohannon's magnificent innings.
Yeah, I think take nothing away from Josh Bohannon there. It's a massive contribution for his team. Obviously Kent have that starring wicket that has helped the cause here, but obviously Lancashire do require 30 off of 18 balls. Barnard will join Bailey, but from what we said of Bailey, he's looked okay. So again,
He can hit a long ball.
he can hit a long ball. So Kent can't be too thinking this game is done here, because it's not.
So, Tsunami plays, which is part of the Kent Spitfires T20 pump-up mix just before they walk out at home at the Spitfire ground, and they'll be hoping here that this is a good marker for Kent Spitfires against Lancashire Lightning on the 6th of September in the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast.
Yeah.
The equation is as follows. Lancashire have 1 wicket remaining, so Kent need 1 wicket to win, and Lancashire require 30 runs from 18 deliveries.
That's the end of the over, isn't it? So Matt Parkinson will come to bowl his last over of the day, which could be the turning over here. Tom Bailey is going to be facing up, and you kind of feel this is it. As it's high in the air, whack down mid-on.
Hits a long ball.
But that there, everyone at home, is 6 runs. So you feel here if Lancashire get over the line, it is scenes for our northern visitors.
I think someone in the crowd has been hit.
I think you're right. I hope they are okay.
Yeah, we do hope they're all right. I'm sure they'll get Get some help from the medical staff.
24 needed. Tom Bailey, shorter again. That is heaved into the leg side. They're going to run hard, but it will be one as the work is done. Obviously, the new batter, Barnard, here now is facing his first ball.
23 required from 16.
You feel now it's all on Bailey, don't you, to get them over the line, just as somebody that we've seen what they can do. But I feel the turning over as Parkinson comes in, and that is just nudged into the offside. Could be a run out, and it is. That is it.
Kent win. Kent win the game with a run out by 22 runs. Rizvi, Benjamin, Finch, pressure. What pressure? Pressures for tyres.
But that concludes a very exciting game here at Beckenham. Kent come away with their first win of the competition against Lancashire. Some good cricket played all day. Two young Kent batters, Ben Dawkins and Jaden Denley, open up today with big contributions. And the shining star with the bat all day, Josh Bohannon, hundreds to his name, nearly getting his team over the line. But promising future for a few of the young Kent players.
And Lancashire players.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think absolutely hats off to Josh Bohannon. That was a fantastic knock here at Beckenham. It didn't quite get Lancashire over the line, but I don't think Lancashire fans could be too disheartened by the performance here today. They took wickets at the right times with the ball and some very good scores with the bat. Some very young players, as we found out with Luke Hands only being 16.
So yeah, future is bright for these two counties. What's coming through, obviously Kent today with the win. We're hoping that the two bowlers that went off injured are okay. I'm sure there'll be reports in the week coming back with their fitness. But overall, very good day's play, and that concludes our double weekend in Beckenham.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the end of our 2 weekend stay in Beckenham. We've had 2 Kent women matches, 2 Kent Spitfires matches in the men's and women's Metro Bank One Day Cup. So what's next for the Kent Spitfires? We have Somerset at home after a couple of away games on Sunday the 24th of August. That's our community day. Lots of things going on. Kent Fire and Rescue, South Eastern are going to be there, Kent Police are going to be there. There's going to be lots of freebies, giveaways, and obviously you can meet the players at the end with an autograph session that's about to happen down here in front of the pavilion. And it brings an end today to our partnership day with the University of Greenwich, so thank you very much for their support. We'd also like to thank Cluberly for their support of the live stream, and also thank you to all of you for listening today. I hope you've had fun listening in. My name is Liam. I've been here with Kent wicketkeeper Molly Davis. Molly, that was a good one for you, wasn't it?
I enjoyed it thoroughly. Sun is shining, Kent get a win. So what more could you want?
Yeah, if we were going to say a player of the match, I think it's got to go to Josh Bohannon, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's an outstanding contribution from both sides today. I think if you had to ask a Kent player of the match, Jaden Denley or Ben Dawkins to me.
Well, that's Molly's vote, and you will see on our X channel a bit later on, we'll be asking you who you think our Kent player of the match was, supported by our title sponsor in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, WW Martin. Thank you to WW Martin for their support, and hopefully we will see you again soon on the Kent Cricket live stream, proudly sponsored by Cluberly. Whatever you're doing for the rest of the day, I hope you have a very good one. And like I said, that's goodbye from me.
And a very goodbye from me.
The players will have all got